live stream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light, shine your light. In the darkest times, you make it bright, Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, Keep on doing what you do, girl, you're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Yeah, out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From halls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. It is March 15th, 2024. Good God. I am Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truth. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. So I was going to go at 9:30, but there has been a huge update in the Fani Willis case. And the judge came in with his decision, which some people are going to be really upset about, and some people are going to think that the judge is a little Machiavellian. So for all of you just joining in, Wolfram, happy risings. Happy Friday. Thank you for dropping those links, starting so early. You're so good. Darth Hideous, I guess you're at work by now. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Appreciate it. Nerd, yes, I know Fanny is staying on, but is she really? It's not as cut and dry as you might think. So you said the judges, it's hard. Yes, well, thank you for jumping in my chat and blurting out that she's staying on. Yeah, the decision came down, and according to what I've heard so far, we're going to take a look at this news report and hope that I don't get kicked. Yeah, the judge came in with a ruling saying that Fani can stay on. However, there is a caveat. She has a choice to make. Her or him. Choice number one is that she can withdraw and take her entire team with her, in which an entire new team would be assigned to the case, prolonging it further. Or Nathan Wade can go. Either way, they can't stay because of the highly inappropriate relationship and possible playing with money that they've done. So he came down hard on Fani, but he said he wants that case to stay in Fulton County. That's basically what it comes down to. So the choice is going to be up to her, apparently. She can withdraw and take everybody from her office with her because they all were involved. Everybody that was on the case, and new people will be assigned. Or Nathan Wade can get the hell out and she can replace him with a new, I guess, special prosecutor. So no matter what she does, she's going to look like a bitch and a half. Because if she stays, she'll have no goddamn shame and no dignity and no integrity going forward. Let's face it. Or she could boot her boyfriend out. Right? So she could leave and like take a shred of dignity with her, but she'll be the disgraced attorney. The district attorney in that case will never have the substance that they wanted it to. Let's face it, it was a bullshit case to begin with, but to have this kind of thing hanging on, that judge has to know that no matter what she chooses, she loses. And I think that's the point. She's either going to stay and probably lose the case, because let's face it, if this stuff came out now, imagine what's going to happen when they really start digging, and they're going to really start digging. Mimsy, hi, honey. How are you? I missed you. So, yep, that's the Fani Willis thing. So let's see. That's why I went early, because it's, breaking news. And I am so damn deep into this case. It's ridiculous. All right. Let's see. Hopefully I can do this. And to stage. Here we go. Hopefully I won't get struck, but we shall see. Shall we see? All right, we're going to watch it where they start talking. And because I'm still half asleep, you can hear I just woke up. And I'm still recuperating. So it's already proven that she has no shame. Yeah, she has no shame, but does she want to have a career? The thing is, if she stays, she's still got to deal with the ethics and everything else. This is not going to go away. I'm just wondering what we're missing by looking at this, but I'm here, so let's jump in.
Case sought to have Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade removed from this case.
All right, we have the ruling in our hand right now. The judge ruled that DA Willis can stay on the case, but with some very big conditions. The tone of this decision is harsh, pretty scolding, calling the relationship with Wade a tremendous lapse in judgment, and left at least the appearance that the couple financially benefited from that move. We want to take you live outside the Fulton County Courthouse. This part of this case has become a national story, all unfolding right now. Of course, this courtroom, the backdrop for the disqualification hearing.
Yeah, we're bringing in our investigator, Zach Merchant, who you just got your hands on this ruling, on a copy of it. You've been going through it. What were some of the biggest takeaways that you noticed?
And you're right, we just got a copy of this. This is it. It's a more than 20-page order. We're going to read through this a little bit together. We want to start with the biggest takeaway. It happens on page 17 of Judge Scott McAfee's order, and if it's all right, I'm going to read it and we can kind of work through it all together. This is the big part here. Judge McAfee writes, the court therefore concludes that the prosecution of this case cannot proceed until the state selects one of two options. The district attorney may choose to step aside along with the whole of her office and refer the prosecution to the prosecuting attorney's counsel for reassignment. Alternatively, this is option two, Special Assistant District Attorney Wade can withdraw, allowing the district attorney, the defendants, and the public to move forward without his presence, distracting from and potentially compromising, the judge says, the merits of this case. So the district attorney's office now has two options in front of them, and a pretty weighty choice before District Attorney Fani Willis.
Yeah, one or the other must go, but very significant that it allows the option for this case to stay in Fulton County, which is key for a lot of reasons. One, a jury pool would remain the same. Also, this is the office that has spent so long investigating this case, knows the ins and outs of it. Also,
for those not in the know, Fulton County is the only county in Georgia that is likely to go after Trump and be unfavorable. If this gets kicked to any other county, they are going to throw this right out. There's no way this gets tried if it goes to any other county. That's why they want to keep it in Fulton County. And they will do anything, but I don't think it's going to be that easy of a decision. She is a hothead. So she might just do a knee-jerk reaction and say, all right, Wade is out. I'm staying in because I'm the queen. However, that is not going to play well in the public, and they're not going to give up on her. They're going to keep going after her because this is the juiciest bone that they've been thrown, and the media loves it at this point because everybody's getting the clicks because everybody wants to know about Fani. So we shall see.
so well versed in racketeering cases, specifically, which not every jurisdiction is so well versed at. So that's big.
Very big. It's a particularly complex statute. Georgia's RICO statute, in particular, even compared to the national statute, is exceedingly complex. This is also a case that started with 19 defendants. So the idea of this case being removed to a different district attorney's office raises a whole host of challenges, not the least of which is, imagine you're some other district attorney in DeKalb or Cobb or Gwinnett or wherever else, and you are tasked with taking on this endeavor. Just getting up to speed and understanding the nuances of it would be a Herculean task. And we can't get inside the head of District Attorney Fani Willis, but you've got to imagine that's going to weigh on her decision-making process, because those two options, Special Assistant District Attorney, the Special Prosecutor, Nathan Wade, can withdraw from the case, and the DA Fani Willis, and the rest of the office, according to Judge can move forward. Or the other
Happy
option,
Friday, babe.
DA Willis steps aside. When she goes, her whole office is then removed from the case. And what happens here, and we can take a minute to break down a little bit of the order's language, what would happen in that scenario is the case would be sent up to what's called the Prosecuting Attorney's Council. It's sort of an oversight and organizational body for every district attorney in the state. And then that organization would be responsible for finding a new home for this case. And it's important to underscore this point, once that happened, and it could take time to find another DA's office that is willing to take on this case and has the resources, they have total autonomy over it. So there's no guarantee in that scenario where the case goes somewhere else that the prosecution would remain intact as it at least originally began.
Yeah, and let's talk about the timeline, because
they are not likely to prosecute Trump,
at least by August,
especially now that he's the official nominee.
That trial even further.
You're right, and you get to a really important point. I think it is worth us taking a second to dig into here, because there's sort of a couple different tracks when you're in complex litigation like this. There's the factual arguments and making sure you build a robust defense on the facts for your clients. That's the job of a defense attorney. But there's also what you might call sort of procedural strategy, and delay in this case seems to have been a deliberate choice. And you see it in many cases where you try to raise as many procedural issues as possible to move that timeline out, give yourself more opportunity to get new information to defend your client. And in this case, that is really without precedent in our city, in our state, and up until last year when we saw several other criminal cases against former President Trump pop up around the nation, unprecedented around the country. There is the election in November hanging over all of this. And you've got to imagine some members of the defense team want to drag this out as long as possible, maybe to try to avoid trial before the November election, which many legal experts now say is not impossible, but increasingly going to be a difficult date to get this trial set by.
This is charged on so many levels. It's politically charged. The timeline is charged. People are watching this with a lot of different filters.
Yeah, and also Judge Scott McAfee, he's up for re-election, as well as the DA. She's also up for re-election. Now, you mentioned you can't get in the head of DA Fani Willis. We don't know which way she would go. If the special prosecutor were to step aside from this case, it will not delay the expected timeline.
It wouldn't move things back, I think, any further than they already have been. This has been a more than 2-month now saga. It started as a single motion filed by one of the defense attorneys, Ashley Merchant. She represents Michael Roman, one of the 19 indicted co-defendants in this case. It happened on January 8th, and it became the issue for 2 months here, and those 2 months now are gone.
We are following breaking news here on 11 Alive, bringing in our viewers here on NBC. Breaking news, Judge McAfee has released his ruling in the disqualification hearing as defendants in the election interference case sought to have Fulton County DA Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade removed from the case. Cheryl Preheim here with Ariana Maniz. The judge ruled the DA can stay on this case, but with some very big conditions. The tone of the decision, pretty scolding, calling her relationship with Wade a tremendous lapse in judgment, and left the appearance that the couple financially benefited from.
I mean,
that
he's
move.
got her coming and going.
Zach, you're looking
That's
at this
the funny part to me.
Also one with a law degree. What stands out to you, perhaps the biggest thing, is that it does leave the opening for this case to stay in Fulton County.
This is sort of a split the baby decision in a lot of ways from Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee. A lot of legal experts thought he would have to make one of two decisions in this disqualification question. He would have to either rule that no disqualification is warranted, or that disqualification is warranted full stop, and the DA's office, Fani Willis, all of her prosecutors that work for her, including Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, would have to be removed from the case. That's not what happened here. We're reading the order right now, and I want to read you 2 sentences from this order. We're working through it together, but this is the big takeaway, and I want to use Judge Scott McAfee's language here because it's best to hear from source. So here we go. This is Judge Scott McAfee writing in the order this morning. He writes, "The court therefore concludes that the prosecution of this case cannot proceed until the state selects one of 2 options. The district attorney may choose to step aside along with the whole of her office and refer the prosecution to the prosecuting attorney's counsel for reassignment. Alternatively, this is the second option, Special Assistant District Attorney Nathan Wade can withdraw, allowing the district attorney, the defendants, and the public to move forward without his presence or remuneration, distracting from and potentially compromising the merits of this case."
Y'all know I hate liars. I absolutely hate liars.
Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, and it sets up a weighty choice for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. She's got to choose. And I guess Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade also has to choose. Does Nathan Wade stay on this case? Or does he go, allowing the rest of the DA's office, including Fani Willis, to remain?
Yeah, but if the
All righty. So I need to play with the buttons a little bit. So I'm just going to remove it here for a minute. But okay, so that's what the decision was. The decision came down that Fani Willis can stay. I mean, it's not so much that she can stay. He's given her the option. So she could either stay and boot Nathan out, or or she can leave with her entire staff, basically. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once, guys, and I'm not good at it. Like at all. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right, I'm trying it. Okay, so here's my update. I've been sick, real quick. I've been sick, and I've had my migraine started on Sunday. My head really isn't here. Like I said, I'm trying to do like a million new different things. So just bear with me. But yeah, no, I started getting a migraine on Sunday, and I should have gone to bed in the afternoon, but I wanted to do the show with Winning that night. So I stayed, and I pushed myself, even though like my head was killing me, my eyes were hurting, I was crying. They just wouldn't stop tearing. And at the end of that show, I was crying on the phone with Winning, and he was just like, "Go to bed, please go to bed." And I was like, "All right." And I went to bed, and that was when it hit, and I was down for days. I literally only came up for air for Monday night's show. I couldn't open my eyes. I was barely able to type anything. I had the volume at the absolute lowest, and then that was it. It was just Tuesday and most of Wednesday. It just kicked my ass. I couldn't sit up. I was dizzy. It was terrible. I was throwing up from it. Was, I mean, TMI, whatever. I am the TMI girl. But yeah, no, it was really, really bad. It was really bad. I didn't emerge as a real human until yesterday. It started Wednesday night. I started feeling a little bit better, but even that couldn't do it. But I don't want to miss anything, so you know we got to do it. Oh, nerd, I'm so glad you're here for it. I want to thank Flatty for her super sticker. I can't see what it is. I want to see what it is. I hate that YouTube does this, that it won't let me just see things. It's like, can I not just see the damn sticker? Oh, it's a rose. It's very pretty. Very pretty. Thank you so much for your, what is that, a pound? Is that a British pound? That's so cute. OMG, so cute. All righty. Thank you so much, Flatty. I really appreciate that. Outpost Nerd says this wasn't even started by Trump's lawyers. Interesting. Mimsy, oh, my grands are so sorry. It was so bad, Mimsy. I can't. I've never had anything like that. And I've gotten migraines since I basically had my daughter. So 28 years I've been having monthly hormonal migraines. This was so much more than that. So my body's still really sore. Anyway, back to this. Let's see if I can do this. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work?
The DA were to step aside, as we mentioned, this will delay the trial even further because a new prosecutor's office will have to take on this case, go through the files, go through the evidence, go through everything that this office has already worked through.
Yeah, absolutely right. And this is not, I'm saying something that I think you all know if you're watching this, this is not a normal case. It is a particularly complex one with exceedingly high stakes and incredibly well-known, prominent defendants that are well defended as well. So any new district attorney's office, if it gets to that point, and we don't know, it's all going to hinge on DA Willis's decision on what to do of these two options. But if she chooses to keep Nathan Wade on the case, well, that means really no one stays on the case. Her whole office is disqualified. And what happens procedurally in Georgia is that the oversight body for prosecutors statewide, known as the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, will in effect take custody of the case. And it will then be their responsibility to find a new home, a new district attorney to pursue the case. That process of finding that new home could take months. the new DA, once they are onto the case, will surely take months just to get up to speed on the more than 19 total defendants that were in this case. They've got to reread all the evidence. And then importantly, they have full autonomy over what happens in that case. So if we get to a point where this case finds a new home, a new DA is overseeing it, they may decide to pursue it in some other form that, this is all hypothetical here, we'll tell us a way out, but they could decide maybe some of these defendants they don't want to pursue after all. So this decision DA Fani Willis has to make has some major implications.
Yeah, and we do know that 4 defendants, they did take pleas. If a different prosecutor's office were to take on this case, will those plea agreements still stay in place?
Yes, yeah, plea agreement, those are finalized, those are done.
All right, let's dive a little deeper into
Plea
this
agreement
decision
is
that's
just, I
come
guess,
down,
like a.
from Judge McAfee.
I guess
The
they
judge
can
says
consider
that
it a
conflict
legal
was not
contract. They
proven,
can't break it
that
despite
the evidence did not
being
go
taken
as
off the
far
case.
as the lawyers for essentially the Trump team suggested. However, the lawyer said there was an appearance of conflict, and that was the bar that must be met. And that might give us some insight into why it is sort of a split decision here, saying that either DA Fani Willis and her team must go, or Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade must go. The judge saying that the DA here made a choice to supervise and continue to pay Special Prosecutor Wade despite the fact that they were in a relationship, and that's what caused the muddying of the waters here.
Hey,
It seems that Judge
lass.
McAfee did to some
How
degree
you
find some merit in
doing?
the defense team's argument that the contractual
Happy
arrangement with Special
Friday,
Prosecutor
honey.
Wade and the fact that
Thank you for
DA Fani
checking
Willis
in
had a
on me.
romantic relationship with him did put a certain amount of
Oh, I've
taint, or at
missed
least the
you guys
appearance
so
of
much.
something improper on this case. In one line, Judge McAfee writes, and he spells it right out here. He says that the court finds, based largely on the DA's own testimony, that the evidence showed that the financial gain flowing from her relationship with Nathan Wade was not a motivating factor on the part of the district attorney to indict and prosecute this case. So that's sort of
No,
writing
she
up a
had
point at her
other
and saying we don't think this was an actually
interests.
motivating factor to bring this case. But later on, he says it still gave that appearance. It looked not quite right, and that's how he gets to this decision.
Yeah, and even though this may seem like a partial victory for DA Fani Willis,
You're
he
so
states that he
sweet,
does
honey.
not condone this lapse in judgment in his ruling. So even though, he is allowing her to stay on this case, giving her the option, he's not letting her off the hook, especially when you look at the language that he uses in this ruling.
It's like a reprimand.
Yes.
It very much is, and Judge Scott McAfee is a new judge. He's only been on the bench for about a year in Fulton County. He's young, and I say all that because when judges have been around for a while, you get to know their style a bit more. Some are more bombastic from the bench, some are more reserved. We've seen Scott McAfee very reserved in the hearings we've watched in this case, but for him to use this kind of language is telling it perhaps even more so that his demeanor is the way it is. This is him saying something did not look right here, and it needs to be resolved before we move forward. Especially, it's in a case of this level of public interest where even just the sense of justice needs to be totally above board in his view.
We're looking at a live.
Here's the thing with his ruling. He's saying outright that one of them has to go. So he's saying without saying, like, tell me you think this is fucked up and fishy without telling me you think it's fucked up and fishy. What he's doing is he's making her make the decision. So he's wiped his hands of it. Very Pontius Pilate of him. Way to do that during Lent. And he's basically like telling the world without saying it, yeah, this is corrupt and this should not go on. It can't go on as it is. But I don't want to be the one to have removed it from the county and lose the county this, publicity, whatever, the notoriety of prosecuting Trump, whatever his motivation, he doesn't want the county to drop the ball. And he certainly doesn't want to be the one to say, hey, the county's got to drop the ball because, see, we have this chick that, she's our DA. And she's been fucking, the lead attorney who, she paid to put in that position and she paid him exorbitant amounts of money. And it looks really corrupt. And we don't really know what's going on, but we're not going to charge her with anything yet. However, they can't be together. That's like having two kids who are like fighting in a classroom. And neither one will cop to who starts it. You can't figure out who starts it. You just know you're always like, everybody knows that they've been fighting and whatever. And it looks bad. So you separate them. You're not saying anybody's at fault, but you're saying they cannot be in the same room together because then everybody's going to be focused on them, waiting for them to fight, waiting for them to fight, waiting for them to fight. And it's always going to be an issue and it's going to take away from educational time and all that. The same thing with Fani and Nathan. They cannot be together. However, it's either he goes or they both go, basically. But she has to make the decision. She has to make the decision. Lady Awesome. Oh my God. She better not be fucking the lead attorney. I love TLA. Oh, that's the brightest smile on the internet. Yeah, no, I love the lead attorney too. I love AV to the seventh power. I think she's awesome. I caught a thing yesterday of her on with Nick. She had Nick on her show. I was like, oh my God, I was so proud of Nick because he acted like a grown up. It was great. Yeah, no. The lead attorney, prosecuting attorney on the case. There you go. Like, and that's the thing. The jokes are going to continue. The memes are going to continue, whether they're there or not. But what I really kind of respect about this judge is he put it all on her. He projected that she's wrong without saying, oh, hey, guess what? She's wrong. But there is something that's not above board. So they can't work this together. So Fani, if she really cares about the integrity of the case, basically she'll withdraw and take her whole team with her because they're all tainted. I said taint, but they were all tainted. Or she could just boot him out, in which case she looks like a really callous, selfish, unsavory, ratchet bitch. Okay? She really does. Lady doesn't thank you, Shelly. I laughed out loud for her. So did I. I love me some lead. Mm-hmm. And he's just hilarious. But anyway, so back to this.
Picture of the Fulton County
Benny's
Courthouse as an
also
epicenter
covering
of
it, so
perhaps
I'm
one of the
wondering if
biggest
I
court
want to
cases
switch
and
over there.
political cases the country has ever seen. The headliner of the defendants, of course, being former President Trump, who is now the Republican nominee for president for 2024. And the reason it's so significant, I think we can't stress this enough, that the judge gave an opening for this case to remain in the courthouse you're looking at right now is a couple of things. One, the Fulton County jury pool is very key here, and that would stay the same. And secondly, this is a district attorney's office that is very well versed in racketeering cases. Currently one going on in the YSL trial right now. Of course, a RICO case is trying to prove that an extensive web of people work together with a criminal intent, and that is the crux of this election interference case.
Yeah.
It very much is. And looking at this image we're seeing right now, so much history has happened just in the last 9 months in that building with this case. And it's going to be, it would just be such a challenge for another district attorney's office to take this on.
Yeah, my question now is, will it be hard to select a jury pool? We saw the YSL trial, how long it took to seat a jury pool, and the fact that this hearing alone got so much media attention. You know, the world pretty much saw the testimonies play out over the course of 2 days or so. Will we be able to see this jury process happen swiftly with the fact that this got so much attention?
And being in Atlanta, you're watching us, many of you are from Atlanta, you have a sort of unique legal vantage point. We've seen a big RICO case happen before, this YSL case, and we've seen that it takes months, or at least it can, and in that case, it did take months to seat a jury. This case, I've spoken to legal experts, one with decades of experience, both as a defense attorney and as a prosecutor. He said, I don't want to go as far as saying it will be impossible to seat a jury. Nothing's impossible, but it was already going to be difficult. And these last 2 months of controversy and incredibly high interest in them will make it even more difficult to get a suitable jury sat.
And the question now is, will the attention shift over to the actual charges that we're seeing play out in this case, instead of this relationship that became the epicenter of this trial? Like DA Fani Willis said, I'm not on trial, these people are. So now that this is somewhat behind us in this hearing, will we see the attention shift over to the charges? Like just this week, we saw the judge rule to dismiss 6 charges related to this case.
That's right. And I think you're right. I think certainly the state very much wants to have that happen from the start. They want to keep the focus on the facts as they allege them. And as you mentioned, as DA Willis said, she's not on trial. These defendants are on trial. We do need to point out, though, this may not be the last we hear about this decision. Certainly, we've talked at length now that DA Willis has an important decision to make on whether to keep Nathan Wade on the case or not. But there's another element here hanging out in the wings that is worth pointing out, and that's the issue of appeal.
Sure.
If you're watching this, you're probably thinking, well, wait a second. There's a judgment that in some ways you could see was adverse to the district attorney, was not the one that she was looking for. Can't you appeal that? The answer is a little complicated. We've talked to a lot of legal experts, and in Georgia, the state has some limitations on what they can appeal and what they can't appeal. And one individual we talked with decades of experience as a district attorney, he's now out of that office, but he said it might be difficult for the district attorney's office to appeal this order from Judge McAfee for some procedural reasons. We don't want to get too far in the legal weeds, but in Georgia, you've got to have what's known as a sort of final judgment, something with finality, in order to be able to appeal it. Even though this order threatens to remove the district attorney's office, and even if that removal actually happened, depending on what DA Willis chooses, the argument could be, and this legal expert suggested it would be, that it's not final. The state can still prosecute this case. You're just substituting the players. And that could be another legal wrinkle we've got to work through.
As you're talking about appeals, I'm thinking about kind of the other side of the equation here. Ashley Merchant, who represents Trump co-defendant Michael Roman, brought this forward. January 8th was the day the world learned about all of this. And what a wild ride it's been since, right? Is there any recourse? Because the goal on that side was to get the case essentially thrown out, right? Is there any recourse from attorney Ashley Merchant moving forward.
Can they, in other words, can they appeal as
Say,
well?
wait, we don't like the way this turned out. There's too much, saying that it can stay as is.
The legal language here is a little dense, but the last line is, the defendant's motions are therefore granted in part and denied in part. Everybody gets a little bit. Nobody gets fully what they want. It's sort of like if you've got kids and you want to split the cookie and you say, you split it, but I pick. Everybody gets a little bit, but nothing all the way up. The defense team, if they want to appeal this, and that would be a strategic choice they have to make as well, they could say this is an outcome that they are pretty happy with. We can't get in their head. But they have, in order to appeal, they have to get what's called a certificate of immediate review if they want to appeal this right away. You can wait until this goes all the way to trial, and then you can raise the appeal then. But you've got to imagine the judge wouldn't want to do that. You don't want to do 2 trials, and that could be the case if the appeal gets overturned. So if they want to appeal right now, they've got to ask the judge basically for permission, get the certificate of immediate review, and then appeal this decision immediately up to the Georgia Court of Appeals and let them weigh in on it, get an answer, and then come back and move towards trial again. We don't know if they're going to take that route, and we don't know if the judge would grant that certificate either.
And then speaking to the appeals process, the judge states in his ruling, whether this case ends in convictions, acquittals, or something in between, the result should be one that instills confidence in the process. He wants to make sure that people still believe in Georgia's legal system with this ruling, especially the language that he used. He did not let DA Fani Willis off the hook. He's saying, you need to choose either between you staying on this case or getting rid of special prosecutor Nathan Wade.
I think that's a really important point to underscore. And again, Judge McAfee hasn't been on the bench that long, so we don't have a long track record with him. But what we have seen suggests he's somebody who's keenly aware and takes very seriously transparency with the public and trying to demystify the legal process a little bit. One of the first things he did was set a standing order for his courtroom, basically standing rules, the rules of the road, that live streamed on YouTube every one of his hearings, every one of his trials. He's also a younger judge, and you might imagine that he's a little more tech savvy, a little more willing to bring those cameras in. Georgia's a great state for that in general, but he's taken some proactive moves to emphasize that even more. And I think he understands that in a case like this in particular, making sure as best you can that every I is dotted, every T is crossed is crucial to faith in whatever outcome we ultimately arrive at.
And as a young judge on the bench, he's dealing with the case that we've never seen before. A president facing criminal charges. And this is not the only case that he's facing criminal charges. We have 3 other cases that the former president is facing. So he had to kind of handle the situation very delicately.
Let me go one step even.
Okay. I got to move a couple things around because this guy's boring, even me. Will be interesting to hear Fani's response to Mimsy. Absolutely. Mimsy said, not liking that the judge gave Willis an option, though. Well, I think he kind of had to. Otherwise, he was going to bear the brunt of the entire thing. This way, he made this decision and said, you know what? This is fucked up. I can't really do nothing about it. I don't want to really touch it. Here. There you go. It's up to you, girl. Let's see what you do. You got us into this. You take us out. Because now it's all on her. It's all on her. The entire decision. And if you think she's not going to get told what to do, I guarantee there's no way that Washington is going to be able to stay out of this. There's no way that they're not going to weigh in and tell her, no, you need to do this. Like they're either going to tell you need to stay and see this through because we don't have anybody, in the wings, or you need to get rid of it. You need to get your shit and get the hell out because there's no way we could win this. So it's all on her, which I'm kind of loving because now she was the shit stirrer. She went in with such attitude and balls. No matter what she does, she's fucked. No matter what she does. There's no way for her to come out of this looking like a decent person. There's no way. She is forever tainted. I said taint. Let's see. Sharing screen. I hate sharing screens. I don't know what it is. It makes me so nervous, but it's only us, guys. So let's see. There we go. That's better. So we're gonna see a little bit. I stopped Benny's thing. Let's catch up.
Today, and he gave himself that 2-week deadline, as I mentioned. And the decision that he has had to make is whether to disqualify the Fulton County DA, Fani Willis, in response to allegations that she was dating her lead prosecutor when she hired him. And the accusation is that that was part of a motivation for hiring him, and that then the two took some rather fancy vacations together, and that they may have benefited financially from this business arrangement.
That's not
which
nice,
It was
nerd.
alleged she created for that purpose.
So Donald Trump's team and his
That's right,
co-defendants
Mims. He's
say
making her
this is all a
squirm.
disqualifying conflict of interest. The case should be thrown out because
Time for
of it.
her to
All these allegations
take
prompted
her
heated
medicine.
testimony. We watched it live. You're going to hear now from one of the first witnesses on behalf of Trump's attorneys. She's now a former friend and former colleague of Fani Willis. She was emphatic. She said she remembered the timeline and she remembered the action when she asked her questions about Nathan Wade.
And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her? Yes.
As it relates to having the 2022 relationship with District Attorney Willis, I'm going to say, because my marriage was irretrievably broken, I was free to have a relationship.
You've been
You were still married. You're still married today.
I'm on trial.
You
These people
jackass.
are on trial for trying to
What do you
steal
think?
an
You're
election
Ross
in
and
2020.
Rachel?
I'm
We
not
were on a
trial,
break.
No matter how
Stop
hard you
it.
try to put me on trial. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan.
A man is not a plan.
companion.
Well,
He's a
that is the
companion.
slice of what we got
Companion.
from the DA, Fani Willis, in Georgia.
You
Through the
have
course of all of this,
manners.
We've got analysis from former federal prosecutor Andrew Cherkasky. But first, let's go to Jonathan Surrey, who's been covering this case all along in Atlanta. Big morning, Jonathan.
Yeah, very big morning. The story is unfolding as we speak. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is reporting that Fulton County District Attorney
I absolutely
Fani
agree,
Willis
lady.
has been ordered to either step aside or
I
she
absolutely
has to
agree.
cut ties with her special prosecutor in the case, Nathan Wade, before the case can go to trial. Attorneys for former President Trump and several of his associates had asked the judge to disqualify.
I think they're
the
still
DA
going to have
from
problems with
prosecuting the
cases that
case.
she's
They
been
argue
involved in.
Willis's romantic relationship with prosecutor Wade creates a conflict of interest. Willis and Wade have
There's
testified
enough
under oath. The relationship
dirt
began after
that's been
Willis
unearthed
hired him, but Willis also faces
to have them say,
challenges
hey, she's
outside
not
the courtroom.
trustworthy. I want a new trial.
See, as you can see,
Or at least to have, like a emergency appeal or whatever,
find out.
Oh, yeah.
if that exists.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
I'm no lawyer.
Same thing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting for this. Little did we know we'd get
I'm gonna
it at
speed you up a
8 in the
little bit,
morning,
Benny.
8:55 to be exact. We sprinted on fire to getting this live up and going, and we are ready to go.
Me
Locked in with
too.
a great production team on the internet.
I'm by
Ladies
myself.
and gentlemen,
Bite me.
Today is Friday, March 15th,
I love Benny, by the way.
2024. The judge has released his decision on Fani Willis' disqualification. Fani must fire everyone or cut ties with Loverboy's Nathan Hot Dog. My name is Benny Johnson, and this is The Benny Show. Man, we're going to break it all down today. Hot diggity damn. Not the result we were looking for. Let me just start with that. Not the result we were looking for. We were looking for total and complete disqualification for Fani Willis. And while this is a partial disqualification, meaning Fani Willis can disqualify herself or she can choose Loverboy, she's already said that she's willing to emasculate a black man on the stand. Her words, not mine. Her words, not mine.
She said she's not
So here
willing
we
to
are,
do it
ladies
while
and gentlemen.
saying his dick
The
don't work.
judge has found the middle road.
I remember
and
every
we're very
moment
angry
of this
about
trial.
What do you need to do to get disqualified? What do you need to do to get held accountable as a Democrat in this country? Democrats are like the special kids in preschool whose daddies donated to the schools and they can do anything they want, whose daddy knows like the superintendent. They can do anything they want. They get out of any trouble. What do you
I
have
know
to do
those
to put in
kids.
prison as a Democrat? Like, I actually shake thinking about the answer to that. As somebody who covered the BLM Antifa riots throughout 2020, I mean, I was witness to some of those most heinous crimes you could possibly imagine. I was witness to some of the worst human treatment to other humans that you could possibly imagine. Remember, they wanted to force you to take experimental injections from the government or lose your job, lose your ability to eat. What does it take? And Dr. Fauci, is he not in prison yet? A reminder that Hunter Biden has been doing massive rocks and caught since he was 18.
What is on his face?
Hunter Biden's been pounding the powder. Joe Biden was happy to lock up hundreds of thousands of young black men, never once touched his son. What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Joe Biden's crime bill locked up hundreds of thousands of young black men. What do you have to do? Maybe Fani Willis was part of those prosecutions. It really doesn't matter. It seems like the core tenet of the American judicial system, the American legal system, the American electoral system, the border, which is, of course, just a power play by Democrats to create a new political underclass that they can control because blacks and Hispanics in America, as we've been covering, are swinging hard right. They've lost control. It seems like the only thing that they are good for is power politics. Protect our team at all costs. Push the agenda. Protect everyone. That helps us gain power. That is the role. That is the Marxist mantra. Read the Communist Manifesto. First thing we must do, says Karl Marx, is got to destroy the family. We have to destroy the ruling class. We have to destroy the state. We have to destroy capitalism. Let's just destroy everything that makes life worth living. Good leaders, bad leaders, doesn't matter. Take them out back. Push them all into the gulag. And so that stands in our way. We got to get rid of it. And like this, we've been covering this for so long. I just need to take a second here. We've been covering this for so long. The criminality and the lies before the court are so egregious from Fani Willis. The disgrace, the defiling of justice by this woman who behaves in such a trashy way, who is so disreputable to the court and the case. I mean, do you understand these are institutions that far outlive like any one person who's elected or selected to these institutions? Like these things, like you have to have faith in these things. And every single time that a Hunter Biden skates, or a Bob Menendez skates, or an Adam Schiff gets away with lying, or a Joe Biden gets selected to be the resident of the White House, every single time that happens, the institution gets eroded and people lose all their confidence and faith in it. And it really, quite frankly, everything is hanging on by a thread right now. A massive disqualification of Fani Willis and sending her and then disbarring her for her actions would have told the American people that there is still justice, that there are still consequences for your actions in life, that you will suffer those consequences and they'll hurt, because that's actually how real life is. It doesn't matter who you are. Gravity.
Oh, this is going to hurt, Benny. It's going to hurt her.
Jump off a cliff. Gravity's going to come for you. And that's just the way the real world is. The real world is built on physics.
Gravity's coming for that fupa that she's got.
Do the crime,
rocking.
do the time, was the old saying. And here we have, ladies and gentlemen, the
floppy boobies.
The ruling. And I'll start by prefacing this. The judge should have fired everyone. The judge is firing someone. It's not as good as it could have been. It's not as bad as it could have been. Quite frankly, we'll never get justice for Hunter Biden. We'll never get justice for the Bidens. I'll keep pushing until my dying day. I'm not sure we'll ever get justice for Joe Biden. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Can't live in the past. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure we had the strength and stamina to actually get the justice. At the very least, the judge.
I don't think he has the strength or stamina to withstand the justice.
Quite embarrassing. And we'll have to cover in the coming days, like as we watch all of this materialize and move forward, like what's actually happening and what kind of an effect this had, because now Fani Willis has a choice. Right now,
it's not a good choice, Ben. Not a good choice.
And the entire rat's nest.
Either way, she loses that dick forever.
Of her office should have been off the case. He should have disqualified the whole office. Instead, the judge chose to disqualify one or the other. And it seems like the choice.
I hope they sue him for that money.
So I wonder.
Why wouldn't
what she
they?
Would choose. Fani Willis can stay on Trump election case only if she cuts ties with lover Nathan's hot dog, as judge slams her for tremendous lapse of judgment and acting in an unprofessional manner. Judge McAfee has said that he would decide the matter. This
Perjury
week,
would be
Willis
nice.
and Wade, special prosecutor, confirmed they were having a romantic relationship and then lied to the court again and again and again and again and again. And we'll detail those lies. Fani Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney, can stay on the Trump election interference case in Georgia, but only if she cuts ties with prosecutor lover Nathan Wade. Judge has dramatically ruled. A dramatic ruling would be you're all gone. You're done. That would be a dramatic
No, this is.
Superior judge Scott
Here's
McAfee,
the rope. Who you hanging? You or him?
Judgment, acting in an unprofessional manner. Let's go ahead and read the actual ruling, shall we?
He's like, I'm going to make you feel as uncomfortable as you made me during this whole mess.
Indeed. Here is the document. Let's pull it up and let's go. How long is this ruling? It's pretty long, quite frankly. Order the judge's motion to dismiss and disqualify. So let's be very clear as we couch this correctly. This is the judge granting in part Donald Trump's team's request to disqualify. In part, he is saying, yes, we will disqualify. We're not going to disqualify the whole team. We're going to disqualify half the team. Remember, Nathan Wade was the lead prosecutor.
But not the lead attorney.
So, actually, I'm going to have hey, ALX, just go ahead and get me some of the
Not the lead attorney. Shout out to the lead attorney.
I can't read 23 pages on
I was about to say you my boy, but I don't want you to take it wrong because I know you say in the South they call you boy. Get over here, boy, and I don't want to be that person.
Ends in convictions, acquittals, or something in between. The result should be one that
I like you way too much for that.
We haven't done that. A reasonable observer, unburdened by partisan blinders, should believe the law was impartially applied and those accused of crimes had fair opportunity to present their defenses. And that any verdict was based on criminal justice system's best efforts at ascertaining the truth. Any distractions that distract from the goals, if remedial under the law, should be
in the South. We have manners,
y'all.
Of
the record established by these motions,
I love when he says that.
Evidence, legally insufficient to support finding the actual conflict of interest. However, the appearance of impropriety remains and must be handled as the previously outlined before the prosecutor can proceed. The defendant's motion is therefore granted in part and denied in part. So ordered Judge Scott McAfee. Judges are elected in Georgia. Judge Scott McAfee now has a opponent that is backed by Fani Willis. So in case you're wondering if there's anything weighing on this, perhaps that's it. Maybe we shouldn't elect judges. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into it.
Real quick. Okay, first of all, Outpost, haha, that was a good one. Fanny's not going to fall on this sword. She's falling on Wade's sword. Giggity. Nobody's falling on Wade's sword anymore. It seems like he sheathed his sword in many, many places, but no. Volstorm, my boy is way different than just boy. I know, but I don't like to, I don't like to step on any toes like that. I have no problem offending people for the right reasons. I don't like inadvertently offending people. That's something that I know is very touchy. I mean, up here, we say boy all the time, but it's not the same connotation in Jersey. I'm sorry. My cat has decided to play with the plug. Get out of here. To the electric kettle. I figure you people are degenerates. I had to say what kind of plug it was. It's to the electric kettle. Let's not go there. But up here, if I say boy, boy, it's not a derogatory. It's just like saying girl. There's I just said a whole conversation in that one word. If somebody goes and does that, and I pipe up and go, boy, if I say it like that, that's a totally different name than boy, or ooh, boy. Those are all different conversations. I don't have to say anything. You know what I'm talking about. You know my feeling behind it. You know which way I'm going. Same if I say girl, or say girl, those same word, all three different conversations. Every woman out there knows exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean. I do not want to do the down south stepping on people's toes because that's just nope. Until I learn the culture, I ain't fucking with it. But I'm just not. And hi, Volstar, it's good to see you, honey. Happy Friday. Yeah, but the thing with this, okay, so we'd said, all right, he's a booty call, whatever. Benny's saying, no, I want a decision. This judge really did make a very kind of Machiavellian move where he made the decision within the time frame he said he was, proven he is a man of his word. He is not a coward. He came forward and said, look, it just took a long time to write it. It was very intricate, which obviously they're like, damn, this thing is long. It's at least 23 pages. I mean, Jesus, 23 pages. That's a lot to write. For me, it's all right. But I mean, he has to have everything had to be perfect. I can't wait to see her rip this up because she's gonna. She's gonna nitpick through this whole goddamn thing. I don't like this and I don't like that language. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Hi, Daisy girl. Happy Friday over on Rumble. Keeping it down on Rumble. She's all by herself over there. My thing is with this, I had a thought, God damn it, and it was gone. Again, I think it's still she's going to have cases that come back and say, no, I don't trust her. She's a liar. Oh, that's where I was going with that. Yeah, she might not have been charged, but how come she went and did all these things and she's all dirty, yet I'm the one going to jail? Like, you're sending a crook is sending another crook to jail? No. I want my case reopened. I want it examined. I want a special prosecutor to go through, or I want a special judge's ruling or something. There's got to be legal avenues that these lawyers out there will find, but people will say, I guarantee it, especially the ones with money. They're going to say, no, I want my case revisited because she's crooked. Look at all this stuff going on. I want it. No, this is too important. This is my life. Sending a fox into the hen house. Yes, Wolfram, absolutely. Or, sending a wolf. Send a wolf. I have a special love for wolves. Wolves and coyotes. Winning and we fight over the coyote part all the time because my chance was half coyote. So yeah, I had a domesticated half coyote. I know. Best dog in the world. Here's my thing. She lied. Yes, she lied in front of everybody. Why do these women keep getting away with lying on the stand like it doesn't matter? Amber Heard sat up there and lied for days under oath. I don't care what she did in London. That's not here. That's whatever. That's over there. She's a lying bitch over there too. But we got to see it in real time here. We got to watch her catch herself in the lies. We watched every lie debunked. This bitch did nothing but lie the whole time she was up there. And nothing happened to her. Nothing. A jury said, we think you're a lying bitch, but she didn't have to do any time. She didn't have to pay fines to the court for perjury or whatever the fuck. So they just let it go. They come down hard on people for these teeny tiny crimes. But then perjury is not just, oh, you went up there and you lied. You went up there and you lied and you affected the lives of how many people? You obstruct justice. If you believe that this case has merit, your lying up there is literally obstructing justice. It might not be according to the letter of the law, but those are just semantics. You are getting in the way of justice being carried out, either pro or, or con, for or against. That's a good point. This has opened the floodgates for appeals against every case she's tried. If not appeals, they at least should get a review. And as much as it galls me to say that, because most of them probably are guilty of whatever they were convicted of, though in this country you can never tell. It's a huge waste of time and resources that, unfortunately, because of her actions, I think they have to grant to these people. I would be very, very suspect if they said, no, we're not looking at any cases. You can't do that because she's above board. You can't be in jeopardy of corruption on one case and then everything before it, you were a saint. Like if you were a dirty lying bitch, guarantee, how far did this go back? I don't think it was going to just fall onto one case because it's her character. It's her integrity. It's her credibility. Her name doesn't mean shit. Her name literally means ass. For reals now. Fani means Fanny, except in Britain, because I know Fanny in Britain is a pukaluch. But a pukaluch is, a vajayjay. But anyway, so she's an ass here. She's a pussy over in England. Whatever. I know I wasn't going to say the word, but fuck it. This is me, and I'm not going to stop being me. So this was a whole thing. You know, like she really turned herself into a giant ass. She does not look professional at all. And she's just some money grubbing, thirsty, you know, like lying bitch now. That's how she's portrayed because she's shown herself to be that. Do I feel bad? A little bit, because life is lonely and, you know, it was the whole pandemic and that isolation shit does something to your brain. You make very poor choices. Trust me, you make very poor choices. And she made a lot of poor choices because she was probably really lonely. You know, because it's not like you look at him and go, yep, got to get me a piece of that. No, he was there. He was available. He was obviously eager. He probably has a line of shit a mile long. And she was just like, oh my God, he thinks I'm so pretty. Like, and she fell for it. I mean, it's not that out of the realm of possibility. So I do feel bad for her as a person. You know, as a person, I feel bad for anybody who's going through something like that and makes that decision because this was a very, very bad decision on her part. And somebody who got to the office that she's at isn't somebody who you would think makes really bad life decisions. You know, she worked hard to get there. You know, yeah, Mims, it takes two. He was clout chasing too. Absolutely. I'll get to you in a minute, Volstorm. He said the problem is with Trump, she flat out said she was going after him. The other cases would be hard to prove. Well, that's the thing. If she's so vindictive about the Trump case, who's to say that she didn't alter evidence or leave evidence out or lie during the other prosecutions that were establishing her as, you know, a badass motherfucker in Fulton County? You know, you got to make your bones. So she made her bones, but it's Nathan's bone that got her in trouble. So maybe, just maybe, there are some cases where she did some sketchy shit. If they can look at it, because hindsight's 2020, right? You look back and you're like, oh my God, this is, if only I had something on her so that I could get this, you know, looked at again. That's the openings that they could look for. They could say, you know what, this was sketchy at the time. Now I'm really concerned about it. But she just, if she's corrupt, I can use that to my advantage. And you know, there are lawyers out there that are like, yes, because now we can get this overturned and sue the county. They're seeing dollar signs. There's no way they don't. Because that is a huge opportunity. That is a huge opportunity for a lawyer to be able to retry a case, like to get it looked at, retry it, maybe get an acquittal or get something overturned and then sue the county for damages and, you know, whatever. And that's tons of money, tons of publicity. And if they win, their careers are set. They just got to not pull a Fanny. I just see a lot of opportunities for more chaos in the future. I really do. Mimsy said, yeah, and he was clout chasing too. He absolutely was. He's an absolute clout goblin. The fact that I could see him taking advantage of the situation, but he is so corrupt and just disgusting on so many levels, between cheating on his wife and then he was cheating on his girlfriend. And then he had Fani and he's getting money for dick that ain't worth it. And then God has a way. God has a way. If you use your dick to get ahead, something's going to happen to your dick. Like, things have a shelf life and God has a sense of humor. So be very careful because your karma may be funny as fuck to everybody around you. And you're just sitting there going, but why me? You know why you. Stop it. You stop that right now. Stop it. Wait, I gotta.
Stop eating beans, bangers and mash, beans on toast. Stop.
I love me some dick. I really do. Wilson said, trust me, you make very poor choices. Oh, what was his name, Shelley? I mean, there's a list. But anyway, no. You talk about just during the pandemic? No. I ain't saying nobody's name. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't speak your language. I'm not from your country. Nope. It's buried in one of these podcasts. Trust me, I know I talked about it. But yeah, no, you make really poor decisions when you're vulnerable. She's starting, she was running for a new office. One of the things that's what I wanted to talk about. Yesterday we watched on Winning's show, the new one, the Winners 2024, Winning 2024. And we watched a documentary called Let My People Go. And it was all about the shenanigans that went on with the whole election process and whatever. And it was a really, really good documentary. But one of the things that struck me, this documentary laid out exactly what they believe happened, right? In great detail. It was fascinating. Highly recommend you all go see it. You got to watch it on Rumble though, because YouTube is asshole. It was really, really good. And they showed you how they, mess with the computers and everything else. And it's a whole take on it. It's amazing. I really recommend. Again, it's on Winning Reality's channel. If somebody could throw the link up to that Rumble, to that show from last night, I would really appreciate that. It had me thinking. Fani was elected in August 2020, right? Now she went up against the the current sitting DA at the time. And she went up against him. And they were neck and neck for every election. And then they had the runoff. And suddenly it was her 72% to his 28%. Now, that's a huge change from the 48-52 area where they were at. Right? So that's a huge change. And that's what pushed the thing. The runoff was actually in August. And she wound up winning 100% of the vote the day on November 3rd, I believe it was. And she was, sworn in and started for January 1st. She literally got in a couple days before the 2020 election for president. She won 100% or whatever. And this, I'm just going based on information that I found online yesterday with the whole election results and everything. And why did she come up so fast all at once against a DA that was there forever? I could see them rallying behind her. She had a really good campaign. She put a lot of money into her campaign, apparently enough that she had extra that she could use later, which is again illegal. Because she just took it. She just gonna take this cash out of my campaign funds. Ain't nobody gonna see. It's my money. Why? Because I said so. Stop. But what if she was put there? When was the first time? These are all the questions going through my head. When did the White House first contact her? Did they help her establish her place there, knowing that she was going to go after him? Did they know about her whole thing with Nathan? Because it was going on. I can almost guarantee you, if they knew that she was going to do this case, they vetted her. They would know all her dirty laundry. Right? They might have even helped her cover some parts of it up. Allegedly. I'm saying maybe. I'm just opining and positing over here. What if they were hopeful that she would win the case, but put her in so that this could all hit the fan at the right time? because that documentary about the election thing came out in October 2023. That's when it was officially released. It didn't really get seen until the first week of January of this year. And the shit hit the fan for this January 8th of this year, within a week of the documentary really becoming public. Was that planned? Because nobody's paying attention to the documentary. Everybody's paying attention to Fani. So if you got two things going on that involve Georgia, which one do you want them to look at? Do you want them to look at the election, documentary? Or do you want them looking at Fani and her lascivious, corrupt sexual ties with the employee? Because it's a really good distraction. It's been all that we've been talking about. We haven't really talked that much about the war as much. We haven't talked about anything as much as we've talked about this. See, this is the way, I hate that I doubt everything now and I'm so skeptical, because now I'm thinking, what if they put her there knowing her background, knowing what she did? One, it makes her extremely blackmailable because that's her career. Two, what if they wanted to throw this out there to distract from the documentary so it didn't get feet and run? It couldn't grow legs. This is the stuff I'm thinking about, because I always think about what can get in your way. And I really do think that can get in the way. Nerd, what Shelly said. Anyway, he said, Nerd said, do you think she'll be reelected after running on the platform without sleeping with employees like the old DA? Oh, and not spending or misappropriating money. Remember, she said that. Because she's all about being frugal. 600 grand to him. That's real frugal. Judge rules Willis can stay on Trump case. Reading a news banner now. Yep. Yes, clearly he's still married. I mean, of course he's still married. But in his heart, he's not. Bitch, I don't care. On paper, you are still married. And guess what? In the eyes of God, you will remain married. Once you get married, God don't say, oh, no. Okay, you get divorced. No. What happens with the unused campaign funds? There are all sorts of rules that they have to go through with that kind of stuff. You can't play with money. You can't. That's how they always get you. These people don't learn from Capone and shit. They will always get you through the money trail. They can't prove you did this. They can't prove you did that. But you know what they can prove? They can prove the money trail. They don't even have to prove it. They have to just make you look, fishy. And that's it. You're done. People will trust you not to cheat on them with another bitch or another dude. They will never again trust you with their money if you screw them over. It's a weird kind of thing. There's forgiveness when it comes to passion, but when it comes to that hard, cold cash, fuck you. Fuck you, give my money. Where's the money, Gary? You better pay what you owe. Just saying. Haven't seen a dime. But yeah, no. So, I mean, I thought it was very interesting that she's here, doing this case against Trump. The documentary that proves that he didn't do anything wrong comes out literally worldwide. I guess the big release was the first week of January, maybe last week of December or whatever, from what I read. I could be wrong, so don't hold my feet to the fire over those dates. I know that it wasn't released at a film festival until October 2023. It's very up to date. Again, highly recommend if somebody could put that. Oh, they put a link. Thank you. Who did that? Ah, Mim's just so good. Thank you so much. Can I pin that? Why won't it ever let me pin things? Damn it. Better to pin than to peg. I'm not going there. That's a Nick topic. I ain't going there. But yeah, no, I just thought it was really interesting because that the documentary comes out and then automatically we find out all this stuff. And where did it all come from? Like, why did it all come out at once and so rapidly? And AT&T had phone records ready, and like that, it was all a little too, I don't know, too well oiled. I hate to say lubed because, well, fuck it. Like, this whole situation has been lubed straight through and through. I mean, it's just one thing. Every day it was boom, 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 boom. Kept us highly engaged, highly focused. And if you're looking with that kind of laser focus and that kind of like, tell me more kind of like attitude, you're going to miss a lot of other shit because you're not looking anywhere else. So we definitely weren't looking at the documentary. Luckily, I was looking at this while Winning was looking at the documentary. So it was like, nah. But yeah, it did. It made me wonder. It really did. Because is this the whole smoke part of the smoke and mirrors? Was this set up? Because they've set things up for, and if somebody says, oh, they weren't thinking that much in advance, they've been planning for this time literally for decades upon decades. This has been a century-long, game that they've been playing to get to where they want to be politically. Having things like this happen would not surprise me. Using it to their advantage, every crisis is an opportunity. So if they could create the crisis to take care of, the other problem, then that's what they were going to do. And maybe she was the sacrificial lamb. You got to think about it, because it's just weird that she was able to keep all this under wraps while she was running. You're going to tell me that she literally called her opponent onto the carpet for his behavior and he wasn't going to turn around and do the same? Like, this is Georgia. He had nobody look into her. Come on. They found people to talk quick enough in the last 2 months. You're going to tell me for that whole time that she was running against him, it wasn't just one election. There were like 3 or 4 elections. Like, they literally had to like whittle it down to where they got to the runoff. And then when they had the runoff election, she kicked his ass, which again, Georgia. I don't want to go there, but the likelihood that she was going to kick his ass 72-28, stop it. She got something like 420,000 votes, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to pull up the webpage that I read it off of in my head to say, I believe it was like 419,000 votes that she got in the middle of a pandemic, by the way, where we were all still in isolation. That's a lot. So I don't know. I'm just wondering. I've kicked that around. See if you got some arguments for me. I'd love to hear them. Winning's election integrity featuring Let My People Go, the new documentary on the 2020 election, and J6 is a must-see. Oh, man, you're so good. She's so good. I'll post nerd. One time my mom opened my bank statement and I went to her, and the tone I used to tell her never do that again made her never do that again. I mean, my grandmother went and opened up my clinic papers and then told me and my boyfriend over dinner, oh yeah, the mail came, by the way. You have to go to the clinic for your birth control shot. So you're having sex. I was like, and my boyfriend at the time wanted to put his entire face in the bowl of macaroni because he didn't look up once. And I was like, really? You're just gonna sit there and let me die on the sword, right? Like, you're just gonna let me take this one. Thanks. Guess who's not gonna need that birth control later? But yeah, he just let that fall on me. He didn't say one damn word, asshole. And she was, I can't believe that you're on birth control. I said, well, if you wouldn't have touched my goddamn mail, you wouldn't know it now and wouldn't be upset, would you? Next time, mind your business. Like, don't ask the question if you don't want to know the answer. Stop it. Castro! Hi, honey. All right, back to Benny. Let's see what else he's saying. It's a very chill stream today, by the way, guys.
Astonished by this decision. It's not as
Recouping.
bad as it could be. It's not as good as it could be. It is absolutely a mixed bag. How the judge said you cannot establish a conflict of interest, which seems to be the core of this case, is like gobstopping. And while we are really excited to play you a bunch of Fani clips, and while we're really excited to jump into all of the reactions to this, I think it's really important to like talk about the blinders on this judge. Lawyer Harry McDougal, one of the lawyers on Trump's team, established the conflict rules because that seems to be exactly where this case is set upon. That was the deciding point here. The conflict rules for disqualification.
There's no
are
precedent
clear
for it, though.
as crystal. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is the judge in the closing arguments arguing on behalf of what the law says when it comes to a conflict of interest. Go.
The general rule on conflicts of interest for lawyers is in Rule of Professional Conduct 1.7. And we all know, it's all drummed into us, that we cannot have a conflict of interest. And if we do, we have to withdraw or we will be disqualified. The basic idea is that a conflict of interest impairs the lawyer's independent professional judgment. That's the test of a conflict and whether it can be waived and whether it's disqualifying. And that conflict is not just financial. It can be any conflict that impairs your independent professional judgment.
So the lawyer for Donald Trump went on in explaining exactly what outlines the conflict has on this
I
case.
know, lady. I
This
know,
was,
but I wasn't
without
going to
question,
get
the most
grandma
compelling
arrested.
Closing argument. This old school Southern judge, this old school Southern lawyer.
Imagine
really
if I
knew his
called the
stuff.
police on my grandmother. I had no hand
Explain to
left.
me,
She would have
ladies and
just
gentlemen,
chopped that shit right
how
off.
this did not convince the judge that there was a conflict of interest. Let's go.
The root of all of the problems that we see in this court right now is a conflict of interest arising from their individual personal interests in perpetuating and concealing their relationship. That's the original sin from which all of the other problems flow. There are 6 different actual conflicts of interest in this case, any one of which warrants disqualification, but collectively practically compelling. First, the financial conflict that's already been covered. Second, the personal ambition, political ambition. Third, there's a dovetailed or complementary pattern of deceit and concealment of the relationship and the money. Fourth, the speech at the church. Fifth, the motion for protective order that the DA filed in Mr. Wade's divorce case. Sixth, the way the state has conducted the defense of this motion to disqualify, especially the hearing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite clear based on the law that there's a preponderance of a conflict of interest here. That seems to be what the case was predicated upon. And the judge found that there wasn't a conflict of interest, but yet there was the illusion of impropriety, according to the judge.
Because he can't prove that that Nathan actually stuck his dick in her. I mean, that's what he's basically saying.
So what does this mean?
They were never caught in the
What
act.
this means is the judge is sitting there trying to have it both ways, right? Mr. Burger King.
Oh, I'm sure she had it both ways.
Trying to say that I am upholding the value of our institution while ignoring an entire body of legal work that says I must disqualify you. I mean, she was lying to the court, just off the top of my head, and we're going to go through all of this and cover all of this. She lied to the court about when her relationship began. She then continued to lie to the court and badger her team, obstruct justice. She then lied to the court about whether she went to the White House or not. She then lied to the court about the nature of her relationship with Nathan Wade. They then lied to the court by meeting with the witnesses and trying to muscle the witnesses, meeting with her father, meeting with Terrence Bradley. Nathan Wade lied to the court in multiple instances about his personal finances. Fani Willis effectively admitted to open money laundering of taxpayer funds to Nathan Wade. And I think this is most important, when Fani Willis bum rushed, which is the best way we could possibly say it, the stand, she behaved like an absolute lunatic, ranting, raving, throwing things, swinging papers around, yelling. She had to literally be put in timeout by the judge. Does it seem like the kind of cool, level,
she is fighting mad there? Give me a break.
Jurisprudence that you wish?
I'm amazed the earrings didn't come out and the hair didn't go back.
In American history?
Shit, I just showed up in sneakers because I'd have been throwing hands like crazy.
Asked seconds ago on Fox News, one of our favorite political commentators, because the judge has also struck down 6 of the charges that make up the mass preponderance of the case. So can Fani Willis even bring the case forward any longer, given the fact that she can't bring forward the core of her charges? any longer. She's not allowed to argue those. The judge automatically ruled, nope, you're not allowed to even present these in court. That's a great question. Ladies and gentlemen, here's legal expert Jonathan Turley.
I actually think that part of what we're seeing here is the result of improvisation on the law. Much of this is improvised law. What is happening in New York with Alvin Bragg?
Side note, wait, I got to go back a frame or two. That chick in the picture with her that she works with, who else thinks that's a man? Raise your hand. I think that's a man. That don't look like any female I've ever seen. The bone structure is very mannish. The brows, like the whole thing. I mean, I've seen some bitches who look like men, but not like that. She looks like a man. Now, I can't say she is. I'm just saying. I saw her the first time and I was like, oh, that's a dude. That's a dude with long hair. Like, I can't. I'm just saying, this is what this world has done to me, where I'm looking at people going, man, woman, what are you? Like, I don't know. I don't know. But I can tell you, if I have the slightest inkling that I think you might be a man, like, no, can't fuck with you. I can't do it. But at least not for nothing. She's, if it is a female, I feel bad that I said she looks like a man because you're quite attractive, honey. But just not to me. If she is a man, not bad, at least shaven. And that's the other thing. Look at how dark, like that looks like a little bit like old 5 o'clock shadow. I'm just saying. Could happen. But I do want to address the chat. Castro was yelling, I have been told everybody don't be surprised when that judge rules against Trump. I don't feel like he ruled against Trump. I feel like he ruled for himself. That's the way I have to look at this, because I don't think Trump has shit all to do with this at this point. I really don't. I don't think they're looking at it. I think Fani is just trying to save her ass. She don't care. The judge is like, I don't want this. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to make a decision in this. God damn it. How do I do this? Give a decision, be a man of my word, and get the noose off my neck. And I really don't mean to make any like bad jokes or whatever, because that's not what I'm alluding to. However, that's what they're doing. Like, he felt like he was the one that was, okay, he was under the gun. So he just was like, nope, point that shit at somebody else. And he pointed that barrel right at Fani and said, you know what? My decision is she was wrong. I can't say anything against that. I can't bring her up on charges right now. I can't do anything else. But in this decision, I think she needs to decide her punishment. Either way, no matter what she decides, it's a punishment. But now it's up to her. She has to, that's like your parent telling you, go pick out, boy, go get me a switch. You could pick out which one. Like, go out there and you go get me a branch. Go break me off a switch. There's about to be a whooping. But yeah, that's the equivalent of sending her out there to pick her own switch off whatever tree she comes across. No pun intended. But I think that's what he did. And I think it was really effective. I think that no matter how she decides, she's screwed. And he could say, nope, wasn't me. I didn't obstruct justice. He's not going after Trump himself, but he's not standing in the way. But he's like, okay, you make the decision. That's my decision. It's like A or B, C, you pick. He literally did that shit where you like take a girl and you're like, you want to go somewhere? She's like, no, you pick. And no matter what you pick, she's not going to be happy. Because she has something in her brain. The truth is in there. She does want something, but she ain't telling you. She is keeping that secret to herself and telling you, no, you pick. She knows what she wants. But she's not going to tell you, because it's more fun to make you squirm and you make the decision. And no matter what you pick, she's not going to be 100% happy with it. Because it wasn't what she wanted. It wasn't the truth. So, yeah. That's, I mean, it's a very loose interpretation. It's a very bad metaphor, but it's as close as I can get. MZ, I learned that Sandra Day O'Connor was the first woman Supreme Court justice from the movie Dirty Dancing. Girl, I learned so much from movies. Please. I'm one of those people who I watch a movie or a TV show and I have my phone in my hand so I could look shit up. And I'm just like, what'd she say? Let me look that up. I never knew that. Oh, look at that. That's true. Like, oh, no, they got that wrong. Or, oh, that timeline don't sound right. Look that up. I do that all the time. I'm constantly cross-referencing. It's very hard to watch a movie with me. Sometimes you got to take my phone and be like, no, pay attention. Just write it down. Just write it down. Look it up later. And I won't want to. Take the black pill, get it through your system, then get a pitchfork. Can't trust anybody's gender anymore. You really can't. Oh, this judge was 1000% covering his own ass. And he did it really well. I don't think he's a coward nerd. I think he has a career in front of him. He's not old. He has a family. He has a life that he has to provide for. He doesn't want to be out of a job. So I think if anything, he's not cowardly or brave. I think he's cunning. I think he was really, really smart to decide the way he did because he kept his word. He did everything he said he was going to do in the time he said he was going to do it, which nobody really expected. And he doesn't have to bear the brunt of it. He put it in her lap where it belonged to begin with, since everything that went on happened in her lap. Might as well let the decision rest there too. So I think he was very cunning. I don't think he was a coward. I don't think he was brave. I think he was smart. And sometimes when you don't have a good action to take physically, like you can't throw yourself into the fray, you can't prove things. I mean, he's not dealing with provable evidence. He was just dealing with, he said, she said, they said, whatever. And it was a shit show. It really was. It was a shit show. And I think he made the only decision that he could in his own interest. Because he wants to continue to be a judge. He wants to continue to make a living. You don't go to school and do all that, hours in and everything to throw it away over some piece of shit like this. He's like, oh, this bitch isn't ruining my career. She already ruined the career of how many men? Because Terrence Bradley, he's done. Nathan Wade, he's done. God only knows what she did to her lawyer, because her lawyer put her up there knowing she was going to lie, which is illegal. You can get, apparently, according to Ashley Merchant, you can get disbarred for that. For knowingly putting a witness on the stand who you know is going to lie. According to her, that's a disbarable offense. I don't know if disbarable is a word, but it is now. It was a jinx. Daisy Girl, I always expect the worst. Kept getting mad when people were saying the judge was going to rule against Fani. I mean, I was hoping, but I wasn't holding on to too much hope. I always have hope. Hope floats. Don't you know that? Hope springs eternal. If I picked a bad switch, my granddad would get one he liked, right? Nerd nose. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. No matter the way he left it, no matter what decision she makes, she's screwed. Her image, which as we know in this day and age, your image is everything. It doesn't matter what you do. It matters what people think you do. And she is completely obliterated as far as her public image. Completely. Because there will always be mutterings. There will always be somebody looking further and further and further. I mean, I'm amazed the autists haven't fucking gotten into this and been like, you know what? We found pictures and there was CCTV video and there was a traffic thing and blah, 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 and he ran a red light. Like, nobody did this. I'm sure somebody's out there doing this. I'm sure somebody is rabid and unwashed in their basement going through, like CCTV footage and whatever to find something somewhere, because they're out there. And I love those people because we wouldn't know shit without them. But this is not the end of this. There's no way, even with this decision, does this end. If anything, the ones who don't like the decision are going to go even harder to find crap on her. I just find it really, really funny that everything happened when it happened. That this, came out right after the documentary, literally on the heels of the documentary about the election fraud, and that they were just having records supplied to them willy-nilly, like fast as lightning. Most people can't even get a hearing date within the 2 months, and in a week they had the AT&T records and they were analyzed and everything. Like that's unheard of. Everybody said that is unheard of, because they will make you wait months for phone records. And within a week, they were like, yep, it's for the president. Yeah, here you go. Everything right here you go. Everything you could want. I don't even know if they had a warrant. I think they just subpoenaed it and they were like, okay, that's it. One of the happiest days of my childhood was when my grandfather had to tear out the switch bush in the yard. Cat Ninja, happy Friday, honey. Happy Friday. Lady Awesome, I don't even care. I aged myself after my birthday. I decided I'm proud of my age. I earned my hell yeah. Listen, in 2 weeks and 1 day, I turned 50. And I love it. I love it. I never thought I would reach 50, so I'm just going to celebrate it. Hey, baby. What's up? Mimsy, I just got my trash to the curb in time for pickup. Ooh, oh, good God. I'm glad you got it out there. I hate when that used to happen, when we used to have to run our trash out to the curb and I'd forget. God damn it. But all right. So anyway, I just wanted to say that because I really think it's bizarre. But yeah, no, this chick, tell me this chick don't look like a dude. Come on. Look at that facial structure. Look, and then look at the way Fanny's like, look, well, hey, like, trust me, Fanny would not be looking at her like that if she had the JJ. Fanny's just like, you cute. I could rock you. You down there. And please, I mean, we're not even going to get into the fact that I'm sure that her and Nathan role played quite a bit. I'm sure that pegging was involved at some point. Allegedly, I'm kidding. But anyway, I'm sure it was. Anyway, but I'm kidding. But no, I'm not. No, I'm kidding. But I'm not.
On the law. Much of this is improvised law. What is happening in New York with Alvin Bragg is improvised to be the point of the theater of the absurd. I mean, it is, it's using a statute in a way that I don't think can be used. I'd be surprised if it could be upheld. In Georgia, you had Willis put together the most attenuated, in my view, weak racketeering claim to somehow bring together.
Oh, and she went into that classroom like your standard angry fucking woman. She went in there to fight.
The prosecution's own papers. It's just you're left at the end with like, what? I mean, it's almost a random aspect as some of these people being put into this overarching conspiracy. And I think that's the problem.
We're proud, Shelly. I will, Mama. I will.
And we've seen those mistakes, obviously, in this case. In fairness to the judge,
you as well.
You know, he is saying, I don't buy the fact that Willis, brought this case essentially because she was going to bring in her lover and get free trips out of it. I get that. I mean, I think it's very clear that the motivation of Willis was not romantic, but political. That doesn't make it any better. But I can see why the judge said, even if I accept a lot of this evidence, I don't necessarily believe that that was the purpose of the case or how the case was unfolding. My problem with the judge is that these two prosecutors stand deeply contradicted, not just by witnesses, but by cell phone evidence. I find it hard to believe that the judge accepted their testimony as completely credible. So if you believe...
Real quick, the one lie I can't believe they let go is the one where she wasn't supposed to answer the question. And her own lawyers objected, and the judge was going to object and say that they couldn't ask that question, and she answered it anyway. Is, have you ever been to the White House? And she said no. Because they tried to interrupt that lawyer and say, no, you can't ask that. And she answered, and she said, no, I have not. And the lawyer even said, well, I guess I'm going to get my answer anyway. And then they found, because apparently she didn't think about it, they had the documents from the White House of her signing in. And she didn't sign in for like a 10-minute tour, y'all, to use the toilet or whatever. She signed in with Kamala Harris because it said that she went to see the V POTUS. So she saw the V POTUS. And if you look at the times, she was there for hours and hours. If I remember correctly, it was a minimum of like 5 hours that she was there. So what were they talking about? What did she need to be there for 5 hours for? What was the purpose? To meet with the vice president of all people for 5 hours. And then she goes on the stand and outright lies and says that she was never there. That's the lie I'm concerned about. I don't give a shit about the money. I don't care about whose dick was in her. I don't care about none of that. She could have fucked everybody in Georgia except one. And I would have been like, good for you, girl. Go ahead, go get yours. Your coochie's going to fall out, but whatever. Do you. Do you, boo? But she didn't. She lied about going to the White House, and I want to know why. And I want to know why that wasn't used when you have evidence from the White House, unless you're saying the White House just made that shit up. They're like, you know what? I'm going to take some obscure DA from Georgia and throw their name on this list, even though they were never really here for 5 friggin' hours minimum. Like, nope. We didn't. That was a clerical error. We meant Fani Wilson. Same. 2 totally different people. Not Fani Willis. Fani Wilson. That's who it was. It's a typo. She doesn't have the kind of name like, John Smith that it could be 9,000 other people. How many Fani Willises do you think are going to go to the White House to meet with the VP for hours on end? So the evidence is perfectly, legal. It's reputable. Why not follow up on that? Why not hold her feet to the fire over that? Because that shows a huge conflict of interest. That shows her political motivations. That shows that she's willing to go behind the scenes. God only knows what they talked about behind closed doors. That gives me the most pause. That's where my concern lies. Like I said, I don't care who she's fucking. I don't care who she's paying. I don't, because Nathan Wade, he's a fucking shim. Hiring him was probably the best thing that she could do for Trump's case, because he couldn't find his way out of a friggin' open field. He's retarded, and he's the one that's in charge. Okay, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Charges are being dropped and everything. So she's overreaching. Why was she in that White House? What did they tell her to do? What influence do they have on this case? Because if anything, that would tell me justice is not going to be served. This case cannot go to trial because there's political involvement from the White House. And there's got to be laws against that. Like I said, I know nothing about the law. I'm just a layperson sitting here going, this shit don't look right. I assume this motion is going to be appealed and the evidence, like the White House, will be brought in. I hope so. I hope so. Grimmy, hi, honey. Happy Friday. This goes all the way to the top. Absolutely. Found no conflict of interest. That wasn't even the standard hack. I know. I'm blown away. Wade met with the White House counsel in Athens, right? So now they both have had dealings with the White House, but we're supposed to believe there's no political interference whatsoever. This isn't politically charged. She openly said that Trump is guilty. They haven't gone to trial. There was no alleged in there. He's guilty. She has already decided this. She is done. She went out there and said it. So it really, it makes her look bad because she's pushing an agenda. She's not looking for justice. She's looking for a win politically. I want to watch Shelley do the open field thing one day. It can be confusing. So listen, okay, I've gotten We have corn mazes up here, okay, that we all go to in the fall. They are not fun because you have people jumping out at you in the dark, and my poor mother almost died in there. I almost peed my pants, but laughing at her because she was just screaming. She was literally like 10 feet away from the exit. I made it out. She didn't make it out. They had to turn on the lights, go in looking for her. It was hilarious. No. Shelly has been camping and doing like the whole country girl thing since she's little. Don't let living in the city fool you. Trust me, I got this. I'll be all right. All right, so let's see what else they got to say.
Believe that they may have lied on the stand.
So the reason this is all falling to pieces, from our perspective, because I'm not trying to be a doomer. I'm a very optimistic person.
He's gonna lose it.
I was obviously
I knew it. I told you.
And I would put our show up. I mean, I'm trying to be as humble as possible here. I would
This
probably put our
judge
show
is
up
a
against any show in
disaster.
the world when it comes to the
I
coverage
love
of
me
this
some
case.
Joe.
We've been live for many dozens of hours, perhaps even hundreds of hours at this point, at least nearing hundreds of hours, bringing you live this case, sometimes 7-8 hours in a row. Testimony, following, listening. And so I got to tell you, we don't claim to be experts. I went to community college, all right? Don't have a law degree, but man, we have been paying attention to this case. And Fani Willis is guilty. This entire trap now that they're caught in seems to be a trap of their own.
Hi, Inya.
Not only is the
Hope
judge
you're feeling
striking
well
down,
today.
Really the
Oh, your hands were
support
locked
for the
up.
entire
Yeah.
Rico case. But now, of course, he's ripping the prosecutors. I mean, what kind of a delay is this going to take? What if Fani Willis takes herself off the case? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be in step with who she is. What if Fani Willis decides she's going to step down? That's the decision. One thing has to happen. Nathan Wade goes or Fani Willis, and her entire office goes. I think I know what's going to happen. But the reality is the case is now going to be delayed in perpetuity. This case, ladies and gentlemen, will not go forward until this decision is made. This is what was discussed from the courthouse this morning by the on-the-ground Fox News reporter describing the next steps here.
She's her own woman,
Again,
though.
I think if you're arguing like what percentage of this is good, what percentage
She's
is bad,
not going to
it's
like
probably
being
like
told
60,
what to
40,
do.
70, 30 our side. Because what this
So
does is
do
it
not be
blows
surprised if she
another
makes a
massive
knee-jerk
hole
reaction and makes a decision on her own,
and in this prosecutor's ability to bring a case.
and then has to deal with
As
that
we have,
fallout.
let me
She don't make good choices,
directly on
guys.
Page 15 of the ruling. The court finds that the record made at the evidentiary hearing established the district attorney's prosecution is encumbered by an appearance of impropriety. The appearance standard recognizes that even when no actual
Thank you,
conflict exists, it
Wolfram.
does. A perceived conflict of interest, reasonable eyes of the public, threatens confidence in the legal system itself. When this danger goes uncorrected, it undermines the legitimacy and moral force of an already weakest branch of government. Page 12.
Guys,
So,
check
ladies and
out
gentlemen,
Grimmy's music. I love it.
The judge did.
You'll love it too. Make sure to leave him a like and sub to him.
In this ruling, and Big Fani is, well, faced with quite a decision right now. Obviously, Nathan Wade was the gravy train. This was the guy. The whole purpose of doing this was so that they could embezzle taxpayer and federal money on federal
Depends on
charges.
which she loves more, her own
And
ass
so
or
now the
his
case
dick.
cannot go forward until this decision is made. Ladies and gentlemen, the reporting on that.
Much greater. That's what the judge is saying.
He is not going to pick his dick. I can tell you that.
Conversation we're having with Professor Turley there. The case that's been successful so far was in New York, and that was the E. Jean Carroll matter. And I think.
Oh, you have an outro for
New
me?
York City changed the statute of limitations for her to bring that
Awesome.
case. They created a law.
Aw.
It expired after 1 year, and now it goes away. In the Alvin Bragg matter, he's prosecuting Trump as well on the checks that he wrote before he became president. It's my understanding that that statute of limitations had to be altered also. So look, it almost feels like an entrapment.
My mic
here in New
might
York
go
in
wonky
order
because I got to open
prove
Discord. Give me a
whatever it
minute.
is you want to prove, depending on the case. For E. Jean Carroll, it was an allegation that went back, 30 years it was?
Mm-hmm.
And for Trump, I think the statute of limitations was either 3 or 4 years, and it was altered to extend a longer period of time. Now, does that seem fair to you, Andrew?
Well, I think it was the left who was complaining about novel legal ideas a few years ago, and now it's the left who's bringing novel legal theories against President Trump.
Sorry, do you agree with that?
Do I agree that
they're bringing novel theories?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, when we look at the Wade, the prosecution here in New York City, we see that they had to essentially creatively turn it into a felony in order to have the statute of limitations be sufficiently long in order to prosecute him. The nature of the case in New York is really just a misdemeanor case, and they're creatively trying to bring in federal law to essentially create this into a felony prosecution. It's very creative. It's very novel. This has never been done before. We've never seen a president prosecuted. How could it be anything other than that? And I think that there's a lot of respect that is owed to the executive, to the presidency in America. And I think that this is a great.
If you got a link, honey, just send it to my DMs on Discord, and I'll play it.
It seems like
in between.
Says Bill Hemmer. That, by the way, was not the reporting.
Oh, you're so sweet, Grimmy. Thank you.
In just a moment. That was Bill Hemmer's reporting, saying it feels as though the judge is piece by piece ripping down this case. The delay in the case, of course, is going to be horrors for libs who are crying salty rock tears right now. We have clips inbound from all of the major news coverage of this right now, MSNBC and CNN. They are pissed. They are quite angry at this. And when our enemies are angry, we like to drink their salty tears.
Salt those libs. Salt them.
Oh,
can we see some salt in the chat?
Ladies and gentlemen,
come on, throw some salt up there.
Talking about the delay.
I love when he does this shit.
Remember, the delay. The goal of all of this is to put Donald Trump in jail before he can run for president. And now it doesn't seem like they have any option to do that. This was the last thing they had. This was it. This was the last Hail Mary. Everything is going down in flames in the documents case. Everything is going down in flames with the Supreme Court.
Thank you, sweetie.
This is the last Hail Mary case. I suppose if you're being overly optimistic here, the judicial system is working. The gears are grinding very, very slowly here and are delivering results, quite frankly, on behalf of the president. 9-0 decision in the Supreme Court. You can't just rip them off the ballot. The Supreme Court looking at the immunity clause. And that's going to be probably a very, very simple decision. That Jack Smith's case is complete bull. That Donald Trump does have presidential immunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason to speed these cases along, obviously, must put Trump in jail to protect democracy. Really interesting that thinking. How does that thinking work? What kind of pretzel you got to twist your mind into to come up with that? I don't know. But they're crying because this trial will now be indefinitely delayed and, quite frankly, hamstrung forever, based on the fact that they're not sending their best in Fulton County. Here we go, ladies.
Say that it created some potential problems as far as public perception, and some interesting quotes here. He said that he referred to Wade's divorce case. He said Wade's patently unpersuasive explanation for the inaccurate interrogatories he submitted in his pending divorce indicates a willingness on his part to wrongly conceal.
Thanks for the salt, Wolfram. At least you listen.
As the case moves forward, reasonable
now,
members
children.
of the public could easily be left to wonder whether the financial exchanges have continued, resulting in some form of benefit.
That is not enough salt for a margarita. Let's go.
The romantic relationship has resumed. The judge goes on to write, put differently, an outsider could reasonably think that the district attorney is not exercising her independent professional judgment totally free of any compromising influences. As long as Wade remains on the case, this unnecessary perception will persist.
Okay, our reasonable people persist too, as well, and still no.
I saw it. Thank you. I'm going to play it in just a minute.
Answer?
Yeah, actually, my understanding is that the judge has not issued a deadline for DA Fani Willis to make the decision. However, he has said that the trial against former President Trump and his associates will not be able to move forward until the DA makes the decision, whether she recuses herself and her entire office or whether Nathan Wade steps aside.
So this case is indefinitely delayed. And libs are crying about this. Libs are seething about what's going on right now. And I suppose that does make us quite happy. There is still salt flowing. We thought this would be a much saltier day. The total and complete disqualification of this case, plus the destruction, therefore, of the Trump case in general in Fulton County, was the result we were looking for. But what we do have now is further encumbrance, embarrassment piled on, and maybe even the forced Fani disqualification of herself, which is what we're looking at. Here on CNN, the salt was flowing. Salt, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I can't wait
on this program.
Come on.
Our salt shaker shakes on our lib friends as they cry salty,
Salt,
tears. Our salt lib
CNN.
of the morning.
You know what you
CNN
salt
having a
in
coping
life?
seed
Margaritas and snails.
therapy session live on air. Let's go.
Slugs.
Case, he does have some considerable criticism for her. He's saying, look, without sufficient evidence that the district attorney acquired a personal stake in this prosecution or that her financial arrangements had any impact on the case. So there he's addressing the fact that they didn't really prove that she benefited from Wade being on this case when she was in a romantic relationship. She said the defendant's claims of an actual conflict must be denied. So he's like, look, you didn't prove that she had any sort of benefit that she received from the money Nathan Wade was making from this case. But he said
She had a little benefit.
any indication that the court condones this tremendous lapse in judgment.
She didn't make those. She didn't take those vacations on her own.
Attorney's testimony during the evidentiary hearing. Rather, it is the undersigned, the judge's opinion.
Thank you, Mims, for the salt.
Finding of an actual conflict for simply making bad
And for the
choices.
gifted
So this is
membership.
pretty significant. I mean, he
Woo!
is suggesting that he's saying that she had a tremendous lapse in judgment, that she was unprofessional when she testified.
I'll do
Remember,
a
she
clip
was
for you in a
pretty
sec.
contentious, pretty fiery with the defense attorney, insisting that she was not on trial when in fact they were asking her questions because the judge was assessing whether she needed to be disqualified. And then also saying here that she made bad choices. And look, even though she's going to stay on the case, all of this,
You're not
some of this language
adulting
from
well,
the judge, and
Fanny.
we're
Not
seeing the opinion
adulting
now,
well.
so there's likely more. It's really a gift to former President Trump and his co-defendants because they're not only going to fight this case on the merits, they fight it in the court of public opinion. Optics here matter. He has tried to undermine
Oh,
trust
yes.
in the justice system. And if you have a judge
Optics
who's overseeing a case,
always matter.
calling the prosecutor, again, unprofessional, saying that she made a bad decision. She had a lapse in judgment.
So he did go actually, and make sure, guys, as you're reading this, send me the judge going after Fani Willis. I do think that this, again, like, is being the touch light of a feather.
I don't
Something
think
Marjorie
so.
Taylor Greene just posted. Let's go ahead and get that. Let's go ahead and source this and get it up on the screen as soon as possible. Judge McAfee. This is from Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, I love it.
Worked for Fani Willis and donated to her campaign.
She's adultering, but not adulting. That's right.
She's
isn't it?
prosecuting Trump, but only if she removes her lover, Nathan Wade, off the case. Judge McAfee should have recused himself in the first place because this is obvious bias. Now, this is
Aw,
very, very
Castro.
He worked for Fani Willis and he donated to her campaign.
It's okay. It's okay, Castro.
Interesting that. Fani Willis lied under oath and in his courtroom. Fani and Wade conspired with the White House and the January 6th committee to talk about
Yes.
RICO charges. That we
Thank you. This is why I love her.
bona fide, guaranteed, 100% true. Fani Willis, and she lied about it. Overpaid
Focus
her
on the
lover,
right
Nathan Wade,
things.
as he had zero experience with RICO cases and abuse of taxpayer funds. And the Georgia Ethics Board needs to seriously investigate both Fani Willis and Nathan Wade. I filed multiple complaints. The corruption in Fulton County, Georgia, is some of the worst in the nation, and it makes most of us in Georgia sick.
I love her. I really
Absolute
do.
Savagery from Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay, so yeah, no, I fucking love Marjorie Taylor Greene. I do, because she says everything that I'm thinking. Like she's definitely the balls out chick that I would have voted for without a doubt. She don't give a shit. She don't care if you like her. She will tell you, oh, she told that one reporter, fuck off. Like, she's like, why don't you fuck off somewhere? And I laughed for a good, 15 minutes because that lady was just like, she was like, Americans. Real quick, guys. I got a couple things I got to do. One sec. I'll put that back. We'll go back to that in a second. He ain't going anywhere. Let me just cover chat. So, Mimsy. There you go. We got, damn it, I lost it. Mimsy with her membership. Thank you for giving a gifted membership. That went to Nick Dev. I don't know who Nick Dev is, but welcome. Hopefully you join into the conversation. Thanks again, Mims. I love you so much. And she's giving salt. Jacob don't want to give salt. Biden will get reelected because the right has been lullabied into trusting the system and trusting the plan. For fuck's sake, don't put that into the universe. We're taking that back. Universe, he will not get reelected because I will not survive another 4 years of that man. Everything bad in my life is because of Joe Biden. So fuck Joe Biden. Can I get a fuck Joe Biden in the chat, please? I'll pull a page from the lead attorney's book. Y'all, can I get a fuck Joe Biden in the chat? Come on, let me see some fuck Joe Bidens in the chat. That's what the lead would say. Keep your chat engaged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. That's another YouTube personality that I happen to enjoy despite the issues going on with my other favorite YouTube personality. If you put a little bit of salt in your coffee grounds, it helps it not be bitter, yet still be strong. I did not know that. We'll yell and scream about the election getting stolen again. Well, I mean, mark my word. I'm going to mark you. You're going to get a knuckle sandwich. My fave. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I love you, girl. You're so good. You're so good to me. I have something that I want to share because Grimmy went and made, come on. He went and made some music, which I love. I love when Grimmy makes music. Damn it, I really want just this. Oh well, you're gonna see my whole page. I don't care. But I want you guys to hear this. Am I sharing it? Yes, I am. Alrighty. Can y'all hear? I hope you can hear. My son-in-law's uncle came over and put a Joe Biden sticker saying I did that, pointing at my toilet. It's still there. Yes, fuck Joe Biden. Alrighty. Here we go. I like it.
I just wanna run away with you. I'll never let go. Run away with
Aw, Grimmy, that was amazing. I love that. Thank you so much. Oh, I love it. Wait, now my screen won't do the thing it's supposed to do. Okay. Oh my God, I love that so much. Thank you. That was nice. I had the whole shoulder bopping thing going. That was definitely me walking down the street on a normal sunny day in a happy mood with the like iced coffee in my hand. That's that music. Sun on my face, iced coffee in my hand, just bopping away. Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Alrighty. Again, guys, check out Grimsbar's channel. He makes amazing music. And I've been there from most of the songs that he's done from like the very first note. It's amazing watching him put this shit together. You're just like, what the hell? I know the audio through StreamYards is crap. I know, I'll listen to it on my own, but it sounded really good. I love it. Just, I like it when it has that nice slow steady and then it just upticks and that's what gets me going. I'm just like, oh, I'm all calm then. Boom. But that was nice. That was a nice, chill, happy walk. That's happy walking music. And that's in my own world music. Okay. So I don't want to, like I said, today's real chill, guys. I am not trying to be like Queen YouTuber today. It's just not going to happen. I'm just here to hang out with y'all. All right, so let's see. What else is he saying? Yamaha Biker. Oh my goodness. In and out, huh? That was a quickie. You just stopped for a little afternoon delight? You got a nooner. There you go, honey. You say, hey, y'all. So you're up. Hope you're doing better. I am. Thank you very much. I'm almost me again. At least I'm a little peppier. I got a lot done the last day in it. The last day. I don't know. I woke up yesterday full of fucking energy because I was able to get up and eat, and it was just a wonderful thing. Couldn't eat for like 4 days. What's the first thing I decided to eat? Steak. Steak and eggs. That's my go-to. Thank you very much, Mims. I'm glad you stopped by, Yamaha. I miss you. Can't stay busy. See y'all around. We'll see you, honey. I'll catch you in the funny papers. You know that. All right, back to Benny. Back to life. Back to reality. But is it a winning reality? See? I always find a way to work them in somewhere. There's always room for winning.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marjorie Taylor Greene pretty upset. Libs are pretty upset. This judge tried to find
No, that's not what I've
way.
heard.
But we'll see. We'll see if this case even can continue. Judge in Fulton County's Trump case donated to Fani Willis. Here's
Hurry back, lady.
Really can't explain enough how corrupt this all looks on its face. I mean, if your job is to maintain the judicial integrity of a system and the judge is working for the defendant, the judge has donated to the defendant.
He wasn't a judge at the time, I don't believe.
On which way you flip this.
I believe he was just another lawyer, and they do that for one another.
Just lie under oath time and time again about
because he's only been a judge like a year.
Well, like, what other lies won't she tell?
She was actually a judge before he was.
Right. So the most simple example of this is Fani Willis talking about going to the White House. Fani Willis was asked, "Did you go to the White House?"
Yes. She said
this is
no.
her answer on this simple question. Did you go, Fani Willis, to the White House? Go.
She was quick.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it, and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to D.C., did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No, well, apparently I'm going to get the answer anyhow. There you have it. Next question. Okay.
Okay, Fani Willis did go to the White House. Like, we can do this all day. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll do this for 17 hours. I mean, I'm not sure.
All right, look, the appointment was made on the 24th of February at 1650. All right, so what is that? 4:50 in the afternoon. The appointment starts this 4 days later. 4 days. 4 days. And she goes in at 18:30 and stays till 23:59, which is a minute before midnight. Really? Why was she there at midnight? Why? She went in at, 6:30, and it's over a minute before midnight. Number one, that's odd. Why'd they release it in May? It took them 3 months to process that information. And who leaves at a minute to midnight? But even with that, that's still 5.5 hours that she was with the VP. Room side lawn tent. She had Adam Willis, or Adam Willis was somebody else that also went. And okay, so then Willis is a common name, but Fani is not. Especially with that spelling. The judge is what, 35? 35 and that bald? Was his life that hard? No, I don't think he's 35. I think he's older than that. Not only that, that's protected 1A affiliation. Optics aside, political donations have broad protections. Thank you, Grimmy. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love this song. It's amazing. Thank you. It made me happy. They know we won't do shit. Castro, you so mad. Like, it's okay. It's going to be okay. You know what? Because if we can't fight them on that, we'll fight them on something else. You just can't throw in the towel. Everybody's got to do their part, no matter what that might be. Maybe Fannie and Harris are just comparing knee pads. I mean, they might have been sitting there crocheting their, like, you know, monograms into them. Who knows? I'm just saying, I think it's very bizarre that, you know, she's there for 5.5 hours. Could it have been a party? It looks like it might have been a party. It looks like it was a gathering. Who the hell knows? But they said side lawn tent in Washington in the end of February. It's fucking cold. It is cold. Why are they in a tent? Something's not right about this whole fucking thing. Keep voting Republican. Wow, he is 35. He is 35? Then he has had a rough life, because that man looks like he's at least in his late 40s, if not early 50s. New Dave London, disbar Judge McAfee, perjury is now legal. I mean, perjury has never been legal, but it's always been permissible. They just kind of let it slide. I'm serious. If Amber Heard didn't get called on the carpet for her fucking blatant lies, I don't think anybody would. I really don't. Now, if Trump had perjured himself, they would make a huge fucking thing of it. But because of these people, they're in charge. Everybody's in their, not obligation, I guess, in their debt, one way or another. They stick together. You know, it's a weird thing. It has become who you know and who you're affiliated with rather than what you did. Welcome, New Dave. New Dave London. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I think it's very strange that this is in a tent on the lawn with the VP until midnight in the end of February, the dead of winter in Washington, D.C., which is not the South. So it gets cold. It gets wicked cold. I just think it's very, I think it's very fishy. Perjury is legal if you have a D beside your name. Well, I mean, my name is Michelle D. Does that count? Can I perjure myself? Damn, if only there wasn't that little thing where I don't like to lie. I would rather tell you the truth than be like, there, go ahead, do something with it. I will own everything I say or do. And if you don't like it, fuck you. Come at me. I'm always ready for a fight.
The judge has already ruled, so I'm not sure what good it will do, but maybe we'll do this. Like, here's the record of Fani Willis going to the White House. What more do you need? Shouldn't this be enough? Shouldn't this be enough? If you lie about this, the interesting thing about liars is that if they lie about little things, they'll lie about big things. The interesting thing about liars is if they lie about whether they were at the White House, even though there is a Secret Service record of Fani Willis being at the White House, what else won't they lie about? Fani Willis, of course, should face felony charges for these lies. The Georgia Senate is one of
She
multiple
absolutely
bodies now
should, but she
investigating
won't.
Fani Willis.
And
Jim
we knew
Jordan has
that.
fired off subpoenas and may hold Fani Willis in contempt of Congress.
We
Fani
knew
Willis
that.
may be arrested by Congress. I mean, that's a real possibility. Like, this is exactly what they did to Peter Navarro. Exactly what they did to Steve Bannon. Fani Willis has not responded to Jim Jordan. And Jim Jordan saying, okay, we're going to hold you in contempt. And vote to hold Fani Willis in contempt. Because they're investigating Fani Willis's misuse of federal funds and silencing of whistleblowers. So is that what's up next? Ladies and gentlemen, the Georgia Senate is also investigating Fani Willis and her conduct. Here's how that hearing went as it pertains to these demonstrable lies to the court.
I wonder, okay, so in that testimony, did she deny?
People keep forgetting that she fired that whistleblower.
Affair?
Yes, she said it started in early of 2022. There was some discrepancy between them, a month or two here and there, whether it started, generally it was around March is what Mr. Wade.
So what are the consequences for an attorney to give sworn testimony that she did if you're Bradley, what is it, Yerke? Yerke, your TrackAlk data, your other independent verifications are found to be truthful?
It's a crime. It's a felony. You'd lose your license. It's perjury.
Same for Wade.
Yes. And we have rules that are one of the, outside of privilege and confidentiality, we cannot suborn perjury. So if I have a client who tells me I did it, I can't put them on the stand to say I didn't do it.
I said that earlier.
I cannot do that.
And you're.
So did she meet with Kamala Harris and the White House and the January 6th committee before bringing this indictment of Trump? Oh, hell yeah, she did. Here's the proof.
Open records for the White House access, and we had records that Ms. Willis and the mayor of Atlanta were at meeting with the vice president.
Okay, and so this is the access.
I love your cynicism,
White
Castro.
House keeps records if anybody comes in and has any kind of official meeting for sure.
Yes, and my understanding is it's highly regulated who can access the White House, and so you have to apply in person or apply ahead of time, and then they give you a time when you make the appointment, and they give you a time when you're allowed to be in and when you have to be out by, and they track you. And that makes sense. They don't want anybody lingering in the White House.
I would love to know if there was a party or like a meeting that day. There's got to be record of it somewhere.
But they're publicly available. They're open records.
And this record that's shown on the screen shows Fani Willis was a visitor with V. POTUS. I presume that's Vice President of the United States.
Yes, it was.
And what was the date of that back in, was that February sometime, 23?
February 28, 2023.
Is that before the indictment?
Yes.
So that's the evidence presented to the Georgia Senate, who's also investigating Fani Willis, along with the United States House, along with the governor of Georgia, who's just signed a
Thank you,
law
Mimsy.
for judicial review and removal.
She doesn't like when I say thank you, so I'm going to say it twice as much because I appreciate you and I love you.
Political
You and Wolfram.
like this.
All my mods. But thank you for posting all the time. I appreciate that.
Yesterday. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the disqualification of Fani Willis will be the end of this case. Fani Willis, hope against hope, but if Fani Willis decides, hey, I'm not going to be moving forward with this prosecution, this thing's a dumpster fire, I'm done, that means the entire case is done. Here's MSNBC
Yeah, she ain't gonna do that.
saying that
Now she's going to be out for revenge.
On this case is the
The public humiliation.
Georgia is a supermajority Republican state, and that supermajority, of course, anywhere else other than Fulton County would never bring these charges. Watch.
Again, I think this shows that Judge McAfee is taking, his duty seriously with respect to really not letting politics play a part in his decisions whatsoever.
I just wonder if he would go there, if he would dismiss charges, if he's planning to throw out the case or remove it from Fani Willis altogether, as we await that decision over the question about whether, there was misconduct with her relationship and Nathan Wade.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't have anything to do with it. These are completely distinct legal issues. And certainly his decision on the disqualification, as we all know, does not kill the case in and of itself. He wouldn't dismiss the indictment. It would just be reassigned to sort of a governing body in Georgia to then be reassigned.
That's an unfortunate list.
I myself feel, and many other people feel, that would, in effect, essentially be the death knell for this case because, another time when Fani Willis was
6 charges, y'all. He dismissed 6 charges. How many are there? 35 charges?
At that body, it hasn't been reassigned yet. I don't know that there are many other prosecutors in the state of Georgia that would want to take on this case, that have the resources, the expertise. And so this, could be sort of death by a thousand cuts.
I wonder how many of them were essential for the RICO case.
That is coming from MSNBC of all places. But inside of a state of, you're on perilous grounds here. And it's going to lead to me having a larger and broader attempt.
You don't like the attention or the appreciation, but you deserve it. So you'll take it and like
You ever
it.
seen a map of America? Like a map of
Eat
America
the thank yous.
is a
Eat
massive
them.
red country, like a county by county map of, let's say, the 2016 election. Get me a county by county map of 2016 election. We live in a red country. The country is red.
Absolutely.
The vast majority of every state, including every Democrat state, is red. The vast majority of California is red. The vast majority of New York is red.
Jersey is turning
We live in a
red.
red country
It's
with teeny
weird.
blue dots. And those little blue dots are where these charges get brought. But that's insane, because the rest of the country could also reasonably bring charges like this against Democrats. Turnabout is, of course, fair play. Yet you see nothing happening from district attorneys in places where Hunter Biden did business, Jim Biden did business, James Biden did business. You see no movement in states like Arkansas. Love Sarah Sanders, friend of the show. But that's where the Clinton Global Initiative is founded and still exists today. The Arkansas district attorney is like a MAGA, like super America First Republican. The district attorney there. So are the federal prosecutors. So why aren't they bringing cases against the Clinton Foundation and the Clintons? That
Why
don't make
did
no
I never
sense.
notice that mole on his face?
Why are we not fighting fire with fire? Boys, get me the map of America, please. I want to show this.
Now I can't
Because
stop
what you
looking
can
at it.
see is you can
Damn
see if
it.
you look at a county by county level that they're screwed. In places like Illinois, the entire state is red. Every single county votes Trump, except for one, Cook County. In Fulton, the entire state is red, except for Fulton, in Georgia, except for Fulton County. The entire state is a brick of red, except for one dot. And then Democrats use that leverage, because they
That's what I
actually
keep
use
saying.
leverage to prosecute Donald Trump. When are Republicans going to wise up? When are Americans going, like, when are Republicans going to, like, recognize that, like, these kind of things matter? That if you fight, by the way, this is not the map I want. I want the 2016 presidential election map, please. This is the
We're going to speed him up a little.
If you fight these kind of battles, expect a country that is prepared to fight back. They can't move the case out of Fulton County because no other prosecutor in the entire state of Georgia would ever touch it. Georgia is a Republican supermajority state with a end-to-end Republican legislature, House, Senate, governor's office, supermajority. Secretary of State, all the boards, everything appointed by Republicans. So why does Fani Willis get so much power in a state like that? How can this not be shut down? The way that it got shut down here in my state. There was a Soros prosecutor in my city that refused to prosecute state law. I live in Tampa. What did Ron DeSantis do? He said, nope, you work for the government of our state. You're done. And just removed him. The guy sued and screeched and whined and everyone cried. Nope, he's gone. And Ron DeSantis appointed someone else. Did the same thing, I think, in Orlando with a Soros prosecutor. That's how it works. This is how governance works, ladies and gentlemen. And so when are we going to fight back? Fani Willis could and should be
Georgia governor, he can do that.
Fani Willis is making
Who's the governor there? Kemp?
an embarrassment, a mockery of the system.
He's already shown he's got no balls
By a
whatsoever.
judge who donated to her and worked for her. Does that sound like justice to you?
Castro, that would be amazing.
This is what it looked like in 2016 when Donald Trump ran for president. What does that country look like to you? Oh, by the way, like states like mine in Florida have gotten far redder. I think Democrats won like 2 counties now. So there are many states that have gotten far redder since this map, since this election result.
Yeah, because look at how
Look at
blue
this map.
Jersey is.
And then
Oh,
remember,
jeez.
people spent the better part of the last 8 years saying Donald Trump stole the election.
Oh, I hang my head in shame.
And you can see sort of where Georgia is right there. Just a speck, just a little speck of blue. Just a sprinkling, right? Yeah. Just a sprinkling. 1 or 2 blue counties kind of clustered together. Yep. That's the country. This is the country we live in. So we live in a red country with teeny blue dots, and that is where these criminals operate. So I've had enough of it, ladies and gentlemen. CNN has been on air saying that, listen,
Bye,
this
nerd.
entire trial may
Talk to you
well be
later.
just a massive screw up. That this is like turned into a sideshow, and that this isn't, frankly, going to end well. This isn't the ringer that they all thought it was. Here, ladies and gentlemen, in CNN sort of admitting what we've all been covering and what we've all known for quite a while.
That phone call is still part of the case. There are other charges in the case that squarely relate to that phone call. For example, the first count in the indictment, which is the very broad racketeering count, will still include that conduct. There are other fraud counts that would still include that conduct. So I don't think this ruling changes the type of evidence that the DA is going to be able to introduce, but it does knock out some of the charges. And look, it's embarrassing for prosecutors. It's a screw up by prosecutors when you bring a charge and then a judge throws it out before it even goes to trial.
So, hey, listen, CNN, MSNBC, all of them are crying on air. That does make me very happy. Apparently, though, there is some fangirling going on over Fani Willis and her team. Over on MSNBC, they are saying that Fani Willis is just
the dueling Jacob.
It's just so sad what's happening to her. Truly, it's really hurting our feelings, what's happening to Fani Willis. MSNBC has decided that they're going to go full
Got
fangirl.
it.
So expect this, that I predict the next portion of the media, like protection racket, will go, hey, you can't make fun of Fani Willis. You're not allowed to make fun of Fani Willis. Like, Fani Willis is an icon. Get ready. She's going to get the full Stacey Abrams treatment. The full Stacey Abrams treatment is going to happen.
Oh my God, that woman was a
MSNBC
fucking nightmare.
doing their very best at propagandizing what a smart, what a deeply intelligent, what a wise person.
Every time she opened her mouth, it was I lost IQ points every time.
Only stays where she rests her head. Remember, Fani Willis lied at least demonstrably 5 different times in her testimony. But yes, slay queen.
He started before the special grand jury was even put together. He kind of spearheaded this investigation. So he took this investigation, he fed it into the special purpose grand jury, got those results, and then he also participated in the grand jury. And so you have to think about the institutional and historical knowledge that Nathan Wade has. All of that being said, if the solution here is to move forward with DA Fani Willis and the rest of her team, including the other skilled and incredibly competent special prosecutors in Anna Cross and in John Floyd, who we know is the king of RICO, or the kind of the professor of RICO in Georgia, again, like I say, Mika, it's a no-brainer. That's what you do.
So, hey,
How many of those charges, though, were linked to the RICO case?
We'll see.
Or were essential for the RICO case? That's what I want to know. What charges did he dismiss?
It doesn't really hold water. Seems kind of twisted. Recent segment on Fox News sort of talking about how this decision will affect the rest of the case, ladies and gentlemen, calling it twisted legal steel. Let's go.
As one of the guests said, he did say it was legally improper because you're providing a public comment that creates dangerous waters, he said, for the district attorney. So again, we know what the choices are. The judge's main concern was that he wants people to have confidence in the ultimate findings at the end of this trial.
Okay, all right. So we're going to see whether or not people have confidence, Shannon, right? Because a lot of folks are going to look at this and think that it was twisted legal steel. Can you understand that?
Absolutely, because as Professor Turley and others have pointed out, it feels like this goes in a number of directions. He does say reasonable people, the judge says, could find or feel that there was untruthful testimony from Willis or Wade, and yet he said there was not enough evidence for me to find actual conflict of interest. So all of those, travel records and all of those things, he said we did not get to that standard, but I can understand why some people think maybe they didn't get the full truth from these people who took the stand. So for that reason, it's going to be a win and a loss on this motion for both parties. You're going to win some and lose some. Ultimately, the trial stays on track. If Fani Willis decides to stay in charge of it, she has her option to, Nathan Wade can step away. But ultimately, what I want to make sure the judge says is that people feel at the end of the day, we've done things properly. But he admits there are things that did not add up in the testimony.
Does it stay on track? Especially when you consider that the Georgia Senate is looking at this and the Governor Brian Kemp could as well?
Listen, if Fani Willis decides to stay and keep her team together, absent Nathan Wade, they can get right back on track with this trial. But remember, there are all kinds of other things that have to happen before they get to this trial, including finding a jury who has been hearing about this nonstop, not only on national stations, but there locally in the Atlanta papers, the Atlanta stations. You've got to find a jury now and cobble them together who doesn't have some opinion about what they've heard in this disqualification trial. So there are many more steps, many more challenges I expect to come from these defendants as they move forward in the wake of Judge McAfee's decision.
Okay. Well, I guess it does, frankly, there is a silver lining here, Rolls-Royce. And that silver lining is that we can go to Fulton County and we can ask people about Fani Willis. I mean, hey, listen, we've already done our best here. We've gone to a Trump rally, wore the mugshot t-shirt, and asked people at the Trump rally what they thought and to give a message to Fani Willis. We had a heck of a good time doing that. So we look forward to doing far more of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Davis will be joining the program here.
That's all right. And it's easy to catch up. We're just bullshitting.
What happened here? We've been reading you the opinion. We've been sifting through it. Nobody expected this at before 9 a.m. We were live within 10 minutes of it dropping.
I'm literally only here because I missed you guys.
Sit through this. I want to bring on legal experts, so we are obviously going to be doing that for you. What Fox News just mentioned there, though, is really important. Like, how do you even get a jury pool that is unbiased? You're going to get liars, right? You're going to have to stack the jury pool with psychotic, TDS, Trump-hating sycophants that just want to see Donald Trump in jail. And there are some of those people in Fulton County. How do you possibly get a reasonable jury pool here? How do you get people that haven't already been biased by this case? This judge is a coward. I mean, I'll just straight up say it. It could have been worse. The judge could have done nothing.
I don't think he was a coward. I think he saved his own ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, we went to a Trump rally.
Did he want a moment of glory or does he want a career?
And well, we had a great time. We think you'll enjoy. Have a watch. What's your message to Donald Trump?
Thank you for being here.
Why do you like Donald Trump?
Because he makes America great. Free Donald, man.
Yeah, free Trump.
Hey, man, I love you. Make America great again. Hey, he big time gangster, man. You know what it is, man. Yeah. That's Donald right there. Vote for the Trump, man. That's about it. They scared of the Donald, man. Joe Biden don't want no smoke, man. They ain't stepping for Donald like that. They ain't riding for Donald like that, man. We
You don't want no smoke.
Look at my African American over here.
You don't want none of this.
Are you the greatest?
You ain't black. On August 24th, 2023, Donald Trump received this mugshot from Fulton County. This event created the largest political backlash the world has ever seen. This mugshot did not ruin Donald Trump. It made him an icon, a legend, a gangster.
Boy, this gangster. Can't lie to you.
In the moments after the mugshot, people were in the streets of Fulton County screaming, "Free my boy Trump." Rappers are getting tattoos of this mugshot on their bodies, and even Snoop Dogg's coming out saying, "I've got nothing but love for Donald Trump." We decided to go to a Trump rally in the Deep South and see what people thought about this mugshot by wearing one on our shirt. This is Benny on the Block, Trump mugshot edition. Let's go. Possibly the longest line I've ever seen for a Trump rally. What do you think of my t-shirt, man?
I love the mugshot. Thank you, Georgia.
This is straight gangster.
Gangster, I love it.
It's awesome. I love your shirt.
People putting this on their sheet cakes on their birthday, getting tattoos of this.
Absolutely.
There are rappers getting like full 5 tattoos of this.
Yeah.
Don't tell my wife I got one too.
Yeah.
It's a tramp stamp.
On the back.
Oh.
How did you know?
I knew.
I love your shirt, man. It's beautiful. You have great fashion sense.
Thank you very much.
What a beautiful mugshot. It might be the most beautiful
He's
mugshot
so
ever.
cute.
Oh, good.
He's a gangster. He's a gangster. Yeah.
I love it. I wish I had one to wear tomorrow night when I DJ because I'm ready for Trump to get back in office.
Love it. I mean, just, better profile that, that he's had in the years that he's been in office. It says something to the community. And it really means a lot to people, just, ordinary folks that, that represent freedom and love, people that stands up. And even our president, and what he's doing, he's standing up for us.
Man, your shirt is awesome. When I saw it, I was like, Vinny, yeah.
I think your shirt's awesome.
That's my favorite picture of Trump. Like, I love that. Once people saw that mugshot, they were just like, I can't do anything but vote for this man.
I mean, it's pretty gangster. I mean, the mugshot.
I think it's pretty funny. I've seen the memes and stuff, and I think it's pretty good stuff.
This is like backfire, right? Because this makes Trump a gangster.
Yeah, so do you.
Yeah,
he doesn't surrender.
I love this guy right here. Let me give this guy. I love this guy right here. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that entire video will be up and out.
I don't know if I'd want Kanye endorsing me, but
very
meh.
level-headed best to ensure that you have the most accurate information, the most entertaining information, and that you are, quite frankly, entertained. Sorry, I just got a notification. Mike Davis will be joining the show, ladies and gentlemen, momentarily to talk about this. The thing that I really want to always bring to our coverage of these moments are expertise and people's opinion of this stuff. Like, from our perspective, we learn so much about the system and what's going on when we bring on legal experts. And when we bring on people that actually know the legal system. Mike Davis has created what could, if there is a Republican defense judicially of Donald Trump, Mike Davis created it. And so Mike Davis will be joining the program here, ladies and gentlemen, momentarily. Perhaps we can talk to Mike Davis about this very special moment during the testimony where Terrence Bradley, the attorney for Fani Willis, was brought back onto the stand and was asked to account for obvious, egregious lies of Fani Willis, talking about when their relationship began. This leading, of course, to the very famous "oh dang" moment. How guilty are these people? And it's really disgusting. We have this tweet here that shows when the judge donated to Fani Willis. We actually have the receipts here. Judge McAfee donated to Fani Willis in 2020. McAfee is allowing Fani Willis to remain, despite Terrence Bradley saying "dang" after realizing texts prove Nathan Wade and Fani Willis were in a relationship before Willis hired Wade to get Trump. Trump won't receive a fair trial.
That's kind of a weak
receipts right there. $150
approach.
Doesn't matter. Could have been $1. The judge donating to Fani Willis. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Really, truly breathtaking. Just a coincidence, says Jack Posobiec. The Fani Willis ruling was assigned to a judge who used to work for Fani Willis. Nothing to see here. Ronnie Jackson, another politically motivated judge. Fani Willis should be disbarred. Her boyfriend prosecuted and fired. All charges need to be dropped. Americans are sick of this endless witch hunt for election interference. Truly. I mean, is there any justice?
I love that. It's not a tramp stamp. It's a Trump stamp.
It really is infuriating. Listen how guilty these people are. Here's Steve Sadow, Donald Trump's attorney, questioning Terrence Bradley and getting him to go, "oh, dang," during all this.
Okay, in Defense Exhibit 26, which I showed you last time,
That's true, Mims.
was 2 pages of text messages between you and Miss Merchant, correct? Correct.
He's always kind unless you go up against him.
Starts off by saying, Miss Merchant, like, just date, don't hire
Northern
him.
aggression.
Do you think it started before she hired him? You see that?
He said, "Dang."
Yes, I see it, yes. And your response to that
Oh, he sees
was
it.
absolutely, correct?
Can't believe his eyes, but he sees it.
After the word absolutely, you, on your own,
That
said it
Pantene
started
did you
when
in.
She left the DA's office and was judged in South Fulton. They met at the municipal court CLE conference. That's what you said, correct? That is correct.
You got that Pantene.
Is that the words of a person who's innocent when presenting
Kills me.
evidence of a crime? Oh, dang. Yeah. The conversations get even worse. The conversations reveal more lies. Just a reminder.
I mean, they were friends. So it was interesting to see him so adversarial on the witness stand. But this one from January 5th, 2024, they had been texting back and forth about Fani Willis and Nathan Wade's relationship. Ashley Merchant texts, "Do you think it started before she hired him?" Terrence Bradley, absolutely. Terrence Bradley says it started when she left the DA's office and was a judge in South Fulton. Then we got into that part, Phil, where Ashley Merchant was talking about this in court.
Where they had sex in the back office.
Upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. Terrence Bradley texts back, "No, municipal court." She says, "Thank you." And he goes on to say, "But you can't put where they met because not many people know that."
In other words, don't blow up my spot.
I can't recall. It's right here in green and black and white.
How much more
green and black?
I mean, again, we asked the question at the start of the show. 9 a.m. we started the show. Ruling was 8:55. Where will there ever be justice? Like, I mean, at what point? This like reminds me of Joe Biden. There's so much evidence. There's such a preponderance of evidence. Will there ever be actual justice? Will any of these people ever face any consequences? The Clintons, Obama, or is there a protection ruling that says that these people will forever be allowed to, with impunity, break the law, loot the treasury, commit crimes, partner with the communist Chinese?
Loyalty is paramount for Trump. It absolutely is.
When taking the stand,
Loyalty is a big thing up here.
Meltdown.
Hey, bud, what's
She
up?
threw papers. She had a meltdown and
Happy
started throwing
Friday.
papers and screaming. Here's what that looked like.
She wasn't throwing papers. God, much melodrama.
Would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there. What condo? What apartment? I want to be clear. So not your house. I know you classified.
She
one
had
house
a
as one condo, so I'm
tube.
trying to use those terms. So there's been more. See, what you don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I
If you could ask a more precise
yes,
question.
please give me the time period. Mr. Wade visited you at the place you laid your head. When? Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head? So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
Well, Mr. Sena, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes.
You are not at the pulpit, honey. You at work. We flat pancake titties.
Somebody who like takes the papers and starts screaming about herself. And she's done this. She did this throughout the entire, I mean,
She
literally.
did not think through that wardrobe in the morning.
Process.
Or that
I mean,
caked on makeup
wild.
that was
To let you
flaking
know
off.
Exactly how rigged this system is against Donald Trump. Exactly how weaponized it all is. This clip.
Ugh.
This clip where Fani Willis has a meltdown and says that she's not on trial. These people are on trial for rigging an election, for trying to rig an election, trying to steal an election. Fani Willis says. Projection, anyone? Was there any signature verifications in Fulton County? Apparently, there were 150,000 votes in Fulton County that had no signature verification. Just ballots shoved through machines. Nobody knows where they come from. This is in Fulton County. This is the place that Fani Willis is overseeing. Fani Willis having a meltdown, declaring that she's already found Trump guilty. She already is determined. No prosecutorial jurisprudence. She's already found Trump guilty. I'm not on trial. Trump's on trial. Watch.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken when you Well, no. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial. So,
what class? Truly.
She is just a ratchet bitch.
What a wise.
She
and
really
shining
is.
testament
I got no use
to
for her
the
at all.
Value of our judicial. Like there should be total like these
Shut my mouth though, since I'm moving to Georgia.
Like should not be elected. Like it's different everywhere around the country. But like judges and prosecutors, like, they should be appointed by a board. Like you shouldn't have like somebody in such low functioning, like be able to lie and be able to disgrace the courtrooms. I mean, does anybody like? There's a lot of people who live in Fulton County. Does anybody think they're ever going to get a fair trial? Like when you look up on the stand and you see this. Here, this, for instance, this judge that worked for Fani Willis and donated to Fani Willis, saying he's going to strike her testimony because she's losing her mind. Watch.
that's before I had to abandon my home, Judge. And at my home in South Fulton, he never came there, okay? So if you don't come someplace, you can't live there.
So that's, I'm going to have to caution this. It's going to be my first time out to caution. I'm going to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens again and again, I'm going to have no choice but to strike the testimony. So I need to break this down. This merchant's question, I believe, is asking whether you lived anywhere other than South Fulton.
So that was the sound that went with that little hand gesture.
I'm going to like kick you off the stand, effectively. This is the guy who used to work for her and donated to her. Fani Willis.
This gaslighting should be restricted. Only yes or no questions allowed. That would work. I mean, the thing is, she just kept digging her own grave.
know how to account for, let's say, $1,000, or in her words,
Yes or no would have been to her benefit. She kept supplying information.
I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're gonna get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
And again, that dress, just so y'all know, that is not on backwards. Yes, it's a very bad zipper to put in the front. That's usually what they put in the back. But they thought the dress that was backwards is $150 Nordstrom's dress. That is a $40 internet knockoff dress, and it's on correctly. It's just a badly made, ugly, ill-fitting dress in a really shit color, because that color does not work for her. Now, that red dress she wore, that shit was hot. And she wore a good bra and a decent girdle with it so that you didn't see all the cottage cheese and the hanging fupa. But in this dress did her no favors. But it is on correctly. It's just, cheap and ratchet, like her.
Then you're gonna get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
if you told me it was a G, you're going to get $1,000. You want a G?
You want a G? I want a G. I want 10G, 100G.
Find him in G's. You can get a interpreter there. One of the craziest moments from Fani Willis' testimony is when she was talking about, like, she was being asked by Donald Trump's lawyer, Steve Sadow, about her relationship with Nathan Wade. And she decided to, instead of just answering the question, start screaming about emasculating black men. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the wildest scenes I've ever seen on TV. You want me to emasculate a black man? What are you talking about?
I am not going to sit up here and emasculate a black man. She made sure to enunciate the fuck out of that.
Very briefly.
Yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us. I'm talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous, or mismerchants that you have joined, is...
Ma'am, I didn't ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you. Okay, I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020? And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
Very limited contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do appreciate the
I'm not
characterization.
going to emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
All
Well, I
right,
don't think we should discuss
Did you understand it? Because you just did that.
You see, like, the way that she's speaking, and like the venom that she's spitting.
I don't want to rip his balls off and make him into a chick, but his dick didn't work. That's basically what you got up there and said.
Despises the prosecutors. She's a despicable human being.
He couldn't fuck his way out of a wet paper bag at that time. That's why this is preposterous.
How is anyone
That's
supposed to
basically
get
what
justice
you're
for
saying.
Donald Trump? Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, somebody who has
Stop
gotten a good deal of justice for Donald Trump, somebody who's responsible for the Supreme Court justices, 3 of them that Donald Trump was able to appoint, somebody who has created the sort of rock-ribbed integrity of
This bitch
jurisprudence
kills me.
from the Republican Party, a party that
She
needs
really
much
does. The balls
firmer
on her.
testicular fortitude to ensure that something like this doesn't happen. You know how you stop something like this happening? You bring cases like this to Hunter Biden and the Biden family, everywhere they've ever done business, and then it stops. You flip it around. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if Mike Davis will agree with me on that. Mike Davis joins the program now.
Here we go. Special guest. I'm just stream sniping all of Benny.
We're disappointed, quite frankly. But maybe we're missing something.
I was gonna watch it. Might as well just watch it with you guys. Have some
Well,
fun.
it's not surprising given that this judge is facing
Winning
an election,
sleeping.
This November from a Democrat opponent, and this Democrat opponent just appeared after this judge heard this disqualification, this motion to dismiss from the Trump co-defendants. And so, this is, look, if the judge followed the facts and the law, there's no question he should have disqualified Fani Willis and her office, because Fani Willis has an illegal financial stake in a criminal prosecution. You cannot have that as a prosecutor. And she has this illegal financial stake because she illegally hired her secret unqualified boyfriend, Nathan Wade, to bring unprecedented RICO charges against President Trump and 18 co-defendants. She paid him $250
Rico is involved, guys.
and counting. He colluded with the Biden White House, including the White House counsel, before she brought this indictment. He billed his time for those meetings, so that's undisputed. He also billed 24 hours in a single day. In return for hiring this unqualified boyfriend, he took her on lavish trips to the Caribbean, to Napa, to Belize. She lived the high life, right? She said she paid him back with cash because her Black Panther father told her to keep 6 months of cash laying around the house, but she didn't explain how she replenished
Can't
that
go
cash
wrong
after
with Benny,
she
though.
reimbursed him
No, I know.
thousands of dollars as a
I know.
Black Panther cub to her Black Panther father. She's lying. She committed
You got to
perjury,
reel him in
this
once in a
court.
while,
She
though.
suborned perjury. She obstructed justice. She took bribes. She violated the gift ban in Georgia in Fulton County. There's no
She
question that
did.
this
Anything
judge
over
should have
$100 bucks, you
disqualified
have to
her on
report.
this case, but
She didn't
he followed
report
the facts of the
shit.
law, but instead he caved
She said,
to
no,
the
I got
benefits
no
and spirit
gifts,
of
which
Fani
is
Willis. We saw
virtually
that at
impossible.
this evidentiary hearing. He couldn't even look at her when she was dragging Scott McAfee, this young new judge with young kids, around his own courtroom. And the Democrats put up a Democrat opponent for November in this overwhelmingly Democrat Fulton County. So he caved to the political pressure. There's just no other way to look at it.
Is there any justice at all? Like, I mean, again, we have an optimistic show, but it just seems like time and time again, everyone skates, whether it's the Clintons, the Bidens, whether it's Fani Willis. We've been covering this, Mike, for what seems like hundreds of hours live. Like, we've been tuning into every single trial, listening in, like going live for 7 hours at a time. We don't claim to be legal experts, but we are experts on this trial. And there are just demonstrable lies that she told. So is the rule now you just go and lie to the court? You just lie? Like, that's the rule? You just lie?
The most egregious thing that she did was she knew that there was a false affidavit submitted in Nathan Wade's divorce proceeding. And Nathan Wade and Fani Willis got 8 other attorneys in the Fulton County DA's office. So 10 attorneys in the Fulton County DA's office submitted this false affidavit from Nathan Wade's divorce proceeding in response to.
And that's why
co-defendant
the
Mike
entire
Williams'
office
motion
would have to
dismiss
go.
This criminal proceeding in front of Scott McAfee. So Fani and her dumb boyfriend Nathan Wade knew that this affidavit was false. They put the careers and lives of 8 other attorneys, their subordinates in the Fulton County DA's office, in serious jeopardy. And they submitted this to Judge McAfee. And Judge McAfee knows that this affidavit was false that they submitted. He knows that she lied numerous times in her courtroom. She knows that she suborned perjury, and he caved to the political pressure.
So in every single other legal vacuum, that this judge should have simply said, you're disqualified, and maybe then some. Like,
Yeah,
you're not
I mean,
allowed to be a lawyer anymore.
If I were this judge, I would have. She had a minimum. Fani Willis and her.
She's got so many legal hurdles ahead of her now.
Illegally tainted since before its inception.
And they're going to be able to create so many motions that they can stall this case indefinitely.
Relationship started with Nathan Wade before they brought this unprecedented indictment, this RICO indictment against Trump and 18 others. And then now we understand why she brought a RICO indictment, because Nathan Wade can make a lot of money off of this indictment at $250 an hour, $700,000. He's such a dumb, unqualified, bad attorney that this judge dismissed 6 of the 41 counts because they were incomprehensible. And I knew this judge was going to do this all along, just because he's a Kemp judge. He was a Kemp appointee. He couldn't look at her in the courtroom when she was being highly inappropriate in his courtroom. He couldn't even look at her to get her under control. But when he started doing radio interviews before this ruling, talking about this case, and when he dismissed those charges that really don't matter, I knew that he was trying to split the baby here. I knew that this would be a political decision, because he fears Fani Willis, he fears her political machine, and he fears that he's going to lose his job this November.
So, I mean, he may well lose his job anyway. So why not just rule correctly?
You would think so. This showed horrific judgment on the judge's part. Horrific judgment. He put politics above the facts and the law. He put his political career above the law.
So what going forward here? I mean, this then sort of demonstrates to the entire world that this is an entrapment case for Donald Trump, and that the judge, the jury, the prosecutor, who Fani Willis had this meltdown when we just played it before he came on, where she goes, "I'm not on trial. You're on trial for stealing an election." Like, what prosecutorial?
You're not going to put me on trial.
And calmness and blind justice to then have a raving lunatic on the stand screaming that she already has decided Donald Trump's guilty here, right? Like, it just shows kind of that this is all a farcical demonstration to put Donald Trump in prison, right? I mean, is that it? Like, that's it? We just have to accept that reality?
No, we don't have to accept that reality. What we need to say is we're not going to let Democrats, prosecutors, and Democrat lawyers, and Democrat lawmakers, and Democrat judges, and Democrat juries, and these Democrat hellholes like New York, D.C., and Atlanta decide who is our next president. The American people get to decide the next president. And this lawfare will end when the American people go in on November 5th, 2024, and tell these Democrats to shove it up their asses. We're going to pick the president, and it's going to be
nice.
So maybe you can
nice.
Through, like, game theory this. What
Trump
happens
stump.
next? So does it actually go to trial before the election?
It very well could. And I think that President Trump and these co-defendants should appeal this ruling. I think that they've indicated that they're going to appeal this ruling, because this is
without a doubt.
This Fani Willis is clearly illegally conflicted. Her entire office is illegally conflicted. She took a financial stake in a criminal prosecution. No wonder they brought RICO charges. No wonder they charged 19 defendants with the most absurd legal theory imaginable. It is not a crime to object to a presidential election. It's allowed by the Electoral Count Act of 1887. You don't see Democrats in prison for objecting to Republican wins in 1968, 2000, 2004, and 2016. It's also not a crime to twist arms politically and put pressure on politicians and other government officials. That's protected by the First Amendment, right? And they're saying that there were fake electors that Trump submitted. No, they were alternate electors, like what happens with every election challenge, like 1968, 2000, 2004, 2016. You need to have contingent electors. So if you legally prevail, your electors can vote for you in the Electoral College. And for them to say that those were fake electors is nonsense. No one was duped by the fact that Trump put up contingent electors, which is the practice. It's not like Rudy Giuliani had the real electors tied up in his trunk and gave fake electors fake IDs and masks to go in and vote for Trump. They weren't fake electors. They were contingent electors. This
Oh no, this is Giuliani. I don't want nothing past him.
is what we call legal bullshit. Pardon my language, but that's what this is. This is lawfare and election interference. And you would think you would have judges who had the fortitude to make the right calls by following the facts and following the law. But our judicial system has been tainted by politics, and it's destroying the legitimacy of our federal and state judiciaries.
Yeah, I mean, we read the ruling live on air. He's like, we didn't find an actual conflict of interest. I mean, that in and of itself is, in your words, such bullshit. We listen to the trials. We've played the evidence time and time again.
How is illegally hiring your boyfriends lawful? How is paying this unqualified buffoon $250 an hour to bring a RICO case against Trump and 18 others, and then taking kickbacks, illegal kickbacks? Fani Willis took illegal kickbacks from this in the form of these lavish trips. She lied about it. She got other people to lie about it. She obstructed justice. She suborned perjury. This is bribery. Her defense.
But she paid him cash.
Oh, no. I paid him back because my Black Panther father told me to keep 6 months of cash laying around the house like I'm a prostitute or a drug dealer, and then I paid back this dumb boyfriend of mine, Nathan Wade, cash. But she doesn't have any ATM receipts or bank statements showing how she replenished her cash stash, her Black Panther cash stash around her house to replenish the thousands of dollars that she supposedly paid Nathan Wade in cash for these lavish trips to Napa, the Caribbean, Belize. I would say this, and I've said this before and actually mean this. After watching her testify, I don't think that Nathan Wade has been paid enough. I don't think $700,000 is enough.
Oh, damn.
With that slob.
So you talked about what happens when Trump wins, and you talked about how this.
Tell me how you really feel.
I live in Tampa. I watched how a George Soros-funded prosecutor was just ripped from his office here in Tampa because he just wouldn't enforce the law, let criminals free, and wouldn't follow the laws of Florida. And the governor here, Ron DeSantis, said, "Nope, sorry, that's not how it works here. You're gone." Did the same thing in Orlando and replaced these prosecutors. Is there any system like that in Georgia? Does Brian Kemp lack the testicular force? Does Brian Kemp just not want to do that? What are the recourses inside of a state that we checked supermajorities for Republicans in every chamber, unified control of the government for Republicans in Georgia? So what gives?
Yeah, so Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, and Chris Carr, the attorney general of Georgia, have the power right now to open a criminal probe on Fani Willis. They have the statutory authority, they have the statutory duty. The Article 3 project has been calling for this since January, and nothing has happened. They also just passed a law in Georgia where you can investigate these prosecutors. Look, I would say this. These cases, to Kemp and all these other people who don't like Trump, these cases, this lawfare and election interference against Trump is so much bigger than Trump. They're not just going after Trump. They're going after his top aides, his attorneys, his January 6th supporters for trespassing and taking selfies on the Senate floor. They're going after parents outraged by gender chaos in schools and the resulting rapes in high school bathrooms. They're going after Christians praying outside of abortion
Ellie, happy Friday.
While the Democrats, Biden
Missed you.
Democrat prosecutors give amnesty to the abortion industry activists who are terrorizing Supreme Court justices outside of their homes while cases are pending, while sending them to safe houses, even after the 1 a.m. assassination attempt against Justice Kavanaugh's wife, Ashley, their 2 teenage daughters. These trans terrorists are terrorizing Catholic churches and crisis pregnancy centers. BLM, Antifa, Hamas, their riots are a lot more deadly and destructive than anything that Trump's supporters did on January 6th. We have a politicized and weaponized justice system by these rabid Democrats and these total pussy Republicans.
Put it on a bumper sticker, and then Trump can run on that. And I think there would be so many. Make the Republican Party not a party of pussies. Yeah, okay. I think to put it on a bumper sticker, slap on the back of my car, and you win 49 states.
This dude woke up, man.
I hope he continues to listen to you through this. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I beg of you. Mike is one of the very few. If there is even one, it's Mike, who is fighting for some testicular fortitude for the Republicans in the judiciary. Please follow the Article 3 project. Please follow Mike Davis. By the way, you will be very entertained when you follow Mike Davis. Did we get Mike Davis a new avatar? ALX, Robbie? Did we get Mike Davis a new avatar? That's happening today, Mike. My apologies if we did not actually follow through on that. Robbie and ALX are on it. You got to follow Mike. You'll be wildly entertained. And if you wish to save the country, then you need to go and support the Article 3 project, which Mike runs and is the founder of. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Mike Davis, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben.
That was amazing. Glad we saw that.
Yesterday, we had a long interview with Laura Trump, and they're doing their best to remake the RNC into like an actual battle station that fights for us. Michael Whatley is the new RNC chair. Laura Trump is the co-chair. And they have decided that they're going to fight these legal battles, and they're going to fight fire with fire. And that is a wonderful thing. We've been sent over a clip of the new RNC chairman. And it's a very short clip. The new RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, responding to this. And of course, Ron McDaniel is the reason why all this is happening. The fact that there was no strength at the RNC. Nobody had any fear of anything. And there was no fear of anyone ever like getting
There's nothing wrong with pink. It's just not a good color for her.
somebody, and no one's ever going to fight back. Well, the RNC is now fighting back. The RNC has released statements on this decision, and Michael Whatley was just on Fox responding to this decision. We thought we're going to withhold judgment. Trump is putting together a brand new RNC. Laura Trump is co-chair, the chairman now of the RNC, hand-selected by Donald Trump, somebody who fought for election integrity in North Carolina and won. Michael Whatley responding to these charges. Let's see if we got any gunpowder in the gut.
I'm not angry yet because I had a feeling how it was going to go, and I really want to see how this unfolds.
She can remain on the Trump election case if she removes her lead prosecutor. That is Nathan Wade. Our next guest is brand new to the job.
Because there's no move she can make where she wins.
As general counsel for the RNC, a Tar Heel out of North Carolina. And sir, thank you for your time. And well, I guess your timing is pretty spot on. So thank you for being here today. Your reaction?
Happy to join with you.
Yeah, thank you. Your reaction to the news in Atlanta.
Look, I will defer to the president's attorneys on this.
I agree.
They are the ones that are dealing with it on a day-to-day basis.
I agree.
think it's just one more example
Absolutely.
of what we're seeing as improper conduct. We're seeing the conflict of interest. And this is just one more instance of there being, legal partisan attempts to go after the president. It's frankly election interference.
Okay, so we will wait to see what Fani Willis does. Generally speaking, you're being rather proactive for this election when it comes to election integrity. I'm going to ask you about that in a moment here. But what do you think in the bigger scheme of the cases facing the Republican presumptive nominee? Do you
Look, again, I'm going to defer to the president's attorneys on each case.
I apologize, Mr. Whatley. Do you see any of these cases being resolved before November at the moment?
Look, I will defer to the president's attorneys on the specifics for all of those cases, but I do think it's important for the American voters to understand that these are partisan actors that are bringing these cases to influence the election. And the fact is that they're trying to deflect from the fact that Joe Biden, under his rule, under his presidency, inflation is out of control. Gas prices are up. Housing prices are up. We are seeing 9 million illegal immigrants come across the Mexican border. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they are. We don't know what they're doing. And so, America is not safer than we were 4 years ago. You look at the world stage, we're not in a stronger place than we were 4 years ago. This is an election that is about contrasts. And we just need to continue to focus on the fact that for all American families, they were better off and will be better off under President Trump than they are under Joe Biden.
What I find so inspiring about this current moment in time is that it seems like we are actually.
Oh, I know, Mims. I just can't.
There are people and voices that are.
I'm too tired to be angry right now. I'll be honest with you. I might be angry in a couple hours.
Cobwebs on their books and the dandruff on their tweed Brooks Brothers jackets, and they'd be saying yes, but also yes, but hitherto, and well, we understand what Scott McAfee is saying here. Donald Trump is indeed orange man bad, right? But there are now legal voices that are uniting. There are new voices at the RNC. There are new voices across the political landscape. I mean, geez, Laura Trump told us last night, they're like, the number one thing I'm going to do is like hire Scott Pressler. What world are we living in? What a great world we are living in, actually, now. One of those voices that is sort of like risen like a phoenix is Viva Frei, who is himself a lawyer and is really sharp on legal issues. Viva has a fantastic channel and also really excellent and thoughtful.
Oh, please tell me Viva's on.
Of these issues. Viva joins the show right now.
Yes, because I was going to switch to Viva when he goes live in a little bit.
I'm reading through your breakdown here.
Viva.
It's so concise and it's so smart. It's
Viva la Viva.
On cable TV. So Viva, the floor is yours. We have your tweet thread up.
It's the hair. I love the hair.
We are sorely disappointed. But also the reason why we're disappointed, I'll just preface the whole show for you.
He's so animated.
We followed this trial, and to us, the non-legal observers, like this seems like such a simple decision.
Benny, we're frustrated because the decision is wrong, period. It's not wrong because I disagree with it. It's wrong because it's contradicted within the four corners of the decision itself. I should also specify, I'm a former lawyer. If I never see the inside of a courtroom again as a lawyer, it'll be too soon. I'm irritated having followed this and gotten my prediction wrong. I said she was going to get disqualified along with Nathan Wade, and I could twist it and say I'm part right and more right than wrong. She didn't get yeeted in this decision, and I'm not angry because my prediction came out to be wrong. I'm frustrated because the decision itself is illogical, incoherent. I'm going through it, I'm reading. I was like, okay, he says, we don't really believe her. She's made many
Hey, lads, just in time for Viva.
But she hasn't provided, what was it? Inherently unbelievable explanations for having reimbursed the gifts that she acknowledged having gotten. A little frustrated with some typos in there. I couldn't edit the typos out. But it's like the decision says, we don't believe her. She's made a lot of mistakes. Her church speech was legally improper. And yet there's no legal consequences for her as a result of this very same decision. So the judge says no actual conflict. I think we can all
not from him
fundamentally disagree with that. There was an actual conflict. We saw it in real time. But let's say we disagree with that. No actual conflict. The judge says there was an appearance of conflict, but not sufficient to warrant removing her from the file. That she made repeated mistakes. That her demeanor on the stand was, I forget the word in the decision, but he reprimanded it. We know that she lied under oath. It's there
unprofessional.
And yet somehow the judge says, look, I don't want to rock the boat too much. I'll include enough verbiage so that there could be ethics complaints against her, so that maybe if this goes to appeal, based on my finding of facts, an appeal court can say, well, we come to a different conclusion of law. But it's just untenable on the drafting of the decision itself. That's why it's irritating.
So, I mean, yeah, from us sitting there watching, we're sitting there observing Fani Willis' testimony of Terrence Bradley, the testimony of Nathan Wade, and we're able to fact check through Secret Service records, through other witnesses, through everyone who knew they were together. before he got hired for the money laundering operation to charge Trump. We're able to just put all that together. We don't claim to be particularly like genius level IQs here. We're just alive and we pay attention and we can follow patterns. And they lied. They lied to the court. I mean, are you allowed to just go in and lie to a court? It seems like the judge even says here in your highlights, the judge says that she lied to the court. So is that permissible?
It's obviously not permissible. I don't know if there's still a standing accusation of perjury that she's going to have to deal with. But it's like this is what you call motivated reasoning. The judge wanted to come to a certain conclusion, give some but not all. I think it's the first time people have said it, but in splitting baby justice, the judge has killed baby justice. Like you can't split justice like this and then say, well, okay, everybody gets a little bit of push and give and pull. This is a what's the word? It's a desecration of justice. The judge comes out and says her behavior was terrible, legally improper. There's no actual conflict, laughable on its face, because her cash repayment of gifts was not inherently implausible. And then goes on to cite preponderance of the evidence as being the standard in this context. But no, look, whether or not the judge did it to try to preserve.
That's what I said, Castro.
His re-election or his election campaign. Now he can win over the Fani supporters because he didn't boot her from the file. But he gave her enough of a judicial spanking in this case that it's fodder for future complaints for that new legislation that Kemp is putting out. Just pass the buck down the street. The problem is everybody saw this in real time, and having seen it, and anybody who's going to go read the decision, they're going to say this judge knew what he had to do, and for one reason or another couldn't bring himself to do it, and that's an injustice.
Yeah. So how's that injustice righted? Perhaps you could like educate us on why Fani Willis can't be removed through the review of the governor's office and the attorney general. That happened in my city, where multiple Soros prosecutors who weren't prosecuting crimes and who, in fact, were prosecuting against the state, like we're doing the opposite of what the law says to do, they were just ripped out of office, right? But is there any kind of recourse there?
You should have on a gentleman named Phil Holloway, who's a Georgia attorney. I'm actually going to ping him and ask him what he thinks of this. I would defer to the experts of the jurisdiction at issue, but look, Kemp is floating some legislative.
Ask the lead attorney.
Of corrupt DAs. Good. The problem is the judge had the power to do it there. It wouldn't have been the end of the world to say, I'm sorry, whether or not there's an actual conflict, I have come to the factual finding, as he did in his judgment, there's an appearance of conflict. How can you then say you could stay on the file despite an appearance of conflict and legal improper conduct by getting in front of the church, implying that the defendant is the one who's maliciously going after your prosecutor because he's black? I mean, how can you then say, well, there's an appearance of impropriety, legal improper conduct, but you get to stay on to the extent that you fire Nathan Wade and the rest of them? It is, I think it's going to be a laughable decision as an ultimate conclusion, but it's damn damning. It's damn damning is what it is to Fani Willis, because it ratifies everything that everybody saw in the context of that trial.
So everyone saw what was going on, and what we've been seeing now is a screenshot that's ping-pong balling around X that's going quite viral of Judge McAfee donating to Fani Willis. How are you possibly able to preside over a person who you worked for? He worked for Fani Willis and then donated to Fani Willis in an election that does, on its face, like seem like something that shouldn't be allowed.
Well, I mean, look, I didn't downplay that. I sort of contextualized that. It was $150 when the maximum donation is like several thousand. It was at a time when I forget the name of her predecessor, who was even more corrupt than Fani, and everybody wanted him out so they would support anybody. $150, legal world, everybody works with, under, at some time, or another with other people in the field. I don't think that's the determinant thing here. And if he wanted to be that partial to Fani, he would have said, well, I believe her testimony. Not that it's
you're going to sleep well tonight.
I believe her. I don't believe Terrence Bradley. I don't believe Yurdi. What he said basically was, yeah, Yurdi, the woman who said I let her use my condo where they were knocking boots and they had a cell phone record to prove late night visits. He said, yeah, she lacked context, lacked detail. Terrence Bradley, because he was so wishy-washy on the stand, I disregard that. But I don't believe that. Like, if he was out to protect Fani, he wouldn't have.
I mean, $150, that could have been, he bought a ticket to a dinner that was a fundraiser. You go there to network.
This judge being compromised, being beholden to Fani. Well, they're certainly going to go rely on that as evidence, and you're not going to be able to blame them for doing it.
So you're saying that cowardice.
Donations don't really mean much.
Cowardice is politics. I'm thinking like there's a little bit of a political angle to this. The outcome might very well be the same, because although he didn't disqualify Fani, he's like, fire your team, fire Nathan Wade, who's already billed close to $1 million. I mean, let's see how that plays over. Well, the money wasn't wasted because he did good work. Now, fire the guy that you've invested $1 million into prosecute this case, or withdraw yourself. While at the same time, I've come to the conclusion of legally improper conduct, an appearance of conflict, mistake after mistake, and poor judgment. But go along, Fani Willis, and prosecute this case. I mean, it's Georgia, it's Fulton County, but if you're in a normal court of justice, who's going to deem this prosecution to be legit after a judge says that about the DA? So it's the case. I made a joke.
That's what I'm saying. She's compromised now.
Because issuing this judgment while she's running for re-election. She's caught to the core. It's wild.
Like she's been sprayed with a skunk by a skunk. There's no way to get that off.
Doing it slowly. Like it does seem like the Band-Aid is half
ripped off. And everybody's going to remember it.
More annoying because everybody knows this is fraudulent. Everybody is aware of what a rigged system this is against Trump. I mean, you have the judge there, there's nobody who watched these trials that said Fani Willis is innocent. Not even Fani Willis could.
No, it's not like you saw the trial and then disagree with the judge's decision. The judge, in his own decision, makes findings of fact that are legally inconsistent with his findings of law, in my humble view. So my only question is, and this I would ask to a Georgia attorney, the findings of fact improper, legally improper conduct, appearance of conflict, poor decision making. That's a finding of fact. His finding of law was it doesn't warrant disqualification. If they decide to appeal this, they go to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal says, yeah, based on those finding of facts, we are entitled to come to a different finding of law, and we think that you should be disqualified. I mean,
But he passed the buck like everybody else did.
Certainly need to verify that. But the bottom line is his findings of fact in the decision cannot support his finding of law not to disqualify Fani Willis within the four corners of that.
That's got to be a Fulton County thing. Pass the buck.
Within the four corners of that judgment, his findings of fact contradict his findings of law.
So something that you talk about quite a bit on Viva and Barnes, and we just absolutely love the show. And we
Dennis Kangaroo. Who are these dudes? This is Benny Johnson. He's got his own show, and that's Viva Fry, our own Viva Fry.
I think that was when I ran for office. So I had like a nice skin fade. I was looking clean and proper, but feel better like this.
I know you just you like this.
Wow, Barnes
I appreciate
lost a lot of weight.
Handsome man. Okay, both look fine.
Holy
but
crap!
Guantanamo Bay inmate. Here you look way more rad. So here's
Barnes lost a shit ton of weight. By the way, if you don't know who Barnes is, Barnes was Alex Jones's lawyer.
You care about the rule of law. And you're one of those few people that really like put your shoulder into this institution
to
preserve its integrity. And that's what seems to be truly at trial here for somebody like me, who's just a passive observer, right?
Viva's the shit.
There really is no
He's the shiznit, man.
There's just rule of politics. There's rule of power. And nobody
Look at that hair.
Nothing happens to Hunter Biden. Nothing happens to Joe Biden. Nothing happens to the Clintons. Nothing's happening to Fani Willis. And if Donald Trump puts his chewing gum in the recycle bin, right, there's another 50 charges in New York, right? Donald Trump says if he flies over a blue state, then they'll prosecute him. And it's really starting to form for the American people. And my question is this.
Although we still love him in Jersey.
Because you actually have to have rule of law for a country like ours to work. It's really a question of life or death for us. It can't continue like this.
You know, I mean, it's the rule of law. We always used to, coming from Canada, we would always say, oh, America's a very litigious society. Everybody sues. You trip on a doorstep and you sue somebody. The way that you avoid people fighting in the streets is to have them feel that their fights can be resolved by the courts. When they no longer feel that their differences can be resolved within the court system, that's when conflict spills out of the judicial system and into the streets. And you're damn right.
I'd rather settle it
temporarily or permanently.
fist to fist.
Move from Canada, because you see what happens when systems get compromised, when systems can no longer be relied on to not provide the security, but to not provide the
Barnes looks like your ex.
daily life. If it goes down in America, if the constitutional republic and this beautiful experiment of America falls, there's nowhere else to go. Like, in as much as
Barnes is representing the Amish.
Some people are, but not very many. If America falls, and if the system becomes so corrupt that nobody has faith in the most fundamental aspect of a civil and orderly society, there's nowhere else to go. So it is time for people to start waking up. I think the political tide is turning, and this judge's decision is maybe an indication that the political tide is turning. But it is damn good evidence of the corruption of the judicial process, and that some people are untouchable, and other people literally, spit your gum out, you'll get toxic hazards. Leticia James can use her election campaign funds as a slush fund to live off of, a lavish life of luxury, trip after trip, but Trump allegedly overvalues a property, and a bank doesn't care, and a bank doesn't complain, and the bank gets repaid in full, and they make it into a $450 million judgment. If anyone would apply the same standard to Leticia James, she'd be bankrupted in jail in a month. So if the system fails,
Leticia James is a fucking nightmare.
Follow up to that, because I think this is really important. It's something we push, but maybe we shouldn't. And I'm learning a lot.
Good X, not the bad one. That's
Republicans
good.
Fight fire with fire here. Should DAs in Arkansas and Little Rock go after the Clinton Global Initiative, right? Like the biggest criminal slush fund in the world.
He reminds me of like every guy I ever worked with in the gas station.
The question is always the metaphorical, metaphysical one. Like, if you become the monster,
Everyone is
slave, you haven't killed the monster, you've just replaced.
They all had that
being
like
said, fire with fire when it comes to the law. I say go.
I don't know, just blue collar
I don't
look.
have to know that there's a lot more indication of fraudulent criminality there than there ever was with Rebuild the Wall. Than there ever was
with teddy bear look.
In New York. Trump operated for 40 years in New York, and they only now, when he's running for re-election, discovered all these alleged crimes. Horse crap. So I say fight fire with fire legally, lawfully, but especially when it's warranted. The Clinton Foundation was a pay-to-play, obviously. Why no one ever went after it? I don't know. Did they think they were going to get in the Democrats' good graces? No. Is it a uni-party potential issue there? Possibly. But yeah, when it comes to the law, legal fire with fire, but not the kangaroo court communist persecutions that you see in New York. It's like, don't go after innocent people for the sake of making a political point, but sure as hell hold the political power to account. It's too late for the Clinton Foundation. It withered up as soon as she was no longer in power. What does that tell you? Everything. But it might be time to start, legally speaking, employing the same tools in context where it's warranted. And there's a number of them they could do it.
We cannot encourage you enough, ladies and gentlemen, to follow Viva and to follow his work. It's so sharp, and he does
live free.
And there's a typo here or there. Who the hell cares? He really highlights these documents.
Substance over form, Benny, every day of the week.
Exactly right. Substance over form is like the difference between the two Vivas on screen right now. And I'm telling you, man, you won't be disappointed. Thank you so much. On Locals, you can find the Viva
VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com, and I'm going live at noon. I'm going to go through this decision page by page, and I won't be drinking it because it's noon, but I'll do a wrap up tonight.
I think we all who've been following this case closely deserve a drink. And if it was Fani Willis bartending, it'd be a Grey Goose. I have a Grey Goose martini.
Oh man,
what have we just lived through?
We're not even through it yet. We're in the thick of it. It's gonna. I don't know if it gets worse before it gets good, but it's very interesting. And what a time to be alive.
Yeah, you're so right. We may well see Fani Willis asking Donald Trump questions. Like it's like what a world we're gonna live. Like here we go. Prepare. It gets worse. It always gets worse. Thank you, Viva.
Thank you very much, Benny. Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, got to tell you, we're doing our best to hit the news cycle. The production team at the show has been working like dogs, like animals, like getting this together. We did do a full review of every time this judge has released a ruling. I had this long talk with ALX last night, and he's like, "Oh, the rulings come 10 o'clock. That's when the court opens." And so we just like crunched everything together to get the show up and going. Part of the reason why we were able to do that, and this is an absolute matter of fact, you can ask my wife this morning, was blackout coffee. Blackout coffee is totally done. There is no coffee in this mug. I have now drank like 3 of these blackout coffees this morning because we needed the extra energy to rock and roll in a breaking news environment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is blackout coffee. There have been some other scandals with some other coffee companies this week. Not this one. Blackout coffee is 100% America first, 100% committed to your American values, 0% grift, and delivers that spicy, delicious, fantastic jolt of caffeine that our bodies so desperately need. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Benny and use the coupon code Benny for 20% off your first order. Get onto that web.
Talking about
Gosh,
this. She
Benny.
should have recused herself weeks ago. And there is
I had to
disconnect in the
skip
opinion.
ahead.
I get much of what the judge is saying. I think the judge has done a fine job. He's been fair. He's tried to get it right.
Liar. See, this is why we have on our experts.
Wait, I want to hear that. Damn it.
Interesting and exciting things to come. But we had the president's spokesperson on last night on our show, Tenant Media in the Arena, Caroline Levitt. And we asked her specifically about Fani Willis. And we thought her answer really reflected like how the campaign is going to approach this issue.
There we go.
Regardless of the decision. And it's a good one, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's
Here's Caroline
Amos
Levitt,
Miller?
talking about Fani Willis last night. This is the
I don't
spokesperson
like
for
missing jokes.
We're confident that based on the
Jacob.
facts and based on the allegations that have been made and arguably proved based on all of the evidence that the defendants have applied in the courtroom, that Fani Willis is clearly incapable of leading this case anymore. There's a clear conflict of interest here, and President Trump's legal team has been calling for the very beginning of this case, long before these allegations were even made, for this case to be dismissed because it has
He's
no
hot.
legal grounding based on the law. And obviously, these allegations of misconduct just prove that this case should not move forward. So we're hopeful
Hush,
that
Cat.
truth will win in the end.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my production team is telling me gotta run with Jonathan Turley on Fox right now, because Jonathan Turley on Fox was just saying that this isn't over. There are a bunch of other avenues for dismissal. So something that we've been working with
I
our guests
said
on,
that.
Viva and Mike. You can actually see the production process as it happens here. Been talking about, okay, where does it go from here? Well, apparently there's a definitive answer. There are a bunch of other avenues to dismiss this case. This is not over. The first
Puff,
avenue,
puff,
ladies
puff.
and gentlemen,
Time for
would be
puff, puff.
obviously appealing. And here are the experts weighing in on what happens next.
12:20.
It's far from over,
4:20
and
somewhere.
Fani Willis may not be safe. There are other avenues for her dismissal. The Georgia Senate has opened its own misconduct investigation. In fact, Governor Kemp or Georgia Attorney General Christopher Carr could appoint a special prosecutor to investigate and possibly disqualify Willis depending on its findings. Your take?
Well, I think that's certainly true. This is going to continue to undermine the prosecution. From the very beginning of this controversy, Willis has put her interest and those of Mr. Wade ahead of her case, ahead of the interest
He's waiting for the
people of
polls to
Fulton
come
County,
in. I
and ahead of
guarantee
her
it.
office. That's one of the things that is most shocking.
Does the
about
state
this.
want
She
me to
should have recused
disqualify
herself
her?
weeks
Will
ago.
I get
And there is
reelected?
this disconnect in the opinion.
Wait,
I get
he's going to
much
get
of
the
what the judge is
numbers,
saying. I think the
and
judge has done a fine job.
y'all
He's been
saw
fair.
best little
He's
whorehouse
tried to
in
get it
Texas.
right.
Governors don't decide shit
See,
until
this is
they
why we
get the
have on our
polls in.
This is why we have on our experts, because that's like we generally like Jonathan Turley, but that's like the fuddy duddy, like, oh, but he did it. He did the best job he could, right? That's what you've gotten from the Republican Party. Nope, sorry, we're a party of brawlers now, ladies and gentlemen. That's not gonna fly. Not gonna fly any longer.
I don't like what the judge did, but I get it.
Like this, and don't say like, oh, great, here's your.
He looked out for himself.
Best attempts award, right? No,
And passed
Fani
the buck.
Willis deserved to be disqualified. She was not. That's wrong. The judge found that the facts of that case is wrong, and so we very much look forward to the appeal, and we will continue to follow this very, very closely, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the article showing that Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, just signed a law that says rogue prosecutors that don't prosecute crimes, and there's an enormous amount of crime in Fulton County, those rogue prosecutors can be removed from their offices by the governor's office and review. So he just signed that 2 days ago. What's going to happen? We shall see, ladies and gentlemen. We shall see.
If
We
you
have
think
some
he
questions
wasn't
to
talking to
ask
his
Benny
judge, you're nutty.
Segment of our Benny Brigade. We take your questions, ladies and gentlemen, and let's jump into them right now. Here's the Ask Benny question. Do we have a stinger on that? No? All right. Yeah, let's build a stinger on this. So I got a nice good Benny Brigade stinger. I want the Benny Brigade tank like rolling over a hill. The Ask Benny. That's what I want. Okay, here we go. You get to watch a lot of the show get built in real time today.
I
Question
can't
one.
show Viva
Benny,
Fred
what is
because he's
scripture reading
on
and your
Rumble,
broadcast
and I'm
happening?
afraid they'll take me down if he shows
How
something
did you come
they don't
forward?
like.
Just curious. Everybody's story is so different. Thank you, Lisa Sapino. So we read the scriptures at the end of the show for me, for you, but like for me, it's really important, especially when things are going really well, and they are, to like remind yourself who's really in charge. It's important when things are going really badly, which they have. So there's some days I really don't want to do this program. Some days I really don't want to do the show because the news is bad. Today is one of those days. Today sucks because I really wanted the disqualification of Fani Willis. I wanted there to be justice in this country. But it's important for me to read that scripture at the end of the show, no matter what, and to like get the centering that God is in control and that God is actually our judge. And we shouldn't fear Satan, we should fear God. Like God's actually the creator of everything.
So you, God's got a sense of humor. What? Wait, watch. I combined those two, guys. I said, what? No, wait and watch.
Something important to like have in your life as a foundation.
God has a sense of humor
Like having a two-parent home
and a sense of irony.
You're at such a disadvantage if you don't have that bedrock to fall back to. I'm not sure I would even call. I'm not sure I would have publicly claimed I was a Christian through some of my adolescence years, right? When like society really does a number on you. Not like ever abandon the faith, but like you go and you search.
Just think if the judge had ruled the way we wanted him to, we probably would have become complacent once again. Because, oh, good, it went our way and we would have taken the
I
win.
consider myself a really tough guy, right? You won't find me crying.
Get knocked down again, now we're back to fight even harder.
I'm crying.
It just renews your vigor
like giants of men
to go after
who
them
work on factory lines
and to fight back.
coal miners, and they
So maybe it's a blessing in disguise.
Did you? If you're a man?
Because this is a marathon. Like we got to keep going until November, until he's
The reason
in,
why that happens is because that's
until it's a done fucking deal. What is the new saying? Too big to rig? That's what we got to make it.
And when you realize that, with the weight of that, the power of that, then and the responsibility.
This is going to stir up a lot more support for him.
You run to your
A lot more.
and you run to like reorient and recenter your life.
And it's going to fuel the fire to keep going. So that's how I have to look at it, not to get aggravated.
I'm so thankful, Lisa, that this
Beyond belief. Because I'm aggravated. I just don't sound like
it
it.
really means something to me. We don't just do it as like a skit, right? We don't do it as like a funny little hook at the end of the show. We literally
Just
do it
don't
as
have the
our
energy,
own digital
guys.
diploma. That is
Not
why we
today.
show up.
I'll be mad tomorrow
And I thank you, Lisa.
if I sleep.
Ron Anderson asks, are there any local get-togethers coming up in the Tampa area? I've long wanted to like just rent out a brewery or a bar. I even know the location I want to go to. American Social is what it's called. Awesome, patriotic, American spot on the water. I'm like rent that out and just do a meetup. Ron, thank you for your question. The answer is yes. We'll totally do a meetup here. I'd love to do it as part of our Benny Brews because we've been doing this series called Benny Brews where we bring in a big name guest and get somebody like, we had Vivek at one. Then
Okay, Benny, come on.
Just community college. I was raised on a farm. My wife was raised on a farm. We don't come from some prestigious blue blood background with our fathers in broadcast, and nobody on the show does either. Like everybody who works on this show just like loves their country a lot, loves this place a lot.
Yes,
I don't know.
we do.
I will only ever be honest with you.
Oh!
This is what drives the show. Stable, free country for my
How
children.
cute are they?
And you are a cursed generation if you don't aim for that.
That little boy is like, what you want? Give me that camera. Give me that camera. God damn it.
The founders fought. The people before them fought. The people after them
Oh,
fought.
they're too cute.
Freedom. Well, I mean, a lot of
Pajama
saying, a lot of
time.
people say freedom ain't free. Man, freedom is tough. Freedom is hard to maintain.
I love that she's wearing basketballs on her pajamas.
Thank you. We thank you, our brigade members.
So cute.
Sign up for the brigade if you wish to support us. Like by doing that, you keep our show independent. And we
Oh, they're little
simply show up
cupcakes.
for you.
That's what they are.
So
They're
this is
so
our
cute.
verse of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Do that.
Okay.
Movement together, like collectively, all of us, like going forward and saving the country. It's the thing that they fear the most is that we're gonna actually have connection and we're gonna actually like care about each other and like you can't defeat an army of happy warriors. From 1 Peter, be sober-minded, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking to devour. Man, the devil is, you can always see, Christ says, judge people by the fruits. Judge the tree by the fruits. So you can always see the fruits of Satan. Steal, kill, and destroy. Steal, kill, and destroy. That is what motivates me. Here's a photo of my kids again. I do not want Satan to steal, kill, or destroy these children or their futures. And so this is why we fight, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. You can always tell who's part of that problem. Who on this earth are stealing from people, killing.
Are those Santas?
People. Like
those are little Santa heads. Little Santa heads.
You know what I mean?
So
Although I'd be happy
cute.
for Joe Biden to be president.
So cute. Oh my goodness.
Those cases. And I think there's plenty there. Same with Fani Willis.
Look at the cheeks on these kids.
I want my children to live in a just country.
Nom, 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 nom.
Steal, kill, or destroy anything from my children or their future. And so we fight Satan. Ultimately, we don't fight flesh and blood. We fight spiritual battles here. That's kind of frankly what it's all about. It's why
they're so sweet looking.
With this, it's why we were really touched when somebody from Angel Studios contacted us. Said we really like your programming. We love the way that you like talked to Jim Caviezel when he was on talking about Sound of Freedom. Can you help us promote a new movie? And we said totally. But we have to see the movie first. And they came in and they did a screening for Cabrini in our studio here, right? We just set up a projector. Angel Studios / Benny. You can go and get tickets to this movie. It's an incredible movie. We played the trailer for you a few times.
It's about an Italian.
Better story to like lock in
An Italian nun, but it's Italian.
With motivation for how tough life has been for Christians in this country. This is the story of the first saint in America, the first American saint.
Mm-hmm.
But how one person can make a difference.
how we all can make a difference.
American saint.
And so I'll say this
She's
to you as we head into
Italian.
may God bless you. May you understand that we do fight battles of the spirit, and that we have the victory on our side. God's already won.
God bless you, Benny.
We're gonna celebrate Easter here.
I enjoy you
God's
so
already won.
much.
Christ is raised from the dead, and we are the
Alrighty.
victors. We are the victors. Sure, we're gonna have a day like today. Today's
Do.
disappointing for me, but like, you know what? We move on. We keep moving on, right? Because we're already victorious. We've already won. What a special battle to fight. The battles that you've already won. It's great. It's great. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll close the show with the Cabrini trailer. May God bless you. Have a wonderful weekend. And this still the greatest country on earth. It's your boy Benny. See ya.
Love Benny. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. All right. So that was the Fani Willis thing. There were a couple things I wanted to talk about today, but the Fani Willis was, before I even got the update, I knew I was going to lead with that. Because I wrote down, okay, Fanny, tell them that you were out for a couple days with migraines, and then jump right into Fanny. And trust me, I know phrasing. I know, Pete. The last place I want to be is in Fanny. But fantaside, maybe. She's Fanny on the side. She's a Fanny side. Fanny side. Side of Fanny coming up. So that's the shit with Fanny. But I mean, that's not the only news going on. We also have listen, I was tickled. All right. Absolutely tickled about the Don Lemon thing. If you haven't seen it, Don Lemon, who I despise on TV, his voice makes me want to gouge out my eardrums. There's just something about his just arrogance and his pompous frou-frou, always wrong about everything, constantly. You're a racist, feel bad for me because I'm black, and it's not about skin color. You're only saying that because I'm black. Like, it's his only card. It's his only card. Like, dude, you're a gay black man. You got more than one card. Go for the gay. Go for the gay. Leave the racist card alone because you're failing. That is not the reason why people pick on you. People pick on you because you're an asshole who don't know what he's talking about. That's why they pick on you. Because your hot takes are like hot shit. They're horrible. Hard. Like, I don't understand how you can twist things. But anyways, CNN fired your ass. Which for them, stroke of fucking genius. They finally figured out, get rid of you, get rid of Cuomo. Yet you all run back to the mommy tit every time. Every time there's a little boo-boo, you run back. So he went out. Don Lemon got let go. Apparently he had a morning show that they canceled or whatever. It didn't work out. He got a contract with X to stream to X. His first interview was Elon Musk. Now, if you saw the interview, he's a complete dick to Elon Musk. He just goes in. Boom. Like, this man is not being accused of anything, and you're interrogating it. You're not interviewing him. You're interrogating him. He went in hard and rude and arrogant. How are you going to go at your boss like that first time out the gate? This man is giving you the keys to the kingdom by letting you, by promoting you on X. This could have been 100 times bigger than your career on CNN. And you come at him as you're doing this and you're doing that. And did Trump offer to pay you? Did Trump try to give you a payment? Did you give money to Trump? Did he ask you to pay for his lawyers? Are you going to pay for his lawyers? Are you going to give him money? And he's First of all, it's not your fucking business. Second of all, why is this getting brought up? There's nicer ways to go about that conversation. He could have easily cajoled Elon into, hey, so you met up with Trump. That must have been interesting. Would you like to share anything about that? open the door and welcome him in. You don't slam the door open like a stormtrooper and grab him and be like, you're coming in no matter what. No, he ain't. The man is made of money and power. He ain't doing shit for you. Come at him correct or he's going to school you real quick. And he sure did. That interview finished. He said, I don't have to answer these questions from a reporter. Like the way he said it, I was like, ooh. I was like, that's the same tone he told the advertisers, go fuck yourselves. Like, he was just, you could see he was fucking done. He was so done. And I don't blame him. It was so disrespectful and rude. And never mind the fact that this is a man that just hired you. You should literally be like, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be there. He didn't do none of that. He went in there thinking, you're lucky to have me. Oh, no. It's the other way around. There's 100,000 of you out there. There's only one Elon Musk. Like, for real. Like, I feel like I want to go so ghetto. I'll be like, who is you? Who you think you is? Like, you gonna learn today. That's when my hood rat comes out. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, there are many facets to my personality. That's just one of them. But yeah, this cat is driving me nuts. She won't shut up. It's only when I go live. Otherwise, the whole rest of the day, she's quiet as a church. But nope. Whenever I start talking to this microphone, meow, 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 meow. It's not your show. Oh, look, I said meow, meow, meow. She came running. What do you want? God. Come on. Come up here and go to sleep. Come on. Pain in my butt. There she goes. All right. Lay down. Good God, this cat is high maintenance. Lay down. Yes, I love you. Go away. Thanks, babes. I'll have to check it out. I watched Joe on Gosney last night. They had a great conversation. Oh my God, Lady Awesome. I can't wait. I got to see that. Because I saw the title and it was a Jew and a Catholic have a conversation. Basically, I was dying. I was like, a Jew and a Catholic. I was like, well, I know Gosney's Catholic. It's got to be Joe. As soon as I clicked over, it was like Joe Deere. I was like, yeah, there's my Joe. There's where he is. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. I think it's going to be hilarious. I have it in my saved for later. It's I do that. I save so much stuff for later, and then that's why I can't fall asleep because I'm busy watching all these damn shows. But yeah, so that's the funny thing. Then Don Lemon. So what does Elon do? Elon says, all right, this interview is over. And when Don Lemon goes to, I'm going to do my show, he's like, oh, you no longer have a contract with me. I'm not honoring the contract. I'm breaking the contract because I don't want you here. Like you can, and Don Lemon's like going all over. He ran to CNN. Elon hurt my feelings. He's against free speech. No, he didn't say you can't, post on X. He just said you could post on X, but I'll be damned. I ain't paying you for it. You're not worth the money. He's not going to invest in his shitty proposition from the beginning. If he saw you and saw you are not somebody people want to listen to, I don't even want to entertain you and I'm paying you. No, he's going to cut his losses. And that's what he did. He let him go. And Don Lemon ran right back to CNN. He did this. Elon did that. And it was Elon's the devil. I love Elon. That's Daddy Elon. I love me some Daddy Elon. Shit. Could you imagine if Elon came to any one of us and said, you know what? I want to promote your show and I'm going to pay you to do it every day. You might suck, but you know what? Here's a contract. I would be like, where do I sign? I don't care. I will talk for 8 hours a day if he wants me to. Because Elon's not going to let you just walk away empty-handed, if you do the work for him. If you don't do the work, why did Don Lemon think he was so special? Elon walked into Twitter and fired practically everybody and said, we'll make do with the skeleton crew. We're good. You didn't need all these people. They were dead weight. Get them out. Mimsy said then Lemon went on CNN of all places to whine about Elon. I know. He ran right back to the people who fired his ass. And they were like, oh, he's going to talk bad about Elon. Come here. It's okay. It's like when you say to the kid, I'm not mad. No, come here. I'm not going to hit you. And the kid goes back and then See, you stupid. Yeah, I was lying. You said you were going to hit me. I lied. Like, your ass should have come over here on your own. But no, yeah, he returned right to them. Here are my feelings. Help me promote this so we can like get back in good graces and whatever. Like, come on. I mean, Chris Cuomo was on Tucker. I can't wait to see part 2 because part 1 had me dying. Because Cuomo was like, he goes, oh, there are women out there and kick my ass. And Tucker was like, you liar. He was like, you know there's no women out there who could kick your ass. It was like, come on. He was like, you're just, basically he's telling them, you're pandering to these people. You're lying right to them. There is a fundamental difference between male strength and female strength. Are there strong women out there? Yes. Are there women who can bench press very impressive numbers? Yes. Are there women who can fight impressively? Yes. Can they go up against you who's over 6'1" and a bodybuilder and loves to fight because he's got that guinea temper? Nope. 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 He says, stop. You lying motherfucker. Stop. He looked at him. God damn it. Why won't my... Here we go. He looked at him and said,
fuck you, you weird. Go away.
He was like, no, you done. Like, you done. Stop it. But, you know, he is Tucker Carlson. And he didn't want him to feel bad. And he was like, look, you know, he goes, you're a good looking guy. You're 6, you know, I'm 6'1". You're taller than me. You're a bodybuilder. Basically, he was telling him,
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
That was for laughs. Sometimes I just like to throw it in there just for shits and giggles. I hate that clip so much. I hate it so much that I'm starting to love it. It's sad. This is the effect of winning. Jesus Christ. Mimsy said, oh, I love the Tucker Cuomo interview. Tucker was friendly, but pointed out his bullshit. It was funny. Absolutely. He absolutely called him out on everything, and he enjoyed it so immensely. I loved that entire interview. I can't wait to see part 2. I know that it's broken down to 2 parts. But I also loved, and Darth sent me this, was an interview that they did. It was Cuomo and Candace Owens talking to one another. She handed him his ass so many times. And I watched it with Winning, and I'm sitting there just because I know Winning's like, oh, this girl. Because I'm like, you fucking liar. I'm like, God, you're a liar. Oh, you are such an ass kisser. Stop it. And I'm just, because I'm quiet when I watch stuff with you guys. But with him, there's not a chance. And I'm sitting there going, look at him. I say he always does that. He says his point, and then he knows nobody likes him. He knows the point is absolute horse shit, and that he's literally pandering. And then he just turns to whoever issues the question and be like, oh, I'm not like you, man. You know, you're a suave guy. You're a good looking guy. Da-da-da. Stop it. Stop kissing their ass. Chris, you got a little brown on your nose right there. And it's not peanut butter. Right there. I love how people are like, oh, he's so nice. He's so genuine. No, he's not. I've lived here my whole life. Trust me. My history of knowing the Cuomos goes back decades. And no. Just no. And let me tell you something. I love Governor Cuomo, not Andrew the father. I love the the brother. For some reason I can't remember his name. Oh my God. Anyway, but the one that, you know, resigned or got taken out or whatever because of sexual assault allegations or whatever. Again, another bullshit thing, but whatever. He didn't do what the government wanted him to do. He did his own thing, and he did his thing because he was doing what his people said they wanted. You know, he did the daily things. That whole family is like that. I mean, they're political to their bone marrow. Whether they're in politics or not, they grew up politicians, the children of politicians. They know all the right people. They know all the right things to say. Chris Cuomo is he a good looking dude? Yep. But he's such a schmoozer and such a charmer that every time he opens his mouth, nothing but bullshit pours out. He's literally just a bullshit factory. That's what he does. That's who he is. And he's never going to be different. But yeah, no, he got let go from CNN. Lemon got let go, and Lemon goes running back. Cuomo goes running back. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you people? Do you really like being abused? These people literally kicked you in the face publicly when you were down on your luck. And when you get kicked in the face from somebody else deservedly, you run back to them and mommy kiss it better. Stop it. Stop. Anyway, it really tickled my fancy because I just loved him run back. I loved the new look. Like when he was like, look, Urkel grew up. But I looked at him, I was like, what? Like, why are you trying to look like an intellectual? We all know you don't have a brain in your fucking head. All the history you know is wrong. You literally cherry picked every single bit of facts that you ever used. And you're like, these are the facts. No, those are the facts told to you by the people who were telling lies. Those are factual lies. That's what you're telling us. You want the real history? When that chick from Great Britain schooled him on slavery and reparations, when he was like, people want reparations. She's like, you know what? Since the first ones who sold slaves were the actual African kings, yes, maybe we should get reparations because they sold their people. She broke it down like, basically, you ain't getting shit from us. We didn't start nothing. You better go back to Africa and tell them you want a refund. Andrew Cuomo was the former New York mayor. Yeah. Chris's bro. Was Andrew, which one was the father? Because the father was governor too, hun. I just can't remember which one was what. It's Chris Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo, and oh, good God. Yeah, they renamed the Verrazano Bridge after the father. I just can't remember his goddamn name. The Homo family. Yeah. I mean, they're a very charismatic. Mario Cuomo. There you go. I knew he was way more Guinea than the rest of the names, but they're a very charismatic group. But that's what I'm saying. They literally ooze charm in an oily kind of used car salesman kind of way. Like they are politicians to the bone. They can't help it. Even if they're not in the middle of politics, they're still politicking. That's all they know how to do. Thank you, Mims, because I was drawing a complete blank on Mario's name. But yeah, they renamed the Verrazano Bridge after him. And it was pissed me off the first time I went over it. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, they couldn't stand this man when he was in office. It's like, whatever. But I mean, they all had their scandals. They all had their, their connections. But yeah, so that whole thing made me happy. So again, there are a couple things I just want to weigh in on. Chuck Schumer went out and called for new elections in Israel because he wants Netanyahu out because he doesn't believe Netanyahu is a good leader. How about you worry about the friggin' dementia-riddled piece of crap that we have running this fucking country? Can we get a re-election? Can we? You're worried about Israel. Smarten the fuck up. Worry about here. That leader, obviously, he's not doing well. And ours is? He's like 0 for 1,000,000. Stop. He is literally the worst player on the team. He is the weakest link. At this point, he's the missing link. But we got to deal with him. But you're okay to stand up and say, oh, Israel deserves a new leader. And what, we deserve the fucking one we have? Are you kidding? If I just think the Dems think Biden is their best candidate. I know, right? Doesn't that fucking terrify you? That does scare me. Like, legitimately, it scares me. Oh yeah, Mario had qualms with Trump too in the day. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Trump never took shit from anybody. I told you I met Trump years and years and years ago. I was young. I was what? I want to say I was around 13. I know it was 7th grade because we took a lot of trips to Manhattan. But yeah, no, I met him. He was super nice to me in the class. Like he was really, really nice. You know, he wasn't a dick at all. And you know, I watch people because I'm always looking for an attack. And even after he like walked away, he was super nice to everybody. I mean, he didn't strike me as somebody malicious. Full of himself? Oh yeah. Like the ego on this man is ridiculous. But he's also Donald fucking Trump. You know, at this point, his ego is well deserved. He's the most famous man on the planet. I would honestly say he's the most well-known name. Like we used to have what they called household names. He's a household name. He is every household name. Like I don't think you would find a person on this planet who does not know who Trump is or who the Orange Man is. No matter how they depict him, you've heard of him. There's an old line. They're like, oh, you know, I forget if it's dialogue from something. They're like, yeah, I heard that you're, you know, the guy's like, oh, you know, I did. They're like, yeah, I've heard that you blah, 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 something negative. And he's like, but you've heard of me. Like, and that's the point. You've heard of me. Kennedy once said something about, and this is what, like, we're talking about optics. Kennedy once said something about it's not what you say or how you say it. It's basically like how you look when you're saying it. So it's all about the optics. They're not going to listen to the words necessarily. They're going to look at you and get an impression of you from that and take that. And that's going to carry the most weight in an opinion for a lot of people. I'd say for the majority of people. Maybe not for people like us all the time who we've started to unravel all the different lies and see through the veils. And, you know, you see the propaganda, you see the narrative, you see the constant rhetoric that's repeated over and over and over and over to desperately try to create a narrative, to create this reality that they want us all to live in. And a lot of people are very comfortable. They're too busy to bother seeing that reality is a false reality because they don't think it affects them, because there are other things more pressing in their lives that are affecting them directly. They don't have time or energy to worry about indirects or later down the road or whatever. And that's how we arrived in this state of confusion, delusion, and panic. Because our country is being run by corrupt clowns. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. Schumer really, I can't stand Schumer to begin with, but the whole thing about Netanyahu really pissed me off. Because I was like, how dare you stand up there and try to dictate another country's, you know, election and leadership when you fucked up here. And we have a president who can't find his own asshole without somebody going, here's your pill, take your pill. I'll give you an ice cream if you go poop on the potty and not in your diaper. Like, I mean, this is where we're at. They just did the whole Senate hearing or House hearing. I forget what it was, a hearing of that Robert Hur. I keep calling him Ben Hur because I don't want to forget the name, and that's an easy way to remember it. But his name is Robert Hur. You know, he's the one who did the evaluation on the competency and, I guess, guilt, or I guess accountability for Biden. Now, I don't understand how he was allowed to make a competency call. He's not a doctor that I know of. You know, he went and he asked all these things, all these questions. Biden didn't know the answers to like hundreds of questions, apparently. He couldn't. And this guy's like, oh, he's not malicious. He didn't have malicious intentions. You don't know that. You don't know that because the man himself sitting in front of you doesn't know that because he can't remember. So how are you going to make that call? You don't have the credentials to make a competency call. However, there was a Democratic big mouth, this old chick, that was like, oh, you said he's exonerated. He was like, I never said that. That the word exonerate is nowhere in my report. And she talked right over. And she was like, no, this is my time. This is my time. She's like, you don't like the use of the word exonerate, but that's the word I'm going to use. Like, you said in this report, this completely exonerates him of any wrongdoing. He said, I never said that. That is not in the report. I did not use that word. I especially did not use that word because he wasn't exonerated. That's what this dude was saying. He's saying Biden is guilty as sin, but he's old and he forgot. And I don't think he should stand trial for that. Like, we should have pity on him. So if I go out and I murder somebody and you pick me up and I'm sitting there going, can I have ice cream? I did a boomby in my pants. Well, where were you? I don't know. I don't know. Who am I? Am I working? Like, what's my name? Do you know my name? Like, if I play stupid, does that mean that, I'm not going to get charged? Like, if I don't remember, does that mean I'm not guilty of the crime? Again, my bleeding heart, I'm like, oh, nobody should have to pay for a crime that they don't even remember committing. However, the other part of me is like, you did the crime, you do the time. Fuck you. I don't care. You don't remember it. I'm very conflicted about it, but the majority of, I guess, my heart is on the fact that he should pay for his crime. Yeah, I feel bad, but guess what? I don't know if he deserves that kind of grace. He didn't give it to anybody else. He's crooked and he's malicious and he's only out for him and his druggy kid. And he has a family of liars and criminals. And he's ruining my country. He's ruining my kids' futures. His bullshit ruined my life. Do I think he deserves all the hell that he's catching? And then some. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But nowhere did that Robert Hur ever say that he was not guilty of the crimes that they were going to levy against him. In fact, he went the other way and said, yeah, no, there was evidence. There's tons of evidence. We absolutely believe that he did it. But a jury's going to look at him and feel bad and let him go. So the fuck what? Bring his ass to trial. Let a jury figure it out. That's how this country works. That's what's fair. Not you deciding if he should be able to stand trial. The only thing you should be deciding is which jury members to pick during jury selection. That's where you should be at. I don't give a fuck that he can't remember. I don't give a shit that he's old. He should have been charged the first time he committed a crime, like 50 years ago, but he wasn't. So guess what? At the end of dinner, everybody's got to pay the bill. And it's his turn. He should have to pay the bill. He should have to pay the piper. That's my opinion. I don't give a shit how old he is. I'm way behind. God damn it. Just think them Biden, the people that still follow Leiden. I love that she calls him that. Is astounding. I know. Ellie Fon, for clarification, I am not a Republican, never have been. She is undeclared, I believe. Right? Not independent, you're undeclared. I think that's what you said in one of the last chats, I believe. That's all right. I'm on paper, I'm a Democrat. But in life, I'm just not. I'm really not. And all the Dems loved Trump before he ran for president. I mean, not for nothing, but if he hadn't beat out Hillary, like if he was the Democratic nominee, oh my God, they would have loved him. But you just put that label on him, man, that he's Republican, and they're like, nah, like all the hissing starts. And it's like, all right, y'all just need to stop worrying about fucking labels. Like, does he stand for the things that you believe in? It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. Put the two candidates up. List the things that they stand for underneath them. Then just look at them and decide who you like better. Don't look at their faces. Don't look at the title that they have. Don't look at the party. Look at where they stand and what they want. And where do you fall? This is a huge pride thing for Democrats because most of what they want is what Trump is selling. But because they're so, I can't be anything but I, they just can't let go. They can't admit that they've chosen wrong. They can't admit that there's a better choice out there for what they want. You don't have to like Trump. He gets shit done. You don't have to like his tweets. You don't have to like his personality. You don't have to like anything about the man except the job that he does. Some of the best workers I've ever worked with were assholes. Complete and total assholes, pricks, misogynists, misandrists, complete bitches, and see you next Tuesdays. Like, but they were fucking good at their job. They were efficient and amazing. They got shit done. I am not a pleasant person when I'm in work mode. Like, if you interrupt me and I'm in the middle of something, you're going to hear my mouth for a while. Like I say, we're going to have a conversation you're not going to enjoy. And it's going to be a loud one with my Hoboken whisper. So we learned very, very early on, Shelly, don't do teamwork because other people just slow me down. Tell me what to do and just leave me alone. And you watch how fast that shit boom, 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 boom. When I worked at Shipco, like I said, I started as a file clerk in accounting, filing just copies of checks and invoices that we paid and everything. It was time consuming. It was boring. It was so boring. I asked my boss for, more duties. So, I said duty. So I learned data entry. I went and I worked for accounts receivable. I worked for accounts payable. I did the bank run. And then I started working for collection. And then I started, working directly for the CFO. I was the controller's assistant. Like, he couldn't do shit without me there. Like, the man couldn't even tie his own shoes unless I handed him the laces. But I mean, I worked my way up. And I did that. And I didn't care if my boss said, hey, do whatever. That's not the way to do that. Like, that's going to take me 3 times longer. Like, I'm not going to do it your way. And we would get into it, especially me and Cecilia. Oh my God. Like, we would really bump heads. Cause she's like, no, this is the way. No, that's not the way I do it. Well, how do you do it? I do it better. And that would be my answer. I'm first one to say I was such an asshole, but I was really good at my job. And my boss knew that. And he knew, just stay the fuck away from her. Like, I'm going to give her carte blanche and tell you all what to do. You're going to suck. So don't piss her off. And that's how it was. But I mean, I did tons of work. When I left, they hired 8 people to cover my job. Because I'd work 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. Because I didn't want to be in my house because my ex-husband was a drunk. But, I was really good at my job. Was I a bitch? Absolutely. Did I know I was good at my job? Absolutely. And I made sure you knew too. But just leave me alone. I was not a team player. Trump is not a team player. He goes to the beat of his own drum, but he gets shit done. He is coarse and vulgar and abrasive. But he tells it to you straight. You know where you stand with him. Just like with me. You might not like what I say, but you'll know it's honest. I'm up here being me. Whether 2 people show up to listen or 20 or 100, I don't care. I am always going to be me. Take it or leave it. Like there's no compromise in that. I can't be anybody but me. To quote my Nick. Like people thank me for being me. I don't know how to be anybody else. I know how to adapt, but that's still me. Trump is very much like that. I get him. I understand him. And I get that whole, well, fuck it. Everybody's going to be against me. So I'm just going to not give a shit anymore. Because no matter what I do, they hate me. And my haters give me the best support ever. I get more publicity from them than I get from the people that like me. It's the same here. My haters never miss a show. They lurk and they play, but they always trip themselves up later because I always hear something come out of their mouth that came out of mine. That's only me. And it's like, dude, I just live in your brain. It's so funny. But I get Trump. I do. So this whole Chuck Schumer thing with telling them, oh, you got to shut up. Shut up. When we have Mr. Magoo running the fucking country, I can't. I can't take the hypocrisy of it. Elifant, I appreciate and love Trump's dude. It doesn't turn me off, scare me, or annoy me. It actually makes me laugh sometimes when I'm like, damn. I know. Because he shoots from the hip. He does not give a fuck. There are no fucks given when that man opens his mouth. He's like, what? What are you going to do? You going to sue me? Ooh, there's a first. When he was president at Elifant, I used to go to his Twitter page all the time for laughs. Oh, yeah, he's savage. Oh, my goodness, so savage. And I'm here for it every day, all day. Elifant, I probably would have enjoyed that. I didn't have user look at Twitter until Elon bought it. Aw. He used to tweet some shit. He really did. I saw the Dem list of candidates. They had Biden, Oprah's spiritual advisor, lovely, and a bunch of people no one ever heard about, but somehow Dems think Biden is the best choice. I mean, he's the only choice for them. He's Pinocchio. He's willing to go out there and just flagrantly lie. I was going to say fragrantly because, he's a sniffer, but I thought that was a little too on the nose. Aha, look, a double punny. That was so good. Anyway, that totally amused the shit out of me. Listen, y'all don't have to make me laugh. I goddamn amuse myself. I have been my best audience my whole life. Ain't gonna stop now. But I'm also my harshest critic. So we balance. All about balance, people. Yeah, no, he's willing to go up there and lie, and they have his strings firmly in hand. He is literally, he's not even a useful idiot, though idiot is what he is now. By definition, an idiot is someone with decreased mental capacity, and he certainly is that. But he's literally just their little meat puppet that they put out there, and they go, okay, Joe, you want ice cream? Say the words, say the words. And he goes, but yeah, but that finger's always ready. Oh, he should have been a proctologist in another life. Because he's always that one finger, boom, 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 always the one finger, boom. It's like, And Trump's hands are always up, both hands. So I think Trump was probably like a tit man in another life, like a tit doctor, and Biden was a proctologist. Because one goes for the titties and one goes right up your ass. And you know which is which. If you read Twitter X, Trump has a fake account. Il Donaldo Trumpo at Papi Trumpo. Check it out. It's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Ay, Papi. Ay, Papi. That's Papi Elon for me, though. In the end, everybody's crimes and sins will be punished by God. Yep. All these mofos who think otherwise are going to fuck around and find out. You know what I say to that, right? Shit. But remember,
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wait, where was I? Yeah, I do believe God has a sense of humor and a sense of irony. He will get all these motherfuckers. Every one of them. Some of these motherfuckers think throwing their hands up, yelling that they believe in Jesus is going to save them just by doing that. They're going to, yep. I love when they're like, I'm going to church. You better go to church. Shit. You better go to church every day. You better repent with all your soul because God's coming for you. He's coming for you, Fanny. Coming for you, Biden. God is coming for all of us. And I just hope that I amused him to the point where he's like, get your ass in here. Just don't talk to me, Michelle. Just come inside. I'll deal with you in like 400 or 500 years. I need a minute. Get your dumb ass in here. Moving on from one government bullshit to another, the TikTok thing. I am very much against them banning TikTok. Not that I'm a fan. I would love to see some TikTok accounts crash and burn, but I don't want the government being more involved. I don't want them to have more power. I want them to have less of a say, because you're saying protection and I'm hearing control. You're saying, look out for the kids. And I'm thinking, what else did you do for the kids when you lost 400,000, migrant children and you don't know where they are? Like, if you're so concerned about the children, cut down on the sex trafficking. How about you don't fill the Senate or the House or like the presidency or anywhere with, child sniffers? How about you don't do that? How about you clamp down on the actual crimes being committed and don't worry about TikTok? Stop trying to control the narrative. Stop trying to get control of something that has all our information when you already have our information. You don't need more. You want to know our opinions? You already know that through the other platforms. It's not like we're not all monitored. I had a conversation in my living room and the ad popped up for what I was talking about not 2 seconds later. I didn't type it anywhere. I had my microphone off, but it got picked up somewhere through the phone, through whatever. Who the hell knows at this point? It used to be, it took a lot to bug somebody. They used to have to go into the house, pretend to be a repairman. You'd have bugs in the lamps. You'd have bugs in the phone, under the desk, under the couch, in the decanter, like wherever they could put one. They don't need that now. You literally carry around your bug with you. It never leaves your side and you never turn it off. Hell, I get a little like, what am I going to miss while it's doing an update? My laptop, always open. Always open. I know I'm being monitored. I know all of us are being monitored. I don't give a fuck. I'm mad, but I can't give that much of a fuck because there's nothing I can do about it. Except live my life paranoid. I do nothing that I don't. Well, I do nothing that I would want to conceal. You want to listen to me all day long? You want to have bots like monitoring every single thing I say? Go for it. I don't care. There's going to be some bored bots, let me tell you. Because it's not like I'm over here tripping life fantastic. But yeah, the whole TikTok thing, I don't want them having more control. I don't want them having more of a say. Stop fucking with us. You don't care about the youth of America. If you did, you'd pass legislation to stomp on these child traffickers. You would go after everybody on Epstein's list. But you didn't. You created other crises, so we look away. You clamped down on the whole, file release. Anybody talking about that anymore? Nope. Because apparently they released pictures of people they weren't supposed to release. Who cares? Who cares? Because most of the people you're talking about are criminals. Even the, quote unquote victims, they still stayed there. They reaped benefits from it. And then they went on. And then they bitched about it later. That's what pisses me off. Like, why didn't you go running out of there the first time and report it? Why did you let it continue? Not once, not twice, not 3 times, for years. You know how long years are? 365 days in a year. You had 1,000 days or more to change your circumstances, and you didn't. So I feel a little less bad for you. You weren't a toddler. You were like 17, 18, 19. You had a mouth. 17, 18, 19, I had a mouth. A big one. If anything, that was when I took the least amount of shit. Elephant. My kids don't even know what TikTok is. It's a parent's fault if they're exposing them to that. My son doesn't do TikTok. He thinks it's retarded. We had this whole discussion yesterday. Mimsy, anytime the government has more reach, it's a bad thing. I worry about the Patriot Act type scamming China does with TikTok. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't want the government having their eyeballs in everything that I do. Do I care? Yes. Can I do something about it? No. So am I going to let it like get my blood pressure up? No, because the government is trying to kill me regardless. They've taken their shots, at ending me. No pun intended, or pun intended. And I'm still here. So you know what? The time will come where I can do something. And when it does, I will do it. Until then, I got to just make myself more knowledgeable. I need to know more. I need to absorb what's gone on so that I get the whole picture. I can't do anything with just a couple pieces. And I've only been learning about this stuff for 2 years. Till then, I was as naive and deluded as could be. So I'm doing what I can with what I know. I hear you. I just don't subscribe to TikTok. I have a TikTok. It's not on my phone. I had it for like a month, I think, when I was trying out if I want to do shorts or whatever. And I didn't get anything out of it. And it was a huge time suck because I always posted the cat videos. So what did it offer me? All cat videos. And I could sit there for 8 hours just watching cat videos. And I did. I remember looking through and I was like, oh, I looked up. It was 3 hours later. I was like, oh, this has to go. Because I wasn't benefiting from it. It was just sucking the time out of my life. I was like, yeah, no. And I deleted it. But I couldn't delete my account. It would not let me. It kept saying, nope, not working, try again. Nope, not working, try again. No, not working, try again. For a week. I was like, these motherfuckers just don't want to let me go. And that's how they get you. They're like, oh, it's like the Hotel California. You could check in, but you could never leave. Facebook is the same way. I deleted my original account, but it took me 4 hours to find the place to go to delete my account because every time I clicked it, it sent me back to the beginning. I was like, what the hell? It was just an idiot loop. It was, she'll get tired eventually. No, you don't know me. No, I'm stubborn. I will work on this shit. I will go to every single person on Reddit for tips on how to get rid of this shit. I've clicked on TikTok cat videos. Other people posted that. Yeah. I love the cat videos. I love cat videos. So that's my whole thing with TikTok. I don't like TikTok, but I don't want the government to ban it because they want to buy it. Munchin already fucking talked about it. He wants to buy it. He was like, oh, that'd be a good investment. And then, we'd profit off that because we'd own it and the Chinese wouldn't get. No, you'd get all our information, which makes me much more worried because you're here. I live under your rule. Because that's what this is. Let's not pretend that we have freedom under a, fair and honest government. We are being ruled over right now. And they're trying to tighten their grip. And I don't want to give them more ammunition. I don't want to give them more power. So no, I'm very against the TikTok ban. Not for the reasons that a lot of other people are. I just don't want more government interference, and I don't want government to have more power. I want them to have less. And I talked about this with my son yesterday. We were talking about TikTok, and he's been sending me videos, like all stuff that Winning talks about, right? And I'm like, where is this kid getting this from? Because my son was very much like on the fence politically. Like he liked what Trump said, but he didn't like Trump. But he liked his policies and his like objectives and goals, but he didn't like him as a person. And I was like, how could you not like? And he was like, because he's just, and I was like, he's everything that I am. And he just kind of looked at me like, I was like, oh my God, you don't like my personality? He was like, I love your personality, but I love you because you're my mother. He was like, but you're tough to take sometimes. I'm like, thanks. Like he's any better. It's like, hello, kettle. But yeah, we had this whole talk about politics and TikTok, and we got to the subject of, because the verdict had just come in on the parents of the kid from I think it was a Michigan school shooting, that they got convicted of manslaughter. And he was like, that's not fair. They didn't do it. I was like, I told you before. They're trying to take the kids and the parents and separate them. So if they drive you crazy, they take away my ability to parent you and to discipline you without having CPS called on me for bullshit. Like, that's always the threat. That's what the schools did. They're like, oh, should we cut? You call CPS and you're going to be in a hospital. How about that? Like, that's the only thing that saved my ass sometimes, because they're like, should we call crisis? Only if you want to go to the hospital. Because they'd make mountains out of molehills. Like, the kid's in a bad mood. What if stop the what if? He's not. He didn't say any of the stuff that you're like assuming. What the fuck? Like, just relax. Give him a minute to calm down. He'll be fine. How do you know? Because he's my kid. Nobody knows my kid the way I do. You see one thing, I know another. And you come for my kid, you got to get through me. Every time. I don't care how grown they are. And good fucking luck getting through me. I'm sweet as sugar until I'm not. I'm the devil. Oh, yes. Got to play that one, because that one, it's the truth. When it comes to my kids, I'm sorry. There is nothing. What the hell is wrong with freaking... Here we go.
I guess that makes me the devil.
But yeah, don't try coming for my kids, because you'll never make it. But we were talking about that, and I told him, I said, they're trying to separate everybody. I said, what better way? Well, look at what your kid did. You know, we can't go after them, but you did a bad job parenting. Well, you took away all my tools. You still did a bad job parenting. It falls on you. They don't go to school because you send them to school, they don't get there. Do you know that? Unless the teachers or the principal call you, how are you going to know that? They lie well. They can go to a friend's house, hang out all day, every day for weeks, and you wouldn't know. How would you know? Especially if you're working 2 jobs, because you can't afford groceries right now. So you're even more outside the house. There's more of a disconnect to your kids. You're less involved in your kids' lives because you're so busy working, trying to provide for those kids. Because prices are ridiculous and everything is just outrageous. That's their whole point, is to separate them and take over the generation coming out next. The generation that's going to carry out all of their agenda and bring their their future reality into reality. They'll make it real. Lady Awesome, I've never been on TikTok. Yep. I wish I'd never been on TikTok. Jacob Peets, any sufficiently good TikTok creator or trend ends up here anyway. Yep. So why bother with the Chinese spyware when all the good stuff eventually makes it past the great filter? I mean, it all makes its way onto YouTube. That's why YouTube has shorts. They want to do the same thing. They don't want you to look after them. No, they don't want you to look after your kids. They want the kids to be unkempt and wild and unschooled and untrained and ignorant and lazy. And that's what they want. They want them hopped up on poisons and sugar and drugs and, antidepressants and anti-anxieties. But let's not stop causing anxiety. Let's teach them developmentally inappropriate topics and subject matters so that they feel like they could never get anywhere because they feel stupid, because they can't do the work, because it's not work that they should be able to do unless they're extremely freaking gifted, which is rare. They break these kids down so they don't know who they are, they don't know what they're worth, and they have no values. So they go around spouting bullshit. I'm a cat, I'm a tree, I'm a this, call me that. And they think that shit matters, that opinion, matters. They're just starting out in life and people are listening to them like they're gurus. Get out of here. They're kids. You listen to kids and then you agree with them, you laugh with them, you correct them, and you move on. You make sure that their head is right. You make sure that their heart is right. They don't want that. They want our kids to be completely loose. I guess Gen X wasn't, enough. Like they didn't get what they wanted from us when they took all our parents out of the house because the prices were too high, divorce was too high, and they were pushing that you could be a single mother and be great at it. You're a mom and a dad. You're superwoman. Stop it. When they were telling guys, oh, you don't need that bitch. You go off, do this, do that. Like you free. It's on you. You didn't tell her to have that baby. Nobody was there when it was created. He contributed. Guilt by association. You're a parent. Congratulations. They didn't like any of that. But we grew up tougher and a little colder than most generations. We did. We like to say, oh, we're not willing to put up with bullshit. We just don't, we don't buy into the bullshit. A lot of us just don't care. Because you're like, you know what? You don't know what a rough life is. You don't know what it is to raise yourself. We look at these kids and we're like, boy, you would not survive in my world. And we worry. And they're just making them worse. They're making the kids weaker. They're making them dumber. And they're making them more dependent on emotional validation rather than achievement. We used to have pride because we did things. You participated in sports. You participated in academics. You won things based on merit. Nobody handed you a slip of paper and said, you're a star. Nobody. If you wanted notoriety, you earned it, good or bad. If you wanted accolades, you earned it. Nobody's going to clap for you for no goddamn reason just because you breathed. Now it's like, oh, look at him. He tied his shoes. Everybody clap. Everybody clap. Oh, we're going to have a party. Pizza party. He tied his shoes. Yeah, he's fucking 18. I hope so. I worked in a school where they said we are a non-punitive district now. I said, what the fuck does that mean? Oh, you can't be negative with the kids. Well, what's negative? Well, we can't tell them that they're doing something wrong. Bullshit. And you can't say no to them. You have to find an alternative. I don't have time for that shit. I got 25 kids pulling at my freaking pigtails, literally. You really think I'm going to be like, honey, sweetie, Let's have a little discourse here. No, it's not going to happen. If you're doing something that, hey, stop that. Guess what? Effective. He stops. If he goes, I ain't going to listen to you. You want to bet? Come here. Come here. All you got to say is, come here. They don't know what the fuck you're going to do to them, but they fly straight after that because that come here. They're like, oh, no. Nope. Don't want to do this again. Yeah. They learn. Nothing happens to them, but they have to learn there are consequences. I wasn't even allowed to give negative points on Dojo, which was like our behavioral planner or whatever bullshit that we had to do for the whole class. Nothing quiets a class down more than them hearing the negative bing when they get a red point. They all just stop dead. Who is that? Oh, that went to all of you because none of you are listening. I use that shit all the time. I gave you all a red thing. And the thing is, like, the parents would see at the end of the day how many negative points were done, how many positive points. I don't give a fuck. I had a parent be like, my child got 3 negative points. Yep. And I was being nice. And they're like, why would my child? Are you picking on my child? Your child cut off somebody's hair, hit me with a stapler, and cut my arm. Want to see? Look. Oh my God. You might want to do something about your kid because one more incident and I'm calling the child study team. Like, I can't. I'm not going to put other people in danger because you don't know how to control your child. I had a parent tell me, we don't tell him no. He's never heard the word no. I said, well, he's going to learn it here. They're definitely going to learn it here. Because I say no. I say no. I say stop that. I say sit down and be quiet. Catch a bubble. Catch a bubble. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to, but they're going to sit down and catch a bubble. Because children need boundaries. They need expectations. They need to know what you want from them. Because they'll do it. I didn't give kids that many options. It was 2 options. You do it this way or you do it that way. But either way, you're going to do it. Like, either way, I'm getting what I need from you. And it's not for me. It's for you. So I have to do this. For you. They don't want that. They want these kids running around crazy and all introspective and anxiety riddled, and they want 8-year-olds running around on Prozac going, I just don't understand who I am. Shut up. And then you have like the trannies with the beards, men in drag, bad drag. Talking about how, oh, children, don't ever talk to a child of mine. Oh my God. Ever. That's the kind of poison I don't need around me. Stop. You are toxic as fuck. Stay away from me and my kids. Are you transphobic? Nope. I'm not transphobic. I'm not homophobic. I'm not phobic at all. You know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid that my kids won't turn out right because of people like you with your bullshit theories and bullshit identities and your reimagining of language and everything. No, that's what I'm afraid of. I ain't afraid of you. You pose no threat to me. I know who I am, but you do pose a threat to my children. And that makes you enemy number 1. So I ain't afraid of you. You're just my enemy. You are a foe. Be gone, foe. I don't want to fuck with you. Just go away. Go live your life somewhere else. Away from me. Away from my children. Leave the children alone. We're not going to normalize any of that shit. Mimsy said, bingo, strive to achieve and accomplish something. I mean, that's how you build character and that's how you get personal pride. You get inner faith in yourself because you've learned to rely on your skills. You know, you have some. These kids don't know how to do shit. I would tell kids they got the wrong answers and they would get upset, but I would tell them mistakes are okay if we learn from them. There is nothing wrong with telling a kid they got the answer wrong. God, I watched a teacher once try to tell this kid that he got the wrong answers for like 15 minutes. She went around that subject. And she was like, see, this is an answer. You did get an answer. Very good for getting an answer. There might be another answer if we just think about it. Could you think about it a little bit? But I already did it. But I need you to think about it. I was like, the answer's wrong. Do it again. It's wrong? Yeah. Well, why didn't she say it was wrong? I don't know. Just do it again. Look at what you're doing. Especially if it was a math problem. It was always a carrying problem. Did you remember the little number at the top? I forgot that. See, you're going to forget it again? Nope. Not going to forget that again. And they go back and they fix it and they learn from it. Meanwhile, she's sitting there hemming and hawing. And I'm like, dude, we only got so many hours in the day. Let's go. Chop, chop, lollipop. I can't. Bud said, weaker, dumber, make them follow the narrative blindly, make them behave socially, make them a snitch. Absolutely. They love the gotcha. Oh my goodness. They will turn on each other. There's no loyalty. None of these bitches are loyal. But no, like these kids, they're making them not loyal. They don't know what loyalty is. They don't know what dignity is. And they sure as shit don't know how to make a critical thinking decision. It's all emotion. And it's all unreasonable. And what happens when you make emotional decisions? You have very bad consequences. The majority of the time, going with your gut is so different than going with your emotions. They don't go with their gut. They go with their emotions. They go with the, I need to feel better right now. You hurt my feelings. I don't care. I don't care. The very reason that the whole point of you sitting there crying is hurting my friggin' ears and everything else. You give a shit? No. Why am I going to care about your feelings? You're too goddamn sensitive. Stop. Because the world doesn't care about your feelings. That's what they don't understand. They think that the world at large is going to be like the world when they're kids, where they're coddled and everything else. No, that's not like that. The world will eat you up and spit you out and keep moving. They don't check on you. They don't care if you made it. They just, that's it. And I say it all the time. If it comes to a bad scenario, my kids will not survive. No matter what I did to toughen them up, no matter how hard I tried, I had a whole system working against me. I tell my son all the time, I just look at him, I'm like, dude, if we ever like get caught in the wild, I'll make it out. I don't know about you. Like, I don't think you're going to make it. And he's just like, thanks a lot. I'm like, well, you're too soft. I don't know that you could survive without the internet or electric or a working toilet. You know, I know how to survive. You don't. I know how to kill things, for food and clean them, dress them. You don't. Because you refuse to learn. Like, I know how to go fishing with nothing but some string and a goddamn, piece of corn or whatever, or a dead rabbit or a dead rat or whatever. Like, I will catch a goddamn fish. You won't. It's weird to me that they just have no life skills. And I've tried so hard to teach them. And it just doesn't sink in. It doesn't sink in. I'm like, dude, at some point I'm going to have to kick you out into the world and you're just going to have to sink or swim. I'm doing my best to teach you how to swim, but you're obstinate and you think you already know. That's the problem. They give them all this power to make their own decisions. And it's like, okay, but they're babies. Are you kidding me? They don't know what they're doing. These are children who eat Tide Pods. I mean, not mine, but there are children who eat Tide Pods. Obviously, they are not mentally capable of making their own goddamn decisions on their own. Like completely autonomously. No. But that's what they want. They want these kids to be Tide Pod eating, arrogant, skillless, just little urchins. They're little automatons just walking around. It's disgusting. Every day at lunch, kids snitching to me, and I would say, well, I didn't see it. I can't do anything about it. I mean, that's all kids do. They snitch. That's what they do. Yeah, kids can't make below a 50 on anything. You mean they can't make above a 50 on anything? Nice. Their failure is an important lesson to learn from. I'm afraid of people calling me phobic. I know. I did that on purpose. I say it all the time. I'm not anything phobic. I'm not afraid. I just don't like you and your ideas. Carrying math problems are hard for my kids as well. Every day at lunch, kids were snitching me. I already read that. Of course, these same kids I had convinced that was Batman. I mean, you're not Batman. Robin, maybe, but Batman, no. If they make it through, they aren't chosen ones for they are the chosen ones for politics because they're dead inside. Otherwise, they're mentally sick or suicidal. I don't know. Big Pharma is cool with that. I mean, that's all they do. Kids have been dumbed down a lot. They really have. They've been stripped of everything they need to make it in the world. And it's so hard to block everything out. That's why having that conversation with my son, it was like, oh my God, I was so happy because he was just talking. And I'm telling you, you need to go to Winning's channel. Here, go watch this and go watch this. And, you can watch our old school documentaries. We covered all this stuff, Connor. And he's like, did you really, you knew about all this stuff? Yeah, I knew about all this stuff recently, but I mean, I knew, and we had all these, so many topics were covered in this 2-3 hour conversation that I had with him. And it was so nice because I was like, oh my God, there's still a brain in there. I'm so happy because he had me worried for a while. No teachers are not allowed to grade them below a 50. Yeah, that's what I said, nerd. Because what you said was no. You said kids can't make below a 50 on anything. That's not true. You're not allowed to mark kids below a 50 on anything. There's a difference. Okay, they can make below a 50. You just can't mark them that way. That's the difference. The language is important. I remember finding my sister's report card, and she got a 20 on her report card as a grade. Whatever, nerd. Whatever. I just explained it to you. Now I'm clarifying it. Okay. Whatever. I really don't give a fuck. That was not, you derailed me from what I was talking about. I had a point. Now I can't fucking remember it. Oh, Connor. Yeah. So no, I was just happy that he had a brain in his head because I was seriously doubting it for a while. I was worried with some of the stuff he talked about, and I'd be like, but he was asking stuff about all these different conspiracy, and I was like, yeah, Winning debunked that. We talked about that. There's a show about that. There's a show about this, and he was just like, wow, I hear you talking about this stuff, so kind of I talk to my friends about it, and they're like, oh yeah, man. Da-da-da. So thank God he has a group of friends that are not woke. They're aware, which is nice. It's nice. Okay, she's 40 now. That was a long time ago. I mean, really. Connor's just one kid, but there's about to be a huge wave of young conservatives voters as the media kicks off Gamergate to Electric Boogaloo. I know. But you know what? I do have to worry about my own. If I can't make the change at home, what luck am I going to have making a change in the outside world? Just the fact that he does listen to what I say, and he does Because you would never have it. He gives no indication that he ever listens to me. So that was a news flash for me. But I was like, holy crap, he actually does absorb it. Like he's actually thinking about things, which was my fear was that he would just be a sheep. And he was like, I was thinking about it and this just doesn't make sense. And he was very much, he goes, I don't like Trump. He was like, I was like, I get it. Because, Trump, he's a lot like me with personality. He don't like him. And because I grate on his nerves. He was like, but I like what he's selling, basically. Like, I like his talking points. I think he's right here. I think they're wrong to go after him here. And what do you think? And we had a whole big discussion. But his thing was, he goes, as much as I don't like Trump, I can't stand Biden. He was like, I have no words. Like he was at a loss for words. He was just like, why? I don't get why he has that job. Why? Why is he still there? He was like, you wouldn't leave a cashier at Food Town. Like, if they had his abilities and he's the president. He was like, who is running this country? I was like, not Biden. I can tell you that. I was like, not him. He was like, if not him, then who? You really want to know? All right. We got into a talk about control oligarchs and the whole thing. It was a great conversation. And it's such a difficult conversation to have because they don't want to listen. They were told, put your fingers in your ears and la, 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 because these boomers, because he swears anybody over the age of 20 is a boomer. These boomers don't know what they're doing. They messed up the whole world for us. So we don't have to listen and put your fingers in your ears, la, 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 and give in to your feelings. That's what they tell them. So it's really difficult to talk to a brick wall and get through to it, make it understand. So when I have a conversation like that with my son, it's like, I swear to God, I hear a chorus of angels going off in my head. Like just, oh my goodness, it's wonderful. I was so supercharged yesterday and over the moon. I had no energy to have that conversation and I pushed myself. I was like, no, bitch, this opportunity, do not let it pass you by. And as much as I was like, please go away, stop talking to me. I was just like, I'm so tired. You're making me so tired. Like you're making me so tense right now. It was a conversation that needed to be had. And I felt better afterwards. It was a difficult conversation. And some of his takes are a little, but I'm like, all right, there's the kid that I raised. Because when he's in a mood, it's touch and go. But like I could see he honestly gave a lot of thought to these different things. And it gave me a lot of hope because I hope there are other parents out there talking to their difficult children. Their babies and getting them right. They're not always going to see eye to eye with you. But the one thing I never did was shut him down. I never told him, you can't, think this way. You have to think my way. I presented my case and I let him think about it every time. Because the minute I close the door, the conversation's over. There's no room for him to change his mind. There's no opportunity for him to think better of it. But the conversation is difficult. Sometimes I got to pick my battles. Nerd said if Biden wasn't president, he would be at home by now. I mean, if he wasn't president, he'd probably be dead by now because God only knows what they're giving him to keep him alive. He looks like rigor mortis set in about 3-4 months ago. He looks like he's melting. Nobody else noticed like how waxy he is? I mean, if he has a double, they need to pick a better one or start giving him better wigs or whatever. Because one day he looks bald, the next day he has a full shining set of white hair. Does he put the hair on in the morning? Does he have one of those little netty things with the glue that you put around your old hairline? I swear to God, he looks different from day to day. There's no way he doesn't have a doppelganger. There's no fucking way. At Outpost, it's elder abuse at this point. I agree, lady. I completely agree. That doesn't make me like him any better, but yeah, I completely agree that he's not there. He should be sitting on a chair somewhere looking out at a lake like friggin' Henry Fonda on Golden Pond. I say put the motherfucker in a boat, give him a ride, and wish him the best of luck. Bye. If you make it back, great. If you don't, like, whatever. That was a joke for anybody listening. Fuckers. Anyway. Ellie Fun, Gen X, you motherfuckers ignore us. But guess what? We've been yelling that both the young and the boomers are messing up this country. I mean, they always ignore them, though. Boomers and Gen Xers are clinging to power at the expense of the world. Don't blame Gen X for clinging to power, bitch. I hate to tell you. Like, they're not the ones fucking it up. So you better watch yourself. We have old men and women. Well, you have, what choices do you have? Think of what's out there. You have the decrepit that are old, that are in charge. Gen X, I hate to tell you, we're not old. You like to think we're old, but you're young. What have you done? What contributions have you made? You want to go pointing fingers at people. Your generation didn't do shit. Stop. We have old men and women in DC for 40 or 50 years and have no idea how the real world works. You have no idea how the real world works. I really don't like to blame any generation. I really don't. I just blame the culture from like a certain year. But I don't think it's always generation. I mean, I was raised multi-generational. Jesus, I am not the perfect representation of a Gen Xer by any stretch of the imagination. But as the young ones, come up, they're not doing shit. You have big mouths, but you don't do big changes. Everybody's got something to say and no balls to get anything or skill to get anything done. The trouble with presenting young men's hobbies the way the media has in the past and is doing it now, you create cognitive dissonance. The experience they have doesn't comport with the reporting. At Outpost Nerd, I disagree. DC is boomer infested. I don't know of anyone in their 40s in DC. The only ones I know in their 40s in DC are the ones who speak out. Like, what the hell's his name? Nick Freitas, I want to say. Freitas. I like him. I do like him. I mean, he's got a very interesting take, and he's Gen X. Then you create a class of rebels who will never trust you again. Happened to me. It happened to other young men again, but the media never seems to learn. I meant they've been there 40, 50 years, not their age. That's not what you said. Thank you, Ellie, for yelling because I didn't want to. She said, I'm Gen X and I'm not even 50. I'm not 50 yet. Yep. Can't you tell that he's a millennial? They think they know everything and they know nothing. Hell, he thinks the Cowboys started in Florida. Nerd, it's not mathematically possible for Gen X to have been in DC for 40, 50 years. No, it's not what you said, nerd. So far, you've been like misspeaking all over the place today, getting you in trouble. Don't type so fast. Matt Gaetz is way younger than me. Gen X is that base generation now. Yep. Hi, Winning. How are you? All right. So, like I said, that conversation with Connor went really well. It gave me hope. It did. It gave me hope. Another thing I heard this morning, which I was not happy about. Apparently, it went down last night. The president of Spain, President Macron. I keep calling him President Macaroon. That's the only way I remember his name. President Macron issued a statement to Europe saying war is the only way to peace and telling them all to prepare for World War III. Which to me, it's just more fear tactic, more fear mongering. Macron is France. Yeah, he's the president of France. I said French president. I don't know if my mouth said it, but my brain said it. And sometimes there's a there's a difference between the two, depending on how my brain feels like dealing. But yeah, no, he's going around and now they're running with this. They're like, oh, he's saying that I said Spain. I meant France. I'm sorry. Yeah, and it's written right in front of me. France's president Macron. I said I want to call him macaroon. Yeah, so he said war is the only way to peace. That's what he told them. He told them we'll prepare for World War III because it's coming. It's soon. We cannot avoid it. We can't get out of this predicament without more war. Which to me is the dumbest thing you could fucking say. But I think war should be avoided at all costs. No matter what the situation. There's got to be better ways to do things. Because we're not talking about sending in ground troops. We're not talking about hand-to-hand combat. We're talking about nuclear war. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Macron is just trying to distract from the multiple open rebellions in his own country. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what they do. They stir up shit. Look over here. Look over here. But yeah, I didn't like hearing that this morning because I was like, oh, good, we have more fear mongering. That's great. Throw that shit out there. So there's a little bit more panic. Let's ratchet up the panic a little bit and distract from everything else that's going on because that's what they do. But that was the end for like my catching up and my news and whatever. I did want to say that I've been, because I've been out of it for a couple days, and on Wednesday I didn't even know what day it was. I found out that a lot of people are moving up in the YouTube community, Rumble community, and it's good to see because I think we all stagnated for so long because of this bullshit with YouTube. That to see anybody succeed, it really makes me happy. Like I don't know, like there's so many people out there who do so much good work, and there's people who try really hard and don't get ahead, and there's people who do bullshit and thrive. It runs the gamut. I'm just very glad to see that a lot of people across the board are moving up. It's sad what they have to deal with to move up. Some of them, poor Tug. Tug is like a magnet for psycho females. He really is. He really is. Just a magnet for them. First he had Amber Heard, then he had freaking Lynette now. It's just, I mean, he's just a magnet for psychos. He had that one dude. What the hell was his name? Man. I can't remember. The dude that was like supposedly a detective or something for Amber Heard. I don't know. It was a whole big shit show. But no, a lot of people are changing and growing. And that's the thing. Like, change is necessary. And we have to give people room to change and to grow. And just to establish who they are. A lot of people don't find success because they're not true to who they're being, like who they are inside. They're trying to be something for somebody else. And they're not going to get anywhere that way. Not for a long, not for the longevity of it. I can't speak. My words are hard. They can't sustain the mask. You can't for long periods of time. So you get to a certain point and you're just going to, you're going to fail because you set yourself up to fail because you're not being true to yourself. Hey, Wolf Kinder, how you doing, honey? What's up? Jacob said between the Algerian immigrant population, the farmers and the tradesmen constantly in the streets, I'd say Macron. God damn it. I'd say Macron needs to focus on cleaning his own room, in the words of JBP. I mean, I think all these countries do. Like I said, Schumer is so big on, Israel needs a new leadership. Their leadership sucks. What about ours? Told you we got Mr. Magoo in the White House. Like, stop it. Bud. Jordan Peterson. Did you see him at the hearings? They kept cutting him off. He was like, I get 10 minutes. They're like, you've been talking for 30. Like, he's like, I just need 10 more seconds, and then proceeded to talk for like 3 more minutes. What happens when you're a professor? You learn to lecture. According to the gods, LOC government, the average age of Congress is 58.4, and average age of Senate is 64.3. Nice. That's old, but not too old. But that's the average. That's because there's new blood that rushed in the last 5 years. The average proves that they're old farts and young shits in Congress. Yep, that's exactly what it proves, Ellie. Exactly what it proves. You're just laser focused on one part of what I said. I don't know why y'all yelling. Stop it. Bud, when it comes to religions, Peterson is well, I mean, the man's been through quite a bit. I mean, he did go loony on antidepressants. It made him really it broke his mind for a while. Can we drop the old fart crap? You kids get off my lawn. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I was very happy for everybody out there. If you don't know, I believe the expert is over 5K now. Joe is up to 93 or 94K. Joe Neerman. Shizzy's over, I think, 1,200. Winning's gotten a couple new subs lately, so he's finally seen a big, growth spurt in the last couple weeks. So everybody's doing really good, and I hope that continues. I do. I hope you all continue to help each other out, promote each other, promote yourselves on here. You know that. Throw your stuff up in the chat, and just keep showing up for each other. That's all I ask. Is that y'all just keep showing up for one another. Because if we don't have each other, we don't have much. We need a support system that we can count on. Y'all know loyalty means a lot to me. And I'm trying. People have no idea how many chats I go to, and I just sit there, I leave a like, and then I leave. Because I don't have the socialization in me lately. I just don't. I give it all here. I'm just so talked out sometimes that I could be quiet for hours, and everybody's like, "What's wrong with you?" Nothing. I just have nothing left to say. There's nothing. I'm tired. I'm tired. You broaden the reach of this channel by using your favorite social media. Nice. Name calling is exhausting. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you got to get it out. Sometimes you just got to blurt out what you're thinking and say, fuck it, let it fall where it may. Because what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Daisy girl. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up. Again, I'm going to tell you guys to please go and see that Let My People Go that Winning showed last night. It's on Rumble. It is mind-blowing, the things that they did. The evidence is out there, which is why I think it's really, I hate to use the word queer, but it's really queer that Fani Willis came in August of 2020, right before the election. So I think she was kind of picked. And that this documentary came out it came out in October, but it didn't come out worldwide until basically the beginning of January. I think they said it released the 31st of December, around there. from the website that I looked at. And within a week, the Fani Willis stuff hit. So, documentary about election tampering, that comes out, and all of a sudden, Fani Willis's shit hits the fan that nobody uncovered for the 3 years and the multiple campaigns that she ran. Really? Because she was doing the stuff while she was running the campaign. He ran her transition team. Like, there's no way that nobody knew. But how come it all came out now? How come everything came out? Boom, 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 boom. Like dominoes. Like it was set up to come out. How did AT&T procure and produce and turn over the records they did within a week when they're known for not doing it for months? Like they won't even look at the subpoena for months. They don't give a fuck. They're AT&T. Like all this. AT&T released it. By the way, AT&T was also like involved in the doc. Well, they were mentioned in the documentary. Might want to look into that. And then the other day, AT&T was the only cell provider who went down for hours. And then said it wasn't a cyber attack. We don't know what it was, but it wasn't a cyber attack. It was a solar flare. Whatever. So AT&T is on my radar now. Now I'm going to be looking to see where they drop AT&T and how to connect all those dots, if they connect. So I just think I think it's interesting, and I really think that movie is worth seeing. So if you can, if somebody, can you throw up the link again, please? Anybody? I just want to know, like, I have questions. Like, are we done allowing these lies? Are we done being abused and neglected by our government, by the elite, by the globalists who don't give a shit about us and who would never survive if the roles were reversed? All these guys in charge, they wouldn't survive a day as us. They would never be able to handle the stress. They would never be able to come out of it, the way we do, laughing and having each other. I think that's our strength. I really do. I think we are made of so much tougher stuff that we can't lose. If we stand up and we do whatever it is we can do individually and together, I think we could win. I mean, are we done being victims? I'm done being a victim. I want to win. Are you done? I'm done. Now we just need to do something about it. So go check out that movie that we watched last night on Winning 2024. He starts that show early. And then he'll be doing Winning Saturday night. I believe he's going early on Saturday night. And then Old School Watch Party on Sunday. We'll be watching Cannonball Run. I'm so excited. So excited. First, we're going to watch the second or the third and fourth segment of How TV Ruined My Life. And then we're going to watch Cannonball Run. So that'll be fun. Come on. This is the one with like Catherine Bach. Come on. You want to see it. You want to see it. So show up on Sunday. And Monday, the Great Awakening begins, chapter 1. So join us for that. I'll be in chat. And I want y'all to have a good day. Wait. For some reason, I'm not getting notifications for winning until hours later. Yeah, that happens to me all the time. All the time. So there's the Rumble link for the Let My People Go. If you would go over and give that a watch, trust me, I've watched it twice now. And each time I learned something new that I missed before. Like the first time I was like, oh, wow. Oh. But the second time I really because I already had the foundational information. When I listened, I actually was able to listen better. And I was like, oh, I missed that the first time. Oh my God, that makes sense. Like all these light bulbs going off in my head. So it was just like, it's really, really interesting. It's so good. And it's really well done. It is really well done. This guy even got to meet Trump. So Trump like okayed him. He got the thumbs up from Trump. But really, no, like go check it out. And again, give it a thought. Like, I think it's really funny that the documentary came out and then right after it came out, the Fani Willis thing hit the fan. It's a great distraction. Like, who's going to look at this documentary and give it the, the attention it deserves when you have this whole salacious thing over here with sex and money and politics? It's literally like a HBO special, like thrown in our faces. And we get to watch it unfold in real time with real people that have, fupas and flat boobs and acne and who can't, answer a simple question. And we get to watch it. We get to be bitchy about it. And we get to, spout off about it. I just think it's a huge coincidence. But then again, I do tend to see suspicion everywhere. All righty. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Again, I hope to see you tomorrow night at Winning Saturday Night. But I will see you in the Funny Papers. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I really missed you. I really, really missed you. And thank you, Grimmy, for the song. I love it. Have a good one, guys. Love you.
Girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got a condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a